Chapter 13. Enter the Hero. And so the unknown man shook his finger at Ivan and whispered, "Shh." Ivan lowered his legs from the bed and peered into the darkness. A man of about 38 years of age was peeking in cautiously from the balcony. Clean-shaven, dark-haired, sharp-nosed, with troubled eyes, and a curl of hair hanging down on his forehead. After making sure that Ivan was alone and listening intently, the mysterious visitor gained confidence and stepped into the room. Here Ivan saw that the new arrival was dressed in hospital garb. He was wearing underclothes, slippers on his bare feet, and a brown robe thrown over his shoulders. The visitor winked at Ivan, replaced a bunch of keys in his pocket, and inquired in a whisper, "May I sit?" Receiving an affirmative nod, he settled in a chair. "How did you get here?" Ivan asked in a whisper, obeying the dry finger. "Aren't the balcony gratings locked?" "The gratings are locked," the guest confirmed. "However, Praskovya Fyodorovna is a very sweet but, alas, absent-minded person. I stole a bunch of keys from her a month ago, and thus gained the ability to go out on the common balcony, which stretches around the entire floor. Thus, I can visit a neighbour every now and then." "If you can get out on the balcony, you can take off. Or is it too high?" Ivan wondered. "No," the guest replied firmly. "I cannot take off. Not because it's too high, but because I have nowhere to take off to." And after a pause he added, "So, here we are." "Here we are," Ivan replied, looking into the visitor's very anxious brown eyes. "Oh yes," the guest grew worried all of a sudden. "You're not a violent one, I hope, because, I just can't stand noise, commotion, violence, things like that. I despise human cries in particular, be they cries of suffering, rage, or any other kind. Reassure me. Tell me you're not violent." "Yesterday, in a restaurant, I walloped this one guy in the mug," the transformed poet admitted bravely. "Cause?" the guest asked sternly. "Well, to tell you the truth, without any real cause," Ivan replied, embarrassed. "Disgraceful," the guest rebuked Ivan and added, "Besides, what's with these expressions? Walloped in the mug? You can't say for sure whether a person possesses a mug or a face, and it's probably a face, so using your fists, No, you just drop this stuff once and for all." Having reprimanded Ivan in this fashion, the guest inquired, "Occupation?" "Poet," Ivan said reluctantly. The visitor became upset. "Oh, lousy luck," he exclaimed, but caught himself immediately, apologized, and asked, "And what's your name?" "Homeless." Oh, the guest said, cringing. "So you don't like my poems?" Ivan asked with curiosity. "I dislike them terribly." "And which ones have you read?" "I haven't read any of your poems," the visitor exclaimed nervously. "So how can you say that?" "Well, so what?" the guest replied. "As if I haven't read others. Then again, is this a miracle? Very well, I'm prepared to take your word for it. Tell me yourself, are your poems any good?" "They're monstrous," Ivan said all of a sudden with brave sincerity. "Don't write any more," the guest beseeched him. "I promise and swear," Ivan said solemnly. They sealed the oath with a handshake, and then light footsteps and voices came from the corridor. "Shh!" the guest whispered, and jumped out onto the balcony, closing the grating behind him. Praskovya Fyodorovna looked inside, asked Ivan how he felt, and whether he wished to sleep in the dark or in the light. Ivan requested that the light be left on, and Praskovya Fyodorovna left after wishing the patient a good night. and when everything quieted down, the guest returned. In a whisper, he relayed to Ivan that a new patient had just been delivered to room 119, some fat, purple-faced man who kept carrying on about foreign currency in the ventilation shafts and swearing that evil spirits had taken residence in his place on Sadovaya. Curses Pushkin for all he's worth and keeps screaming, "Kurl Yesov, encore, encore," the guest narrated, twitching nervously. Calming down, he sat and spoke. Anyway, God be with him, and continued his conversation with Ivan. "So why exactly did you end up here?" "Because of Pontius Pilate," Ivan replied, frowning at the floor. "What?" the guest cried, forgetting all caution, and clamped his own mouth with his hand. "An amazing coincidence! I beg you, do tell!" Feeling a strange sense of trust in the unknown man, Ivan began narrating yesterday's events at Patriarch's Ponds, hesitantly and timidly at first, and then with increasing confidence. Truly, Ivan Nikolaevich had acquired a grateful listener in the person of the mysterious key-thief. The guest did not make him out to be a madman, took the greatest interest in the story, and became absolutely delighted as it progressed. Again and again he would interrupt Ivan with exclamations. Well, go on, I beg you. Only please, in the name of all that's holy, don't leave anything out." Ivan did not leave anything out, for that made his storytelling easier, and gradually got to the part where Pontius Pilate stepped onto the balcony, wearing a white cape with blood-red lining. Here the guest clasped his hands as if in prayer and whispered, "Oh, how I knew it! How I had guessed it all!" The guest followed up the description of Berlioz's horrific death with a puzzling comment, his eyes flashing with malice. "The one thing I regret is that the critic Latunsky or the writer Mstislav Lavrovich could not have been in this Berlioz's place." And he cried ecstatically but noiselessly, "Go on!" The guest was extremely amused at the cat who tried to pay the conductress, and shook with silent laughter as Ivan, excited at the success of his story, crouched and hopped about quietly, imitating the cat with a coin near his whiskers. "And so," Ivan concluded, growing sad and gloomy after relating the episode at Griboyedov, "I ended up here." The guest placed his hand sympathetically on the poor poet's shoulder and spoke thus. "Unfortunate poet, but you have only yourself to blame, dear boy. You can't be so casual and even insolent around him, so now you're paying the price, and you really ought to be thankful you got off rather cheaply." "So who is he already?" Ivan asked, shaking his fists in excitement. The guest peered at Ivan and answered with a question. "Now, you won't become agitated, will you? None of us are exactly reliable folk around here. No calling the doctor, no shots, none of that nonsense." No, Ivan exclaimed. "Tell me, who is he?" "Very well," the guest replied, and enunciated authoritatively. "Yesterday, at Patriarch's Ponds, you met Satan." Ivan stuck to his promise and did not become agitated, but was nonetheless greatly flabbergasted. "It couldn't be. He does not exist." "Please, you of all people are one to talk. You were one of the first, it seems, who suffered by his hand. Here you are, as you can see, sitting in a psychiatric ward and still talking of how he doesn't exist. It's strange, frankly." Confused, Ivan fell silent. "From the moment you began to describe him," the guest continued, "I started to suspect just who it was you'd had the pleasure of chatting with yesterday. And really, I am surprised at Berlioz. Now you, of course, are a literary virgin." Here the guest apologized again. "But he, as far as I've heard, had at least read a few things. The very first words of this so-called professor scattered all my doubts. He's impossible to miss, my friend. Then again, you, please excuse me again, but unless I'm mistaken, you're a rather ignorant man, aren't you?" Indubitably, an unrecognizable Ivan agreed. So then, even the face that you described, different eyes and eyebrows. Pardon me, but perhaps you haven't even heard the opera Faust. Ivan grew frightfully embarrassed for some reason, and, with face aflame, began to prattle on about some trip to a Yalta resort. Right. Unsurprising. But Berlioz, I say again, astounds me. A man not only well-read, but evidently quite shrewd. Though I must say in his defence that naturally Voland can pull the wool over a shrewder man's eyes. What? Ivan cried in turn. Quiet! Ivan gave himself a mighty smack on the forehead and rasped, I get it! He had a W on his card. Aye, now that's something. In baffled silence, he stared at the moon floating beyond the window grating, and then said, So then, he really could have been at Pontius Pilate's. He had already been born then, hadn't he? And they call me crazy, he added, pointing at the door indignantly. A bitter frown appeared around the guest's lips. Let's look truth in the face. The guest turned his head towards the nocturnal orb as it dashed through a cloud. You and I are both insane. Why protest? You see, he had shaken you badly, and you went mad, for you evidently possess the prerequisites for that sort of thing. But that which you speak of undoubtedly did take place. Of course, it is so incredible that even Stravinsky, a brilliant psychiatrist, naturally failed to believe you. He examined you? Ivan nodded. Your companion has been at Pilate's. He's breakfasted with Kant. And now he has paid a visit to Moscow. But he's going to stir up hell knows what around here. Shouldn't he be caught somehow? Ivan's old, not quite beaten self reared its head unsurely within the new Ivan. You already tried, so that's enough for you, the guest replied sardonically. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone else either. As for stirring things up, you can bet on it. Oh, but what a pity that it was you who met him and not I. Though all has burned and the coals are covered with ash, I swear I'd give Praskovia Fyodorovna's bundle of keys for such a meeting, for I have nothing else to give. I am destitute. What do you want with him? The guest moped and twitched for quite some time, but finally began. You see, strange as it is, I am here because of Pontius Pilate, just as yourself. Here, the guest looked round fearfully and said, The thing is, a year ago I wrote a novel about Pilate. You're a writer? The poet asked, intrigued. The guest glowered, shook his fist at Ivan, and then said, I am a master. He grew serious and extracted an extremely grimy black cap from the pocket of his robe, with an M stencilled on it in yellow silk. Putting it on, he showed himself to Ivan from the front and from the side to prove that he was indeed a master. She sewed it for me with her own 2 hands, he added mysteriously. And what is your name? I no longer have a name, the strange guest replied with dark contempt. I have renounced it, just as everything else in life. Let us forget about it. Then at least tell me about your novel, Ivan asked tactfully. Be my guest. My story is indeed rather unusual, the guest began. A historian by vocation, he had but 2 years ago worked in one of Moscow's museums and took up translations in his spare time. From what language? Ivan asked with interest. I know 5 languages beside my native tongue, the guest replied. English, French, German, Latin, and Greek. Well, I also read a little in Italian. Well, Ivan whispered enviously. The historian lived alone, having no relatives anywhere and few friends in Moscow. And, believe it or not, one day he won 100,000 rubles. Imagine my surprise the guest in the black cap whispered, when I thrust my hand into the laundry bin and saw it. The number was the same as the one in the newspaper. They gave me the ticket at the museum, he clarified. Having won 100 grand, Ivan's mysterious guest did the following. Purchased books, left his room on Myasnitskaya. Oh, that damn hole, the guest growled. And rented a place from a private builder in an alley near the Arbat. You know who these builders are? The guest asked Ivan, and immediately explained. They're a small group of crooks who have somehow managed to survive in Moscow. He rented 2 rooms from a builder in the basement of a small house with a garden. He abandoned his job at the museum and began writing a novel about Pontius Pilate. Ah, that was the golden age, the narrator whispered, his eyes gleaming. A completely separate apartment with a hall and a sink with running water, he noted especially proudly. Tiny windows just above the path that led from the gate. In front of them, 4 steps away, by the fence, lilac, linden, and maple. Oh. Come winter, very rarely would I see someone's black boots in my window and hear the snow crunch beneath them. A flame burned always in my furnace. Suddenly, spring came, and I could see the lilac bushes through the blurry windows, bare at first, and then dressed in green. And it was then, during this past spring, that something infinitely more wonderful than winning 100 grand happened, which you'll agree is an enormous sum of money. That's true, a carefully listening Ivan concurred. I opened the tiny windows and sat in the other, really tiny room. The guest began measuring space with his hands. Like so. Here's the couch, opposite it another couch, a small table in between, with a wonderful lamp on it. Books near the window, and here a little desk. And in the first room, gigantic room, 150 square feet, books, more books, and the fireplace. Oh, what a place I had. The scent of the lilacs was incredible, and my head grew light with fatigue, and Pilate flew towards the ending. White cape, red lining, understood, Ivan exclaimed. Exactly. Pilate flew towards the ending, and I already knew that the last words in the novel would be, the 5th Procurator of Judea, the Knight Pontius Pilate. Well, naturally, I would go out for walks. 100 grand is an enormous sum, and I had an excellent grey suit. Or I would eat at some cheap restaurant. There was a wonderful place on the Arbat. Don't know if it's still there. Then the guest's eyes opened wide, and he continued to whisper, gazing at the moon. She carried these revolting, disturbing yellow flowers in her hands. Hell knows what they are called, but they're always the first to pop up in Moscow for some reason. And these flowers stood out very clearly against her black spring coat. She carried yellow flowers, an unpleasant colour. She turned into an alley off Tverskaya, and then she looked back. You know Tverskaya, right? Thousands of people were walking on Tverskaya, but I swear to you that she saw me alone, and she'd looked at me in this somewhat disturbed, almost sickly way. And I was stunned not so much by her beauty as by the extraordinary, unheard-of loneliness in her eyes. Obeying her yellow sign, I also turned into the alley and followed in her tracks. We traversed the crooked, boring alley silently, I on one side and she on the other. And imagine, there wasn't a soul there. I was tormented because I thought I had to say something to her and feared that I wouldn't be able to say a word, that she would leave and I would never see her again. And believe it or not, she suddenly spoke. Do you like my flowers? I clearly remember the sound of her voice, somewhat low but torn, and, silly as it may be, I thought I heard an echo carry through the alley and bounce off the dirty yellow walls. I crossed quickly to her side, approached and said, "No." She looked at me in surprise, and I came to the sudden and completely unexpected realization that all my life I had been in love with this exact woman. Isn't that something, eh? You'll call me crazy, of course. "Nothing of the sort," Ivan exclaimed, and added, "I beg you, go on." And the guest continued. Yes. She looked at me in surprise, and then, after looking, she asked, "You don't like flowers at all?" I thought I detected hostility in her voice. I was walking beside her, trying to fall in step, and, to my surprise, I did not feel the least bit uncomfortable. "No, I like flowers, but not these," I said. "Which ones?" "I like roses." Then I regretted saying it, for she smiled apologetically and threw her flowers in a ditch. Somewhat at a loss, I picked them up and handed them to her, but she pushed them away, smiling, and I carried them myself. We walked silently for a little while until she took the flowers from my hands, threw them on the pavement, threaded her hand in a cuffed black glove through my arm, and we walked side by side. "Go on," said Ivan, "and please don't skip anything." "Go on?" the guest asked. Well, you could have guessed yourself what happened next. He wiped off an unexpected tear with his right sleeve and continued. "Love leapt at us like an assassin in a dark alley and struck us both at once. So strikes lightning, so strikes a flick knife." Of course, she would later insist that it was not so, that we had loved each other since time untold, not knowing each other, never seeing each other, while she lived with another man and I with that... What's her face? "With whom?" Homeless asked. "With that... with that... The guest replied, snapping his fingers. "You were married?" "Well, yeah, that's why I'm snapping. To that... Verionka? Manechka? No, Verionka. That striped dress. The museum? I don't really remember." So then, she would say that she went out that day carrying yellow flowers so that I would find her at last, and had that not happened, she would have poisoned herself, for her life was empty. Yes, love struck us instantly. I knew this an hour later on the very same day, when, barely noticing the city around us, we found ourselves at the Kremlin wall by the riverbank. We spoke as if we had parted yesterday, as if we had known each other for many years. The next day we planned to meet at the same spot on the Moscow River, and meet we did. The May sun shone down on us, and soon, very soon, this woman became my secret wife. She came to me every day, and I would wait for her right from the morning. My waiting consisted of rearranging the things on the table. 10 minutes in advance, I would sit by the window and listen for the sound of the tattered gate. And here's the funny thing. Before I met her, few people would come to our garden. In fact, pretty much no one came. And now it seemed to me as if the entire city suddenly headed there. Bang went the gate, bang went my heart. And imagine, it just had to be someone's filthy boots sticking in my face outside the window. A knife grinder. Who needed a knife grinder in our house? To grind what? What knives? She entered the gate but once, but my heart would palpitate at least 10 times before. I lie not. And when her hour came, and the clock hands pointed to noon, it would not stop pounding until, without tapping, almost silently, her shoes appeared in the window, adorned with black suede bows, clamped with steel buckles. Sometimes she would feel playful and, pausing by the second window, tap on the glass with the toe of her shoe. I would appear by that window in an instant, but the shoe would already be gone. The black silk obscuring the light would be gone. I had to go and open the door. No one knew of our liaison. I vouched for it. even though that sort of thing never happens. Her husband didn't know, nor did her friends. The people in the old house where I had my basement could certainly see that some woman came to visit me, but they did not know her name. "And who was she?" Ivan asked, supremely fascinated by the love story. The guest made a gesture, signifying that he would never tell that to anyone, and continued his tale. Ivan learned that the master and the unknown woman fell in love so deeply that they became completely inseparable. Already, Ivan could clearly visualize the 2 rooms in the basement of the house, sunk in perpetual twilight by the lilac bushes and the fence, the worn red furniture, the bureau with a clock on it that rang every half hour, and books stretching from the painted floor to the sooty ceiling and the furnace. Ivan found out that from the first days of their relationship, the guest and his secret wife had come to the conclusion that it was fate itself that pushed them together at the corner of Tverskaya and the alley, and that they were made for each other for all eternity. From the guest's tale, Ivan found out how the lovers spent their days. She would arrive, put on an apron immediately, and light a paraffin stove on a wooden table in the narrow hall, next to the sink that the unfortunate patient was so strangely proud of. She would cook breakfast and serve it on the oval table in the first room. During the thunderstorms in May, when water would roll noisily into the gateway outside the blurry windows, threatening to flood their last refuge, the lovers would heat up the furnace and bake potatoes in it. The potatoes gushed steam. Blackened potato skins left soot on their fingers. Laughter came from the basement, as trees outside shed broken twigs and white shoots after the rain. When the storms passed and the humid summer came, the vase filled with roses, long awaited and beloved by both. He who called himself the master would work, while she would sit and read over what he had written, her thin fingers with sharply filed nails buried in her hair. When she was done reading, she would sew that little cap. Sometimes she would squat by the bottom bookshelves, or stand on a chair by the top ones and wipe the hundreds of dusty spines with a cloth. She foresaw fame. She spurred him on, and it was then that she started calling him a master. She waited for the promised final words about the 5th Procurator of Judea, repeating loudly and in sing-song the phrases she especially liked, and said that her whole life was in this novel. It was finished in the month of August, and given to some unknown typist who produced 5 copies of it. And finally, the hour came when they had to abandon their secret sanctuary and step out into life. And I stepped out into life, holding it in my hands. And then my life ended, the master whispered, and hung his head, and the sad black cap with the yellow M swayed in the air for a long time. He continued his tale, but it became somewhat incoherent. One could only understand that some sort of catastrophe had befallen Ivan's guest. For the first time, I found myself in the world of literature. Now, when it is all over and my ruin is evident, I recall it with horror, the master whispered solemnly, and raised his hand. Yes, he shocked me considerably. Oh, how he shocked me. "Who?" Ivan whispered barely audibly, afraid to interrupt the upset narrator. "Why, the editor. I'm telling you, the editor." Yes, so he read it. He stared at me as if I had a swollen abscess in my cheek. He looked sidelong into the corner of the room and even sniggered in embarrassment. He crumpled the manuscript unnecessarily and grunted. The questions he asked sounded insane to me. Saying nothing of the contents of the novel, he asked me who I was and where I had come from, how long I had been writing, and why no one had heard of me before. He even asked, from my point of view a truly idiotic question. Who had given me the idea of writing a novel on such an odd subject? Finally, I grew tired of him and asked him straight out whether he would publish the novel or not. Here he began to fuss and mumble, and declared that he could not make this decision by himself, that other members of the editorial board would have to become acquainted with my work, namely the critics Latunsky and Ariman, and the writer Mstislav Lavrovich. He asked me to come back in 2 weeks. I returned in 2 weeks, and was greeted by some girl whose eyes were practically crossed at her nose from constant lying. "That's Lapshenikova, the editorial secretary," sneered Ivan, who was well acquainted with the world so angrily described by his guest. "Perhaps," the other cut him off. "Anyhow, it was from her that I received my novel, at this point considerably grimy and tousled." Trying not to look me in the eyes, Lapshenikova informed me that the publishing house had enough material for 2 years ahead, and therefore the question of publishing my novel was, as she put it, not pertinent. "What else do I remember after this?" the master muttered, rubbing his temple. "Yes, the fallen flower petals on the title page, and my lady friend's eyes. Yes, I remember those eyes." The guest's tale became even more jumbled, even more riddled with gaps. He spoke of slanted rain and despair in his basement sanctuary, of how he tried other places. In a whisper, he exclaimed that he did not blame her who pushed him into battle, did not blame her at all. Oh no, not at all. I remember. How I remember that accursed insert in the paper, the guest muttered, describing a newspaper sheet in the air with 2 fingers, and Ivan guessed from the subsequent jumbled phrases that some other editor had printed a large excerpt of the novel, written by the one who called himself the Master. According to him, it was not 2 days before a different paper carried an article by the critic Ariman, titled "Enemy Under an Editor's Wing." The article proclaimed that Ivan's guest had abused the editor's carelessness and ignorance and attempted to drag an apologia for Jesus Christ into print. "Yes, I remember, Ivan exclaimed, "but I forgot your name." "Let us leave my name alone, I repeat. It is no more," the guest replied. "My name is not the point." A day later, an article signed by Mstislav Lavrovich appeared in another paper. In it, the author suggested striking, and striking hard, at pilotism, and the icon dauber who plotted to drag it, again that accursed word, into print. Dumbfounded by this term, pilotism, I opened a third paper. Here were 2 articles, one by Latunsky, and another signed with the letters N.A. Let me assure you that the handiwork of Ariman and Lavrovich could be considered a joke next to what Latunsky had written. Suffice it to say that Latunsky's article was entitled "A Belligerent Old Believer." I was so engrossed in reading the article about myself that I did not notice how she, I forgot to close the door, appeared before me, a wet umbrella and equally wet newspapers in her hands. Her eyes spat fire, and her cold hands were shaking. First she ran to kiss me, and then, banging her hand on the table, she said in a hoarse voice that she would poison Latunsky. Ivan grunted in embarrassment, but did not say anything. Utterly joyless days set in. The novel was finished, there was nothing left to do, and our lives were spent sitting on the rug next to the furnace and staring into the fire. We now spent more time apart than before, though. She would go out for walks. As for me, I had a peculiar moment, as it often happened in my life. I suddenly acquired a friend. Yes, imagine that. I'm generally not inclined to become close to people. I'm hellishly odd in that way. I approach people stiffly, distrustfully, suspiciously. And imagine, despite all that, someone unforeseen and unexpected always manages to sneak up on me. Someone who looks like hell knows what, and still I happen to like him best of all. And so, it was at that accursed time that the gate of our little garden opened. I remember it was a really nice autumn day. She was not home, and a man came through the gate, entered the house on some business with my landlord, and then walked down to the garden and quickly became acquainted with me somehow. He introduced himself as a journalist. I liked him so much, would you imagine, that to this day I sometimes remember him and miss him. Later on, he began to drop by my place. I discovered that he was a bachelor, that he lived nearby in a similar apartment, but found it cramped and so on. He never really invited me to his place. My wife did not like him in the least, but I defended him. She said, "Do as you will, but I'm telling you that this man makes a truly repulsive impression on me." I laughed. Yes, but what did I find so appealing about him, really? The thing is that a man without some sort of surprise inside, in his closet, is generally uninteresting. This Aloysius— oh yes, I forgot to mention that my new acquaintance was named Aloysius Margarita— had such a surprise. Namely, never before had I met a man with a mind like Aloysius's, and I am sure I never will again. If I could not grasp the point of some remark in the paper, Aloysius could explain it to me literally in 1 minute, and moreover, it was evident that the explanation was a matter of course to him. It was the same with life's various events and questions. But that was not all. Aloysius conquered me with his passion for literature. He would not rest until he coaxed me into reading my entire novel to him from beginning to end. He spoke of the novel very flatteringly, even while guessing all of the editor's remarks about it with remarkable accuracy, as if he had been there. He was spot on. What's more, he explained to me with the utmost clarity why my novel could never be published, and I saw that his analysis was flawless. He spoke directly. Such and such a chapter was a no-go. The newspaper articles did not stop. I laughed at the first few, but the more they appeared, the more my attitude towards them changed. The second stage was one of surprise. I felt something incredibly false and insecure in literally every line of these articles, despite their menacing and confident tone. It seemed to me, and I could not get past it, that the authors of these articles were not saying what they wanted to say, and that their rage stemmed from that very fact. And then, would you imagine, came a third stage. Fear. Not fear of the articles, mind you, but fear of other things completely unrelated to them or the novel. Thus, for example, I began to fear the dark. In short, it was the stage of mental illness. No sooner did I extinguish the lamp in my tiny room than I began to imagine some sort of giant squid with very long and cold tentacles crawling in through the small window, even though it was closed, and I had to sleep with the light on. My beloved changed significantly. I told her nothing of the squid, of course, but she could see that there was something wrong with me. She grew thin and pale, stopped laughing, and kept begging my forgiveness for her advice to publish the excerpt. She told me to drop everything and go south to the Black Sea to spend the remainder of my 100 grand on that trip. She was very insistent, and so as not to argue, something told me I would not be going to the Black Sea, I promised her to do so in a few days. But she said that she would buy me the ticket herself. Then I took out all of my money, or about 10,000 roubles, and gave it to her. "Why so much?" she asked, surprised. I said something about fearing thieves, and asked her to hold on to my money until my departure. She took it and placed it in her purse. she began to kiss me and said it would be easier for her to die than to leave me alone in this condition, but that she was expected and must submit to inevitability, that she would come tomorrow. She begged me not to be afraid of anything. This was at dusk in mid-October. She left. I lay down on the couch and fell asleep without lighting the lamp. I awoke from the sensation that the squid was back. Groping about in the dark, I barely managed to turn on the light. My pocket watch showed 2 o'clock in the morning. I went to bed on the verge of illness and woke up ill. It suddenly seemed that the autumn darkness would pop the window pane and flood the room, and I would drown in it like in ink. I stood up, no longer a man in control of himself. I cried out and felt the urge to run to someone, if only to my landlord upstairs. I fought with myself like a madman. I found enough strength to reach the furnace and light some firewood. When the logs began to crackle and I heard the clattering of the furnace door, I felt slightly better. I dashed to the hall and put on the light there. I found a bottle of white wine, opened it, and began to drink straight from the bottle. This dulled my fear slightly, enough at least that I did not go running to the landlord, but instead returned to the furnace. I opened the door, so that the fire scalded my face and hands, and whispered, "Sense that I am in trouble. Come, come, come." But no one came. The fire roared in the furnace. The rain slashed at the windows. Then came the last drop. I took the heavy manuscripts and draft notebooks of the novel out of my desk drawer and began to burn them. This was horribly tough to do, because used paper burns poorly. Breaking my fingernails, I tore apart the notebooks, sticking them vertically between the logs and ruffling the pages with the poker. The ash got the better of me at times, smothering the flame, but I fought it, and the novel, stubbornly resisting, was none the less doomed. Familiar words flashed in front of me. Amber climbed relentlessly up the pages, but the words still stood out. They vanished only when the paper turned black, and I beat them down furiously with the poker. Just then, someone clawed at the window quietly. My heart jumped, and placing the final pad into the flames, I rushed to open the door. Brick steps led up from the basement to the outer door. Stumbling, I ran up to it and asked quietly, "Who is it?" And a voice, her voice, answered, "Me." I do not remember how, but I got past the chain and the key. The moment she stepped inside, she clung to me, all wet, with wet cheeks and tousled hair, shaking. I could only pronounce a single word. You. And my voice broke, and we ran downstairs. She got out of her coat in the hall, and we quickly entered the first room. With a quiet cry, she reached into the furnace with her bare hands and threw out onto the floor the last of what remained there, a sheaf that had caught fire on the bottom. Smoke instantly filled the room. I stamped out the flame with my feet, while she sank onto the couch and began to cry wildly and feverishly. When she quieted down, I spoke. "I have come to hate this novel, and I am afraid. I am sick. I am scared." She stood up and said, "God, how sick you are. Why this? Why? But I'll save you. I'll save you. Oh, what is happening?" I could see her eyes, swollen from the smoke and the tears. I could feel her cold hands stroking my forehead. "I'll heal you. I'll heal you," she muttered, digging into my shoulders. "You'll restore it. Why? Why didn't I keep a single copy?" She bared her teeth in fury and said something unintelligible. Then, compressing her lips, she began to gather up and straighten out the burned pages. It was some chapter from the middle of the novel. I don't remember which. She bundled up the burned sheets carefully, wrapped them in paper, and tied them with a ribbon. Her every action showed that she was full of determination and in control of herself. She demanded wine and, after a drink, spoke more calmly. "This is how one pays for lies," she spoke, "and I don't want to lie any more. I would stay here with you even now, but I don't want to do it this way. I don't want him to always remember that I ran away from him at night. He never did me any wrong. He was called away suddenly. There was a fire at the factory where he works. But he'll be back soon. I will have a talk with him tomorrow morning, tell him I love another, and return to you forever. But tell me, perhaps you do not want this." "My poor, poor darling," I said to her, "I won't allow you to do this. Bad things will happen to me, and I don't want you to perish with me." "Is that the only reason?" she asked, bringing her eyes close to mine. "The only one." She livened up immensely, clung to me, hugging my neck, and said, "I perish with you. In the morning I shall be here." And this is the last I remember of my life. A band of light coming from my hall, and in it a dishevelled lock of hair, her beret, and her resolute eyes. Also the black silhouette of the outer door and the white package. I would walk you back, but I haven't the strength to return on my own. I am afraid. "Don't be. Wait a few hours. Tomorrow morning I'll be with you." Those were her last words in my life. "Shh!" The sick man interrupted himself suddenly and raised his finger. "Quite the restless moonlit night this is." He vanished on the balcony. Ivan heard little wheels roll by in the corridor, and someone whimpered or yelped quietly. When everything was quiet again, the guest returned and revealed that room 120 had received a new occupant. Someone asking for his head back was brought in. The two spent a moment in silent alarm, but then calmed down and returned to the interrupted conversation. The guest barely opened his mouth, but the night was truly a restless one. Voices still came from the corridor, and the guest began to speak in Ivan's ear so quietly that, apart from the first phrase, his tale belonged to the poet alone. "A quarter hour after she left me, someone knocked on my window." The sick man was clearly very distressed by whatever he was whispering in Ivan's ear. Spasms passed repeatedly over his face. Fear and rage flowed and darted in his eyes. With his hand, the narrator gestured somewhere in the direction of the moon, which had long since left the balcony. Only when all the outside sounds ceased did the guest move away from Ivan and speak louder. And so, in the middle of January, at night, in the same coat, but with the buttons torn off, I shivered in the cold of my tiny garden. Behind me lay heaps of snow, concealing the lilac bushes, while ahead and below were my own little windows, dimly lit and draped. I pressed against one of them and listened. A gramophone was playing in my rooms. That was all I heard, but I could not see a thing. After standing around a while, I went out the gate into the alley. Flurries frolicked there. A dog darted under my feet and frightened me, and I ran across the street away from it. Cold and fear, the latter now a constant companion, were driving me into a frenzy. I had nowhere to go, and the simplest solution would have been to throw myself under a tram on the street my alley led to. Far away I could see those icy boxes, full of light, and heard their repugnant screeching in the cold. But, my dear neighbour, the thing was that fear possessed every cell of my body, and I was afraid of the tram just as I was of the dog. Yes, you won't find an illness in this building worse than mine, I assure you. But you could have let her know, Ivan said, sympathising with the poor patient. Besides, she had your money, didn't she? Surely she has kept it? Have no doubt, of course she has. But evidently you do not understand me, or, more accurately, I have lost all powers of description I had once possessed. I do not miss them, though, for I no longer have any use for them. She— The guest looked reverently into the darkness of the night. She would be greeted with a notice from the madhouse. How can one send letters with an address such as this? Mentally ill? You must be joking, my friend. No, to make her unhappy, I cannot do that. Ivan had nothing to refute this, but he sympathised silently with the guest, commiserated with him, and the latter nodded his head and black cap from the pain of his memories, and spoke thus. Poor woman, though I have some hope that she's forgotten me. But you may get better, Ivan said timidly. I am incurable, the guest replied calmly. When Stravinsky says that he will restore me to life, I do not believe him. He is humane, and simply wishes to console me. I do not deny, though, that I feel far better now. So where was I then? The cold, the trams flying by. I knew that this clinic had just opened, and crossed the entire city on foot. Madness. Once outside of town, I would have probably frozen to death, but chance saved me. A truck had some sort of breakdown about 3 miles from city limits. I went up to the driver, and to my surprise, he took pity on me. The truck was headed here, and he drove me. I got off with frost-bitten toes on my left foot, but they took care of that. And so here I am, for the 4th month now. And I don't find it bad here at all, you know. Truly, there is no need to make grand plans, dear neighbour. For instance, I once wanted to travel around the entire globe. Well, so it turns out it is not to be. I see but an insignificant portion of said globe. I doubt this is the best to be found on it, but I say again, it is not so bad. Summer approaches, and the ivy will wind round the balcony just as Praskovia Fyodorovna promises. The keys have broadened my possibilities. The moon will come at night. Ah, but it is gone. The air is growing fresher. The night falls past midnight. It's time for me to go. Tell me, what happened afterwards with Yeshua and Pilate? Ivan asked. I beg you, I want to know. Oh, no, the guest replied, twitching painfully. I cannot recall my novel without shaking. And your acquaintance from the patriarchs could have done it better than I. Thank you for the conversation. Goodbye. And before Ivan could gather his wits, the grating closed with a quiet clang, and the guest disappeared. Chapter 14. Glory to the Rooster. His nerves couldn't take it, as they say, and Rimsky did not wait for the police report to be finished, and fled to his office. He now sat at his desk and stared at the magical 10-ruble bills lying before him with swollen eyes. The financial director's mind was severely disturbed. A steady hum came from the outside. Streams of people poured out of the variety and onto the street. The financial director's extremely sensitive ears suddenly picked up the distinctive trill of a police whistle. By its very nature, the sound did not bode well. And when it came again, aided by a longer and more forceful second, and joined by clearly audible guffawing and even some whooping, the financial director immediately deduced that something wicked and scandalous had taken place outside on the street, and that this event, as much as one would like to shrug it off, was very closely connected to the repulsive séance orchestrated by the black magician and his assistants. The perceptive financial director was not the least bit mistaken. No sooner did he glance through the window facing out on Sadovaya than his face twisted and he hissed rather than whispered, "I knew it." In the bright glare of powerful streetlights, he saw a lady wearing only a chemise and violet underwear on the pavement below. There was a hat on her head, however, and an umbrella in her hands. The lady was in a state of utter confusion, crouching one moment and making to run off somewhere the next. An excited crowd encircled her, producing the very guffawing that sent chills down the financial director's spine. Some gentleman darted round the lady, trying to tear off his summer coat, but too agitated to free his arm, which was stuck in one of the sleeves. Shouts and roaring laughter came from another spot, more specifically by the left entrance, and turning his head, Grigory Danilovich beheld a second lady, this one in pink undergarments. She had leapt off the road and onto the pavement, aiming to hide in a doorway, but the emerging people blocked her path. Deceived by the vile fagot's store, the poor victim of her own frivolity and love of garments dreamt of but one thing, to be swallowed up by the earth. A policeman headed for the unfortunate woman, piercing the air with his whistle, and several happy young men in caps hurried after him. They turned out to be the source of the guffawing and whooping. A thin cabby with a moustache flew up to the first undressed woman and briskly reined in his bony, broken horse. The moustached face bore a happy grin. Rimsky hit his head with his fist, spat, and jumped away from the window. He sat at his desk for a while, listening to the sounds from the street. The whistling from different directions reached its high point and then began to fade. To Rimsky's surprise, the scandal was liquidated with unusual speed. It was time for action, and he would have to drink the bitter cup of responsibility. The phones had been fixed during the third segment, and he needed to call, report what had happened, ask for help, lie, dump everything on Likodiev, exonerate himself, and so on. Bah! Damn it to hell! Twice the upset director laid his hand upon the receiver, and twice he took it off. And suddenly, in the dead silence of the office, the phone itself exploded in sound, right in the financial director's face, and he flinched and went cold. My nerves are seriously upset, though, he thought, as he picked up the receiver. He drew back from it the same instant, and grew whiter than paper. A quiet, and at the same time sneaky and lewd female voice whispered from the receiver. "Don't call anyone, Rimsky, or else." The receiver fell silent at once. Feeling goosebumps on his back, the financial director put down the receiver and glanced at the window behind him for some reason. Through the sparse branches of the maple, lightly coated in green, he saw the moon racing through a transparent cloud. His eyes chained to the branches, Rimsky stared, and the more he stared, the stronger and stronger grew the fear that gripped him. Making an effort, the financial director turned away from the moonlit window and rose. All telephone calls were now completely out of the question, and the financial director thought of only one thing: how to leave the theatre as soon as possible. He listened. The theatre was silent. Rimsky realized that he had been alone on the second floor for some time, and an insurmountable, childlike fear took hold of him at this thought. The idea of crossing the empty hallways alone and descending the stairs made him shudder. He feverishly grabbed the hypnotist's tens off the desk, put them in his briefcase, and coughed to give himself a little courage. The cough came out hoarse and weak. And then he felt a sort of putrid dampness drift in from under the office door. Shivers ran down the financial director's spine. On top of that, the clock suddenly began to strike midnight. Even the chimes caused the financial director to shake. But his heart truly sank when he heard the English key turning quietly in the lock. Digging into his briefcase with cold, clammy hands, the financial director felt that if the rustling in the keyhole were to last even a little longer, he would cave in and let out a piercing scream. The door finally yielded to someone's efforts and opened. Varyonika stepped noiselessly into the office. Rimsky sat down in the chair right where he stood, for his legs buckled underneath him. Gathering enough air in his lungs, he smiled a fawning sort of smile and said quietly, "God, how you frightened me." True, the sudden arrival could have frightened anyone, and nonetheless it was also a source of great joy. At least one end in this tangled case had turned up. "Well, speak already. Well, well," Rimsky said hoarsely, grasping at that end. "What does it all mean?" "Forgive me, please," the visitor said in a hollow voice, closing the door. "I thought you'd already left." And, without taking off his cap, Varyonika went to a chair and sat on the opposite side of the table. There was something a little strange in Varyonika's response, and it pricked instantly at the financial director, whose sensitivity could rival that of the world's best seismographs. How could this be? Why would Varyonika go to the financial director's office if he did not expect to find him there? He had an office of his own. This was the first problem, and here was the second. No matter what entrance Varyonika used to get in, he invariably had to have run into one of the night watchmen, who had all been told that Grigory Danilovich would stay late in his office. But the financial director did not puzzle at this oddity for long. He had other things to worry about. "Why didn't you call? What's the meaning of all that nonsense with Yalta?" "Well, it's just like I said," the manager replied, smacking his lips as if he had a toothache. "They found him in the tavern at Pushkino." "What do you mean, in Pushkino? Just outside Moscow? What about the telegrams from Yalta?" "The hell they were. He got Pushkino's telegrapher drunk, and they both started messing around, sending telegrams marked Yalta, among other things." "Yeah, aha. Well, okay. Okay," Rimsky practically sang. His eyes lit up with little yellow flames. A festive picture of Stiopa's disgraceful dismissal from work came together in his head. Freedom! Long-awaited freedom for the financial director from misery in the person of Likhodiev. Or perhaps Stefan Bogdanovich would lose more than his job. "Details," Rimsky said, tapping a paperweight on his desk. And so Varyonika began to narrate the details. As soon as he got to where the financial director had sent him, he was received at once and most carefully listened to. No one believed for a minute that Stiopa could be in Yalta. Everyone immediately agreed with Varyonika's theory that Likhodiev was in Pushkino's Yalta. "Where is he now?" interrupted the excited financial director. "Where else?" the manager replied with a crooked grin. "In the drunk tank, of course." "Well, well. Oh, thank you." Meanwhile, Varyonika went on with his story, and the further he got, the more vivid became the lengthy chain of Likhodiev's subsequent indecencies and atrocities. As it unfolded before the financial director, each new link was worse than the last. How about the drunken dance with the telegrapher on the front lawn of Pushkino's telegraph to the tune of some errant harmonica? The pursuit of some ladies who were screaming in terror? The attempt to beat up the bartender at the Yalta itself? The scattering of scallions on the floor of the self-same Yalta? The smashing of 8 bottles of dry white Idanil? the breaking of a taxi's meter when the driver would not let Stiopa in the cab, the threats of arrest made against citizens who attempted to put a stop to Stiopa's rampage. In other words, a nightmare. Stiopa was well known in Moscow's theatrical circles, and everyone knew that the man was no joy to deal with. But still, the manager's tale seemed a little over the top even for Stiopa. Yes, a little over the top. Perhaps even a lot. Rimsky's piercing eyes cut into the manager's face from across the table, and the more Varyonika spoke, the grimmer those eyes became. The more lifelike and colourful the despicable details tacked on by the manager, the less the financial director believed them. When Varyonika informed him that Stiopa had lost it to the point of resisting those sent to return him to Moscow, the financial director firmly knew that all that the midnight visitor had told him was, all of it, lies. Lies from the first word to the last. Varyonika never went to Pushkino, nor did Stiopa himself. There was no drunken telegrapher, no broken window in the tavern. No one bound Stiopa with ropes. None of it happened. As soon as the financial director became firmly convinced that the manager was lying, fear began to crawl along his body from the feet up, and for the second time he felt a putrid, malarial dampness creeping along the floor. Without taking his eyes off the manager, who contorted in his chair, always trying to stay in the blue shade of the desk lamp, awkwardly hiding from the apparently unpleasant light behind a newspaper, the financial director thought of only what it could all mean. Why would the all-too-late returned manager lie to him so brazenly in this empty and silent building? And the cognizance of danger, unknown but ominous, began to gnaw at the financial director's soul. Pretending not to notice the manager's evasions and tricks with the newspaper, the financial director stared at Varyonika's face, barely listening to whatever the man was spinning. There was something far more bizarre than the slanderous and, for reasons unknown, fictitious tale of Pushkino escapades, and that something was the change in the manager's appearance and behaviour. No matter how much the latter pulled the duckbill visor of his cap over his eyes to cast a shadow on his face, no matter how he twisted the newspaper sheet, the financial director managed to see a gigantic bruise on the right side of his face near the nose. Besides that, the usually full-blooded manager was now covered in a sickly, chalky pallor. And despite the hot, stuffy night, an old striped scarf was twisted round his neck for some reason. Factoring in the disgusting habit of sucking and smacking acquired by the manager during his absence, his significantly altered voice, now hollow and coarse, and the shiftiness and trepidation in his eyes, one could easily say that Ivan Savalyevich Varyonika had become completely unrecognizable. Something else drove the financial director to burn in agitation, but what it was he could not decipher, no matter how much he strained his inflamed mind, no matter how hard he peered at Varyonika. He could only ascertain that there was something unbelievable, unnatural, in the union of the manager with the familiar chair. "So they got the best of him, finally loaded him into the car," Varyonika droned, peeking out from behind the newspaper sheet and covering the bruise with the palm of his hand. Rimsky extended his hand suddenly, his fingers playing along the tabletop, and, as if accidentally, pressed the button of the electric bell with his palm. He froze stiff. The sharp noise would undoubtedly have been heard throughout the empty building. But the noise did not follow, and the button sank lifelessly into the plane of the desktop. The button was dead, the bell broken. The financial director's guile did not escape Varyonika, who twitched and asked, with an unmistakably hateful fire in his eyes. "What are you ringing for?" "Just a reflex," the financial director replied dully, yanking back his hand, and asked unsteadily in turn, "What's that on your face?" "Car skidded. Hit myself on the door handle," Varyunica replied, averting his eyes. "He's lying," the financial director exclaimed mentally, and then his eyes grew round and absolutely mad as he stared at the back of the chair. Behind the chair on the floor lay two overlapping shadows, one thicker and darker, the other faded and grey. The shadows cast by the chair's back and sharp legs showed clearly on the floor, but the shadow of Varyunica's head was missing above the back, just as the shadows from the manager's legs were not among those of the chair's legs. "He is not casting a shadow!" Rimsky cried desperately in his own head. He began to shake. Varyunica looked back furtively, following Rimsky's crazed glance to beyond the chair's back, and realized that he had been exposed. He rose from the chair, the financial director did the same, and stepped back from the table, clutching his briefcase. "You guessed it, you bastard. Always were the clever one," Varyunica said, sneering maliciously right in the financial director's face. Suddenly, he jumped from the chair to the door and quickly pushed down the latch of the English lock. The financial director looked round in desperation, retreated towards the window facing the garden, and in that moon-flooded window he saw the face of a naked girl pressed against the glass, her bare arm reaching through the vent, trying to open the bottom latch. The top one was already open. It seemed to Rimsky that the light from his desk lamp was fading, and the desk itself tilting. An icy wave washed over him, but fortunately he overcame himself and remained on his feet. The remainder of his strength went into a whisper, not a scream. "Help!" Valyunica hopped around by the door he was guarding, remaining in the air for long periods of time. He kept waving at Rimsky with crooked fingers, hissing and smacking and winking at the girl in the window. She hurried, stuck her head of red hair through the vent, extended her arm as far as she could, and began to claw at the bottom latch with her fingernails, shaking the window frame. Her arm began to stretch as if made of rubber, and turned putrid green. Finally, the dead woman's green fingers clasped the knob of the latch, turned it, and the frame began to open. Rimsky cried out weakly, leaned against the wall, and thrust out his briefcase like a shield. He understood that his end had come. The frame swung wide open, but instead of the fresh night air and the aroma of lindens, a crypt-like stench tore into the room. The dead woman stepped onto the windowsill. Rimsky clearly saw the spots of decay on her chest. And then a joyous, unexpected crowing of a rooster came from the garden, from the low structure behind the shooting gallery, where the various birds used in performances were kept. The raucous trained rooster trumpeted his announcement that dawn was rolling into Moscow from the east. Savage fury distorted the girl's face, and she let out a hoarse curse, while Varyunica squealed by the door and tumbled from the air onto the floor. The rooster's cry came again, the girl clacked her teeth, and her red hair stood on end. At the rooster's third cry, she turned and flew out, following her, leaping and extending horizontally in the air so that he resembled a flying cupid. Varyunica floated slowly over the desk and out the window. White as snow, without a single remaining black hair, the old man, who had recently been Rimsky, ran to the door, undid the latch, opened the door, and dashed down the dark corridor. At the turn to the staircase, moaning in fear, he fumbled for the switch, and the staircase lit up. On the stairs, The trembling, shaking old man fell because he imagined that Varyonika had softly pounced on him from above. Running down, Rimsky saw the night watchman, who had fallen asleep on his chair by the box office in the vestibule. Rimsky stole past him on tiptoes and slipped out the main entrance. Out on the street, he felt somewhat better. He collected himself enough that, grasping his head, he managed to recall that he had left his hat in the office. Needless to say, he did not return for it. Instead, gasping for air, he ran across the broad street towards a dim red light hovering on the corner by the movie theatre. In another moment, he was next to it. No one had managed to grab the taxi. "To the Leningrad Express with a good tip," the old man said, panting and clutching his heart. "I'm going to the garage," the driver answered hatefully and turned away. Then Rimsky opened his briefcase, extracted 50 rubles, and handed them to the driver through the open window. Several moments later, the clattering car was flying down the Sadovaya ring road like a hurricane. The passenger was tossed around on the back seat, and in the broken piece of mirror hanging before the driver, Rimsky could see the driver's happy eyes alternate with his own crazed ones. Jumping out of the car in front of the train station, Rimsky shouted at the first man he saw in a white apron with a badge. "First class, single, I'll pay you 30. Crumpling the tens, he took them out of his briefcase. "No first, I'll take second. Nil second, give me the hard bench." Glancing back at the lit clock, the man with the badge tore the tens from Rimsky's hands. 5 minutes later, the express disappeared from underneath the glass dome of the train station and vanished entirely in the darkness. Rimsky vanished with it. Chapter 15. Nikanor Ivanovitch's Dream. It is not too difficult to guess that the fat, purple-faced man placed in the clinic in room 119 was Nikanor Ivanovitch Bosoy. He did not end up at Professor Stravinsky's right away, however, for he first spent some time in a totally different place. Nikanor Ivanovitch had few memories of this other place. He could only recall a desk, a cabinet, and a couch. The men in the place had a talk with Nikanor Ivanovitch, whose vision was blurry from head rushes and general agitation. But the talk turned out to be rather strange and jumbled. To put it better, the talk did not turn out at all. The very first question posed to Nikanor Ivanovitch was this: "Are you, Nikanor Ivanovitch Bosoy, chairman of the Tenants' Association of 302B on Sadovaya?" Bursting out in hideous laughter, Nikanor Ivanovitch said exactly this. "I'm Nikanor, of course I'm Nikanor, but what a deuce kind of chairman am I?" "Meaning what?" they asked, narrowing their eyes at Nikanor Ivanovitch. "Meaning," he replied, "that had I been any sort of chairman, I ought to have instantly figured out that he was one of those evil spirits. After all, what is this? Cracked pince-nez, decked out in rags? How could he possibly be an interpreter for a foreigner?" "What are you talking about?" they asked Nikanor Ivanovitch. "Korovyov!" Nikanor Ivanovitch exclaimed. "Set up house in our apartment 50. Write it down. Korovyov. You need to catch him immediately. Write it down. 6th entrance. He's there." "Where did you get the foreign currency?" they asked Nikanor Ivanovitch affectionately. "True God, God Almighty," spoke Nikanor Ivanovitch. "He sees all, and it serves me right. Never laid a finger on it, never suspected any foreign currency. May the Almighty punish me for my sins," Nikanor Ivanovitch continued emotionally, all the while buttoning or unbuttoning his shirt and crossing himself. "I was on the take. I took our stuff, Soviet money, registered folk for money, no argument, it happened. Our secretary, Polyushnev's a good one too, a damn good one. Let's be frank, everyone on a tenants' board's a thief. But I didn't take any foreign currency." In response to a request to quit fooling around and explain how the dollars ended up in the ventilation shaft, Nikanor Ivanovich fell to his knees and swayed, opening his mouth as if trying to swallow a parquet tile. "Say the word," he moaned, "and I'll eat dirt that I didn't do it. And Korolyov, he's the devil." All patience is known to have limits, and the voice coming from the other side of the desk was raised, hinting to Nikanor Ivanovich that he'd better start speaking in plain language. Then the room with the couch was filled with the savage howling of Nikanor Ivanovich, who had leapt from his knees. "There he is! There he is behind the cabinet! Look at him smirk! And his pince-nez! Grab him! Cleanse the room with holy water!" Blood left Nikanor Ivanovich's face. Shaking, he made the sign of the cross in the air, darted to the door and back while singing some psalm, and finally began spewing utter gibberish. It became absolutely clear that Nikanor Ivanovich was in no state for any sort of talk. He was led out and placed in a separate room, where he quietened down somewhat and turned to praying and snivelling. Naturally, they drove to Sadovaya and paid a visit to apartment number 50. But they did not find any Korolyovs, nor had anyone in the building seen or known any. The apartment, occupied by the deceased Berlioz and Lichodiev, who went to Yalta, was completely empty. Wax seals hung peacefully on the cabinets in the study, undisturbed by anyone. With this they left Sadovaya, and the confused and subdued secretary of the tenants' board, Prolyezhnev, departed with them. In the evening, Nikanor Ivanovich was delivered to Stravinsky's clinic. There he became so unruly that he had to be injected with Stravinsky's special formula. Only after midnight did Nikanor Ivanovich fall asleep in room 119, occasionally emitting heavy, pitiful moans in his sleep. But the more time passed, the easier his sleep became. He stopped tossing and moaning, began to breathe easily and regularly, and therefore was left alone. Then Nikanor Ivanovich experienced a dream, undoubtedly triggered by the day's events. It began with Nikanor Ivanovich envisioning that some people with golden trumpets were leading him very ceremonially towards a set of large, lacquered doors. At the doors, the escorts played a sort of flourish for Nikanor Ivanovich, and a deep, resonant voice intoned cheerfully from the heavens. "Welcome, Nikanor Ivanovich. Turn over your foreign currency." Extremely surprised, Nikanor Ivanovich looked up and saw a black loudspeaker. Then he somehow found himself in a theatre, where crystal chandeliers shone beneath a gilded ceiling, and canquet lamps lined the walls. Everything was nice and proper, befitting a small but very posh theatre. There was a stage, covered by a velvet curtain, with oversized golden images of 10-ruble bills littering its dark cerise background like stars. There was a prompter's box, and even an audience. Nikanor Ivanovich was also surprised by the fact that the audience consisted of a single gender, male, and was entirely bearded. Another astounding feature was the absence of seats in the theatre. The whole audience was sitting on the beautifully polished and slippery floor. Embarrassed in this large new company, Nikanor Ivanovich dawdled for a while and then followed the general example by sitting cross-legged on the floor, huddling between some brawny, bearded redhead and another gentleman, pale and severely unshaven. None of the sitters paid any attention to the newly arrived spectator. Then came the soft ringing of a bell, the lights in the theatre extinguished, and the curtain parted to reveal a lit stage with a solid black velvet backdrop, containing an armchair and a table with a little golden bell on it. A clean-shaven young actor, with very pleasant facial features, came out from the wings. He wore an evening jacket, and his hair was parted down the middle. The audience in the theatre livened up, and everyone turned towards the stage. The actor stepped up to the prompter's box and rubbed his hands together. "Everyone seated?" he asked in a soft baritone, and smiled at the theatre. "Seated, seated," basses and tenors called from the theatre in chorus. The actor spoke thoughtfully. "And how you don't get bored I'll never know. Everyone is outside, walking the streets like human beings, enjoying the spring sun and warmth, and you're stuck here on the floor in a stuffy theatre. Surely the programme is not that interesting." "Well, to each his own," the actor concluded philosophically. Then, altering the tone and timbre of his voice, he loudly and cheerfully announced, "And so, the next number in our programme, Nikanor Ivanovich Bosoy, chairman of a tenants' association and director of a dietary diner. Let's hear it for Nikanor Ivanovich." The actor's words were met with general applause. The astonished Nikanor Ivanovich's eyes bulged as the MC shielded himself from the stage lights with his arm, found Nikanor Ivanovich among the others, and beckoned him gently on stage. And without realizing it, Nikanor Ivanovich ended up on the stage. Multicoloured lights struck his eyes from the bottom and from the front, causing the rest of the theatre to disappear instantly into darkness along with the audience. "All right then, Nikanor Ivanovich, why don't you set a good example for us?" the young actor said affectionately, "and hand over your currency." Silence fell. Nikanor Ivanovich inhaled and began quietly. "I swear to God that—" But no sooner did he speak the words than the entire house burst out in indignant shouting. At a loss, Nikanor Ivanovich fell silent. "As far as I understood," the programme leader spoke, "you were about to swear to God that you had no currency." And he glanced sympathetically at Nikanor Ivanovich. "Quite right, I haven't." "Right," the actor replied. "But then, if you pardon my indiscretion, what was the origin of the $400 found in the bathroom of the apartment solely inhabited by you and your spouse?" "Magic," someone in the dark theatre said with obvious sarcasm. "Quite right, magic," Nikanor Ivanovich replied sheepishly, though it was unclear whether he was addressing the actor or the dark theatre. "Evil spirits, the checkered interpreter planted them," he explained. And again the house roared indignantly. When it was silent again, the actor said, "Can you believe the La Fontaine fables I have to listen to? Planted $400. You folks, you're all currency speculators here. I ask for your expertise. Is something like this even conceivable?" "We're not speculators," various offended voices called out from the audience. "But this is inconceivable." "I wholeheartedly agree," the actor said firmly. "And let me ask you, what can people plant?" "A baby," someone shouted from the theatre. "Absolutely right," the announcer confirmed. "A baby. An anonymous letter, a proclamation, an infernal machine, who knows what else, but no one is ever going to plant $400, for such idiots do not exist in nature." And turning to Nikanor Ivanovich, the actor added with sad reproach, "You've disappointed me, Nikanor Ivanovich. I had such high hopes for you. Alas, our number has failed." Derisive whistling, directed at Nikanor Ivanovich, came from the audience. "Speculator!" they shouted. "We innocents suffer because of the likes of him." "Don't admonish him," the MC said softly. "He'll repent." And turning his tearful blue eyes towards Nikanor Ivanovich, he added, "Go ahead, Nikanor Ivanovich. take your place." Following this, the actor rang the bell and loudly announced, "Intermission, you scoundrels!" Having unexpectedly become a participant of this strange theatrical programme, the shaken Nikanor Ivanovitch again found himself on his spot on the floor. Here he dreamt that the theatre became pitch black, and the walls began to burn with red letters that said, "Turn in your currency." Then the curtain opened again, and the MC said invitingly, "Let me ask Sergei Gerardovich Dunchil to the stage." Dunchil turned out to be a respectable, though seriously unkempt man of about 50. "Sergei Gerardovich," the MC addressed him, "for a month and a half now you've been sitting here, stubbornly refusing to turn in the remainder of your foreign currency, at a time when the country needs it, and you do not in the least, and still you won't budge. You are an intelligent man, you understand all this perfectly, and still you won't help me out." "Regrettably, I cannot do a thing, as I have no more currency," Dunchil calmly replied. "So, how about some diamonds at least?" the actor asked. "No diamonds either." The actor hung his head, grew pensive, and then clapped his hands. A middle-aged lady came out from the wings, fashionably dressed, that is, wearing a collarless coat and a tiny hat. The lady looked distressed. Dunchil glanced at her, without batting an eyelid. "Who is this lady?" the announcer asked Dunchil. "This is my wife," Dunchil said with dignity, gazing at the lady's long neck with a certain degree of disgust. "We had to trouble you, Madame Dunchil, for the following reason," the MC said to the lady. "We wanted to ask you if your husband had any more foreign currency." "He turned it all in back then," Madame Dunchil replied nervously. "Right," said the actor. "Well, if it's true then, it's true. If he turned it all in, we must immediately part with Sergei Gerardovich. Nothing we can do about that. You may leave the theatre if you wish, Sergei Gerardovich." And the actor made a grand gesture. Dunchil turned and began to walk towards the wings in a calm and dignified fashion. "Just one moment," the MC stopped him. "Let me show you one more number from our programme, just to say goodbye." And he clapped his hands again. The black backdrop parted, and a beautiful young woman in a ball gown came on stage. In her hands was a golden tray containing a fat wad of cash bound with a ribbon, and a diamond necklace that flashed blue, yellow, and red fire in all directions. Dunchil took a step back, and his face turned pale. The audience froze. $18,000 and a necklace worth $40,000 in gold, the actor announced dramatically, were what Sergei Gerardovich kept in the city of Kharkov in the apartment of his mistress, Ida Herkulanovna Vors, whom we have the pleasure of now seeing before us, and who has kindly assisted us in the recovery of these treasures, which, though priceless, are worthless in the hands of a private individual. Thank you very much, Ida Herkulanovna." The beauty smiled, flashing her teeth, and her thick eyelashes fluttered. "Under your very respectable facade," the actor said to Dunchil, "hides a greedy spider and an astonishing swindler and liar. You've driven us all mad with your thick-headed obstinacy in this month and a half. Go home now, and let the hell that your spouse unleashes upon you be your punishment." Dunchil swayed and was about to fall, but someone's compassionate hands steadied him. The front curtain fell, and concealed all those present on stage. Frenzied applause shook the theatre, to the extent that Nikanor Ivanovich thought he saw the lights quake in the chandeliers. When the black front curtain rose again, the stage contained no one except for the solitary actor. He brought on a second bout of applause, bowed, and spoke. In the person of Dunchil, we have seen a typical ass in our programme. As I had the pleasure of saying yesterday, the clandestine hoarding of foreign currency is absurd. It cannot be used under any circumstances, I assure you. Take this Dunchil, for instance. He receives an excellent salary and wants for nothing. He has a lovely apartment, a wife, and a beauty of a mistress. But no, rather than living in peace and quiet, having turned in the currency and the gemstones, this avaricious dolt got himself exposed in front of everybody, and ended up with a major marital problem as well. And so, who would like to turn in theirs? No one? In that case, the next number in our programme, a famous stage talent, the actor Sava Potapovich Kurolyesov, who has been specially invited to perform excerpts from The Covetous Knight by the poet Pushkin. The promised Kurolyesov appeared on stage without delay. He turned out to be a tall, meaty, clean-shaven man in a tailcoat and white necktie. Without any sort of introduction, he composed a grim face, moved his eyebrows together, and spoke in an unnatural voice, glancing sidelong at the golden bell. As the young hoodlum does await a rendezvous with some sly strumpet. And Kurolyesov told many bad things about himself. Nikanor Ivanovich heard Kurolyesov admit that a poor widow once knelt before him on her knees in the rain, howling, yet failed to move the actor's callous heart. Prior to his dream, Nikanor Ivanovich had no knowledge whatsoever of the poet Pushkin's writing, even though he knew the famous poet personally and would daily come up with phrases like, "And who's going to pay the rent, Pushkin?" Or, "So I guess it was Pushkin who stole the light bulb from the stairwell," or, "Perhaps Pushkin will buy the heating fuel for us." Now, having become acquainted with one of his works, Nikanor Ivanovich grew sad. He imagined a woman on her knees in the rain, surrounded by orphans, and thought involuntarily, "What a bastard that Kurolyesov." The latter, raising his voice with every word, kept on confessing. He managed to utterly confuse Nikanor Ivanovich by suddenly addressing someone not on the stage, and then replying for that person. He would call himself king and baron and father and son, and address himself both formally and familiarly. Nikanor Ivanovich understood only that the actor died a wicked death, crying out, "Keys, my keys!" The actor then fell to the floor, gasping, and carefully tearing off his tie. Having died, Kurolyesov rose up, brushed the dust from his trousers, bowed, smiled a fake smile, and left to the sound of weak applause. As for the MC, he spoke thus. "We have just heard Sava Potapovich's fantastic rendition of The Covetous Knight. This particular knight hoped to be surrounded by frolicking nymphs, and expected many other pleasant things in that vein to occur. But, as you can see, none of that happened. No nymphs came running to him, no muses brought tribute, and he never erected any glorious halls. On the contrary, he ended up most poorly, died of a stroke on his chests of foreign currency and gemstones, and to hell with him. I warn you that if you do not turn in your currency, you will end up like him, if not worse." Whether it was Pushkin's poetry or the MC's prosaic speech that made the greatest impression, a hesitant voice came suddenly from the audience. I am turning in currency.
Please, join me on the stage,
the MC invited politely, peering into the dark theatre. A blonde gentleman of diminutive stature appeared on the stage. Judging by his face, he had not shaved for approximately 3 weeks.
Pardon me, but what is your name?
The MC inquired. Nikolai Kanafkin, the man replied bashfully.
Yeah, pleasure to meet you, Mr. Kanafkin. So?
I'm turning it in, Kanafkin said quietly.
How much?
$1,000 and 20 gold 10 pieces.
Bravo! Is that all you've got?
The announcer stared Kanafkin right in the eyes, and Nikanor Ivanovich even thought he saw beams of light burst from those eyes and penetrate Kanafkin like X-rays. The theatre was breathless.
I believe him, the actor exclaimed at last, and extinguished his glare. I believe him! These eyes don't lie. After all, how many times have I told you that your principal mistake lies in underestimating the significance of a man's eyes? Understand that the tongue may conceal the truth, but the eyes never. You are asked an unexpected question. You don't even flinch. You take hold of yourself in a second. You know what to say to hide the truth, and you say it most convincingly, without a fold on your face stirring. But alas, the truth, perturbed by the question, sneaks into your eyes for but a moment from the bottom of your soul. And it's all over. It is seen, and you are caught.
After pronouncing this convincing speech with much fervour, the actor inquired gently of Kanafkin,
Where is it hidden?
At my aunt's, Porohovnikova, on Precistenka Street.
Ah, this is... Hold on, this is Claudia Ilinichna, is it?
Yes.
Oh, yes, 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 yes! That little house, across from a little garden? I know it, of course. But where do you stick 'em?
In the cellar, in an Einem candy box.
The actor clasped his hands. Have you ever seen anything like this? He cried in disappointment. Why, they'll grow all mouldy and musty in there. Can you entrust currency to people like this? Huh? Like children or something, by God?
Kanafkin also realised his faux pas and general boorishness, and hung his unkempt head.
Money,
continued the actor,
must be kept in the State Bank, in specially designed, dry, and well-guarded rooms, not in your auntie's cellar, where it can be ruined by rats, among other things. For shame, Kanafkin! You're a grown man, after all.
Without a place to hide, Kanafkin resorted to picking the lapel of his jacket with his finger.
All right, then,
the actor softened.
Bygones are bygones.
And then he added suddenly,
Oh, and by the way, to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, save the car a trip, this aunt of yours has some of her own, doesn't she, eh?
Kanafkin did not at all anticipate this turn of events, and quivered. The theatre fell silent.
Oh, Kanafkin, the MC said with affectionate reproach, and to think I was just praising him. Looky here, he just messed up on me out of the blue. That's just silly, Kanafkin. I was just telling you about the eyes a minute ago. Anyone can see that the aunt has some. What are you tormenting us for? She does, Kanafkin shouted boldly. Bravo! Cried the MC. Bravo! The theatre roared fearsomely. When all was quiet, the MC congratulated Kanafkin, shook his hand, and offered him a car ride back to town. Speaking to someone in the wings, he instructed this same car to drop by the aunt's and invite her to the women's theatre programme. I also wanted to ask you, The aunt never mentioned where she hides hers, does she? The MC inquired, kindly offering Kanafkin a cigarette and a lit match. Lighting up, the latter scoffed mournfully. I believe you, the actor said, sighing. Forget a nephew, that old hag wouldn't tell the devil himself. Well, we sure will try to awaken the human side in her. Perhaps not all the strings are rotten in her stingy little soul. All the best, Kanafkin. The happy Kanafkin departed. The actor inquired whether anyone else wanted to turn in currency, but was met with silence. Silly people, by God, the actor said, shrugging, and disappeared behind the curtain. The lights turned off, and there was darkness for a while. A nervous tenor came from far off, singing, Great heaps of gold there be, and all of them belong to me. 2 rounds of applause came from somewhere far away. Some lady turning it in at the Women's Theatre, Nikanor Ivanovitch's red-headed, bearded neighbour said suddenly, and added with a sigh, Oh, if it weren't for my geese— I have fighting geese in Leonozova, my dear fellow. I fear they'll kick the bucket without me. A fighting bird is a tender creature. It needs great care. Oh, if it weren't for the geese— Pushkin, that's nothing. And he went on sighing. The theatre lit up brightly, and Nikanor Ivanovitch dreamt that cooks poured in from all the doors, wearing white hats and carrying ladles. Their assistants dragged in a cauldron of soup and a cart with sliced rye bread. The audience livened up. The cheerful cooks dashed between the spectators, pouring soup into bowls and handing out bread. Eat up, guys, the cook shouted, and turn in your currency. Why sit here for nothing? As if you really want to guzzle down this swill. Go home, have a drink, have a bite. Nice. Let's say you, Pops, why are you here? A fat cook with a red neck said directly to Nikanor Ivanovitch, handing him a bowl with a solitary leaf of cabbage floating in some liquid. I don't have any! None! None! Nikanor Ivanovitch cried in a terrible voice. Do you understand? None! None? Roared the cook in a deep, menacing voice. None? He asked in a female voice. None? None? He muttered soothingly, turning into the nurse, Praskovya Fyodorovna. She was shaking Nikanor Ivanovitch gently by the shoulder as he moaned in his sleep. The cooks dissolved, and the theatre fell apart together with its curtain. Through his tears, Nikanor Ivanovitch perceived his room in the clinic. The 2 men in white coats were not unceremonious cooks, harassing people with their advice, but doctors. Praskovya Fyodorovna was not holding a bowl, but a small, gauze-covered tray with a syringe on it. What's the deal, after all? Nikanor Ivanovitch demanded bitterly during his injection. I don't have any, and that's that. Let Pushkin turn in his currency. I have none. None, none, soothed the kind-hearted Praskovya Fyodorovna. And no means no. Nikanor Ivanovitch felt better after the injection, and fell into a completely dreamless sleep. But through his cries, the unrest spread into room 120, where the patient woke up and began to look for his head, and to room 118, where the unknown master became distressed and wrung his hands as he looked at the moon, remembering that last bitter autumn night of his life, the strip of light under the basement door, the dishevelled hair. From room 118, the unrest crossed the balcony to Ivan, who woke up and began to cry. But the doctor quickly pacified all the troubled heads of sorrow, and they began to fall asleep. Ivan was the last to go, with dawn already breaking over the river. After the medicine inundated his body, serenity came, washing over him like a wave. His body relaxed, and drowsiness coated his head in a warm breeze.
He fell asleep, and the last thing he heard was the pre-dawn twittering of birds in the woods. But soon they fell silent, and he began to dream that the sun was already setting over Bald Mountain, and that this mountain was surrounded by a double cordon. Chapter 16. The Execution. The sun was already setting over Bald Mountain, and this mountain was surrounded by a double cordon. The cavalry ailer that cut through the procurator's path around midday trotted out to the city's Hebron gate. A path had already been cleared for it. The infantrymen of the Cappadocian cohort had pushed aside the masses of people, mules and camels. Raising white pillars of dust to the sky as it trotted, the ailer came to an intersection of two roads, one leading south to Bethlehem and the other northwest to Jaffa. The ailer flew off down the northwest road. The same Cappadocians were strung out along the side of the road, having already chased aside all the caravans hurrying to the festival in Jerusalem. Leaving their temporary striped tents that were pitched right on the grass, crowds of pilgrims stood behind the Cappadocians. After about a mile, the ailer overtook the second cohort of the Lightning Legion, and after another mile was the first to arrive at the foot of Bald Mountain. Here it dismounted, the commander separated the ailer into squads, and they cordoned off the entire foot of the low hill, leaving only one approach from the Jaffa road free. Some time later, the second cohort reached the hill, ascended to the next tier, and encircled the top in a wreath. Last came the sentry commanded by Mark the Rat-Slayer, walking in two lines along the edges of the road. In between the lines, convoyed by the secret guard, rode a cart containing the 3 condemned men with white boards hanging from their necks. Each board contained the inscription, "Robber and Mutineer," in both Aramaic and Greek. The first cart was followed by others, loaded with freshly chopped posts, with crossbars, ropes, shovels, buckets, and axes. 6 executioners rode on these carts. Behind them, on horseback, rode Mark the Centurion, the head of Jerusalem's temple guard, and the same hooded man that Pilate had conferred with briefly in a darkened room of the palace. A line of soldiers brought up the rear of the procession. Only then came approximately 2,000 gapers, who were braving the hellish heat to observe the interesting spectacle. The gapers from the city were now being joined by curious pilgrims, who were given unrestricted access to the tail of the procession. To the shrill yells of criers accompanying the column and broadcasting what Pilate had shouted at noon, the procession pulled on to Bald Mountain. The ailer allowed everyone onto the second level, while the second sentry only admitted those who had a part in the execution to the very top. Then, manoeuvring quickly, the sentry spread the crowd all around the hill, positioning the people between the infantry cordon above and the cavalry cordon below. They could now witness the execution through the sparse chain of infantrymen. And so, over 3 hours had passed since the procession ascended the mountain. The sun was already setting over Bald Mountain, but the heat was still unbearable. The soldiers in both cordons suffered from heat and boredom, inwardly cursing the 3 criminals and sincerely wishing them a most speedy death. His forehead wet and his white shirt dark with sweat, the short commander of the ailer was situated at the foot of the hill, near the open road to the top. Time and again he would approach the leather bucket belonging to the first squad and scoop handfuls of water from it to drink and to moisten his turban. Achieving some degree of relief, he would return to pacing back and forth on the dusty road leading to the summit, his long sword banging against his laced-up leather boot. The commander wished to set an example of endurance for his cavalrymen, but, pitying the soldiers, he allowed them to stick their lances in the ground in the shape of pyramids and drape their white cloaks over them. It was under these tents that the Syrians hid from the merciless sun.
The buckets emptied quickly, and men from different squads took turns bringing water from the gully that lay towards the city, where, in the feeble shade of emaciated mulberries, a muddy stream lived out its last days in the diabolical heat. The bored horse handlers stood here as well, holding the subdued horses and trying to catch the shifting shade. The languishing of the soldiers was understandable, as were their curses directed at the criminals. Fortunately, the procurator's concerns about civil disturbances that could take place during the execution in his hated city of Yerushalayim turned out to be unjustified. And when the execution entered the 4th hour, not a single person was to be found, contrary to expectation, between the upper infantry and lower cavalry cordons. The sun scorched the crowd and chased it back to Yerushalayim. The only creatures within the sentries' lines were 2 dogs of unknown ownership that had somehow ended up on the hill. But even they were overcome by the heat and lay down, tongues hanging out, breathing heavily, and paying no attention to the green-backed lizards, the only things not afraid of the sun, and scurrying about amid the blistering rocks and creeping plants with large thorns. No one attempted to free the condemned, either in Yerushalayim itself, which was flooded with troops, or here on the cordoned hill, and the crowd returned to the city. The execution held absolutely nothing more of interest, while the city was already busy with preparations for the great holiday of Passover, which began in the evening. The Roman infantry, on the upper level, suffered even more than the cavalry. The only thing that Centurion Ratslayer allowed his soldiers was to remove their helmets and don white headbands moistened with water. However, they had to remain standing with spears in hand. Himself wearing an identical headband, but dry, he paced a short distance away from the group of executioners, without even removing the decorative silver lion heads from his shirt, without taking off his greaves, sword, or knife. The sun beat straight down on the centurion, unable to cause him any harm, and the lion heads were impossible to look at. The silver practically boiled in the sun, eating away at the eyes with its blinding glare. Ratslayer's disfigured face showed neither fatigue nor annoyance, and it seemed as if the giant centurion could pace like this all day, all night, and another day. In other words, as long as need be. Pace just like this, hands on heavy belt with copper medallions. Stare just like this, alternating between the posts with the condemned and the soldiers in the line. Kick the toe of his shaggy boot just like this, knocking aside the time-whitened human bones and small flint rocks that found their way under his feet. The hooded man placed himself on a 3-legged stool, not far from the posts, and sat in contented immobility, occasionally poking in the sand with a twig out of boredom. It would not be entirely correct to say that there wasn't a single person left beyond the line of legionnaires. There was one, but he was simply not visible to most. Rather than staying on the side where the road was left open to the top, the most convenient location to watch the execution, he positioned himself on the northern side, where the hill was irregular rather than level and accessible, where, amid the pitfalls and gaps, a sickly fig tree tried to survive in a crevice, clinging to waterless earth, cursed by the heavens. It was under that very tree, which failed to provide even a semblance of shade, that this solitary observer, not a participant in the execution, was located, sitting on a stone from the very beginning, for the 4th hour now. Indeed, he had chosen not the best, but the worst location to witness the execution. But even he could see the posts, see the 2 shining spots on the centurion's chest beyond the lines. For a man who clearly wished to remain unnoticed and undisturbed by anyone, this appeared to be more than sufficient. 4 hours ago, however, at the onset of the execution, this man behaved in a strikingly different, very conspicuous manner. Perhaps this was why he had changed his behaviour and isolated himself. It was back then, when the procession was pulling through the cordon onto the summit, that he first arrived, and obviously late at that. Breathing heavily and pushing others aside, he did not walk but ran up the hill. Seeing the cordon close in front of him and everyone else, he pretended not to hear the annoyed shouts and made a naive attempt to break through the soldiers to the very spot of the execution, where the condemned men were already being taken off the cart. In return, he received a painful blow to the chest with the blunt end of a spear and jumped back from the soldiers, crying out not in pain, but in despair. He glanced at the legionnaire who struck him with hazy and utterly indifferent eyes, like a man who cannot sense physical pain. Coughing, panting, and clutching his chest, he ran around the hill, hoping to find some gap in the line on the northern side that he could slip through. But it was too late. The ring had closed, and the man, his face deformed by grief, was forced to abandon his attempts to break through to the carts where the posts had just been unloaded. These attempts would only have led to his capture, and being detained on that day was not at all a part of his plan. And so he went aside to the crevice, where it was calm and no one bothered him. Now, perched on his rock, the black-bearded man languished, his eyes watering from the sun and lack of sleep. He would sigh, opening his worn talus, transformed from blue to dirty grey by long journeys, and exposing his chest, bruised by the spear, grimy sweat running down its surface. He would raise his eyes to the sky in unbearable anguish, watching the 3 vultures that had long been floating in great circles high above in anticipation of the impending feast. He would peer hopelessly at the yellow earth, seeing only a half-wrecked canine skull with lizards darting around it. The man's suffering was so great that at times he would talk to himself. "Oh, what a fool I am," he muttered, swaying back and forth on the rock in heartbreaking pain and clawing at his dark chest with his nails. "A fool, a silly girl, a coward. I am no man. I am carrion." He would fall silent, hanging his head, and then revive himself with a drink of warm water from a wooden flask. He would grab at his knife, hidden on his chest under the talus, or at the piece of parchment lying before him on the stone next to a stylus and a bottle of ink. The parchment already contained some words. "Time passes as I, Matthew Levi, sit on Bald Mountain, and still there is no death." Further, "The sun sets, and still no death." Now Matthew Levi picked up the sharp stylus and hopelessly wrote down the following: "God, why are you angry with him? Send him death." Having written this, he sobbed without tears and again wounded his chest with his nails. The cause of Levi's despair lay in the horrible misfortune that had befallen him and Yeshua, and also in the dire mistake that he, Levi, believed he had made. The day before yesterday, Yeshua and Levi had passed through Bethphage, near Jerusalem, where they had been guests of a certain gardener, who had taken a great liking to Yeshua's preaching. Both guests had worked in the garden all morning, helping their host, and intended to walk to Jerusalem in the evening cool. But Yeshua appeared to be in a hurry, saying he had some pressing business in the city, and left alone around noon. Here lay Matthew Levi's first mistake. Why had he let him go alone? Come evening, Matthew was not to go to Jerusalem. Some unexpected and horrible illness struck him. He was shaking, his body filled with fire, his teeth chattered, and he would demand water every other minute. He could not go anywhere. He collapsed on a horse blanket in the gardener's shed and lay there until dawn on Friday, when the ailment released Levi as suddenly as it had seized him. Though he was still weak and his legs trembled, he bid his host goodbye and headed for Jerusalem, tormented by an odd premonition of catastrophe. There, he found out that his premonition had not deceived him. The catastrophe had happened. Levi was in the crowd and heard the procurator pronounce the sentence. When the condemned were being taken to the mountain, Matthew Levi ran alongside the line of soldiers in the crowd of onlookers, trying to secretly alert Yeshua somehow that at least he, Levi, was there with him, that he had not abandoned him on the final journey, and prayed that death find Yeshua as quickly as possible. But of course Yeshua, staring far off at his destination, could not see him. And then, when the procession had moved about half a mile down the road, Matthew, who was being shoved around in the crowd right next to the line of soldiers, had a simple and brilliant idea. Immediately, in his hot temper, he showered himself with curses for not having thought of it sooner. The soldiers did not maintain a dense line. There were gaps between them. With enough dexterity and a very precise calculation, one could crouch and slip in between two legionnaires, reach the cart and jump on top of it. Then Yeshua would be saved from suffering. A moment would be enough to strike Yeshua in the back with a knife, crying, "Yeshua, I save you and follow you. I, Matthew, your one and true disciple." And were God to bless him with another free instant, he could stab himself as well, avoiding death on the posts. However, this last notion was not very important to Levi, the former tax collector. He did not care how he would die. He only wished that Yeshua, who had not done the slightest evil to anyone in his life, would escape torture. The plan was good, but the problem was that Levi had no knife with him, nor did he have any money. Furious with himself, Levi climbed out of the crowd and ran back to the city. His inflamed head was preoccupied with the single feverish thought of how he must immediately, by any means necessary, obtain a knife in the city and catch up to the procession in time. He ran up to the gate, manoeuvring in the mob of caravans being sucked into the city, and saw the open door of a bread shop on his left. Breathing heavily after his dash down the scorching road, Levi composed himself and walked into the shop in a most stately fashion. He greeted the keeper behind the counter, asked her to get the top loaf from the shelf, preferring it to others for some reason, and then, when she turned around, silently and quickly grabbed from the counter the best thing there could be, a long bread knife, sharp as a razor, and darted immediately from the shop. A few minutes later, he was back on the Jaffa Road, but the procession was nowhere to be seen. He ran. At times he had to collapse in the dust and lie there motionless to catch his breath. Thus he would lie, astounding the people heading to Yerushalayim on mule and on foot. He would lie, listening to his heart pound not only in his chest, but also in his skull and in his ears. Catching his breath, he would jump up and continue running, but his progress grew slower and slower. When he finally saw the clouds of dust raised by the long procession ahead, it was already at the foot of the hill. "Oh, God," Levi moaned, realizing that he would be late. And late he was. When the 4th hour of execution had passed, Levi's suffering reached its peak, and he flew into a rage. Rising from the stone, he threw the knife, uselessly stolen, he now thought, to the ground, crushed the flask with his foot, depriving himself of water, tore the keffiyeh from his head, grabbed at his thin hair, and began to curse himself. He cursed himself, uttering nonsensical words, growling and spitting, denouncing his mother and father for bringing a fool into the world. Seeing that the cursing had no effect, that nothing had changed in the blistering sun, he closed his eyes, clenched his dry fists, and raised them to the sky, towards the sun that sank ever lower, lengthening the shadows as it fell into the Mediterranean Sea, and demanded an immediate miracle from God. He demanded that God immediately send Yeshua death. Opening his eyes, he discovered that the hill had not changed, except for the fact that the blazing spots on the centurion's chest had extinguished. The sun now directed its rays at the backs of the condemned men, who were facing Yerushalayim. Then Levi shouted, "I curse you, God!" In a hoarse voice, he cried that he realized God's injustice and that he trusted him no longer. "You are deaf," Levi growled, "for if you were not, you would have heard me and killed him at once." Closing his eyes, Levi waited for fire to rain from the sky and strike him down. This did not happen, and without opening his eyelids, Levi continued to shout mocking and offensive statements at the heavens. He cried of his complete disillusionment and of the existence of other gods and religions. Yes, another god would never have allowed a man like Yeshua to burn on a post in the sun. "I was wrong," Levi shouted, his voice almost gone. "You are a god of evil. Or are your eyes completely obscured by the smoke from the temple's incense burners? Have your ears ceased to hear anything but the priest's trumpeting? You are not an omnipotent God. You are a dark God. I curse you, God of thieves, their patron and their soul." Something blew into the former tax collector's face, and something rustled under his feet. It blew again, and Levi opened his eyes and saw that, whether by force of his curses or some other cause, everything in the world had changed. The sun disappeared before reaching the sea, whence it sank every evening. The storm cloud that swallowed it rose menacingly and relentlessly in the western sky, its edges already boiled with white froth, and its smoky black belly was tinted yellow. The cloud rumbled and occasionally spilled fiery threads. Pillars of dust flew along the Jaffa road and through the barren Hinnon valley, propelled over the pilgrims' tents by a sudden wind. Levi fell silent, trying to figure out whether the storm about to cover Yerushalayim would bring any change in the unfortunate Yeshua's fate. And at once, looking at the threads of fire slicing up the cloud, he began to beg for lightning to strike Yeshua's post. Looking in repentance at the clear sky, not yet devoured by the cloud, where the vultures were swerving to avoid the storm, Levi thought that he had been foolishly hasty with his curses. Now God would not listen to him. Levi turned his gaze towards the foot of the hill, his eyes glued to the area where the cavalry regiment had been strung out, and saw that it had changed significantly. From high up, Levi could see clearly the soldiers stirring, pulling their lances from the ground, and putting on their cloaks. He could see the horse handlers trotting towards the road, leading the black horses by their bridles. The regiment was on the move, this much was clear. Spitting and shielding his face from the dust with his arm, Levi tried to figure out what the cavalry's departure could mean. He shifted his gaze higher, and made out a figure in a crimson military chlamys ascending to the place of execution. And the former tax collector's heart went cold in anticipation of the blissful end. The man ascending the mountain in the 5th hour of the criminal's suffering was a cohort commander who had galloped from Yerushalayim accompanied by an orderly. The line of soldiers parted at Ratslayer's motion, and the centurion saluted the tribune. Taking Ratslayer aside, the latter whispered something to him. The centurion saluted a second time and headed towards the group of executioners, who were sitting on the rocks at the foot of the posts. Meanwhile, the tribune approached the man sitting on the three-legged stool, who rose politely to greet the visitor. The tribune quietly said something to him as well, and they both went to the posts. They were joined by the head of the temple guard. Glancing sidelong in disgust at the dirty rags lying on the ground near the posts, rags which recently served as the criminals' clothing and had been rejected by the executioners, Ratslayer summoned 2 of their number and ordered, "Follow me." A hoarse, nonsensical ditty came from the nearest post. Hestus, who hung on it, had lost his mind towards the end of the 3rd hour from the sun and the flies. Now he quietly sang something about grapes, swaying his turbaned head occasionally, causing the flies to rise half-heartedly from his face and set right back down on it. On the second post, Dismas was suffering more than the other two because awareness had not left him. He swayed his head regularly and often, left and right, so that his ears struck his shoulders. Yeshua was more fortunate than either. In the very first hour, he began to pass out and soon lost consciousness, his head drooping in its unravelled turban. As a result, the flies and wasps had completely covered him, his face disappearing under the shifting black mass. Fat horseflies sat in his groin, on his stomach, and under his armpits, sucking on the exposed yellow body. Obeying the signs of the hooded man, one of the executioners picked up a spear, and the other brought a bucket and a sponge to the post. The first executioner raised the spear and tapped first one and then the other of Yeshua's arms, stretched out and bound to the horizontal bar of the post with ropes. The body, with protruding ribs, shuddered. The executioner passed the tip of the spear over the stomach. Then Yeshua raised his head, sending the flies buzzing up to expose the hanging man's face. Swollen from bites, eyes inflamed, it was unrecognizable. Peeling his eyelids open, Hanotzri glanced down. His eyes, usually clear, were now cloudy. "Hanotzri," said the executioner. Hanotzri moved his swollen lips and answered in the hoarse voice of a criminal. "What do you want? Why do you approach me?" "Drink," the executioner said, and the water-soaked sponge rose to Yeshua's lips on the tip of the spear. Joy flashed in Yeshua's eyes. He pressed against the sponge and began to absorb the moisture greedily. Dismas's voice came from the neighbouring post. "Unfair! I am the same criminal he is." Dismas strained, but could not move, his arms bound to the crossbar in 3 places by rings of rope. He drew in his stomach, dug his nails into the ends of the crossbar, and kept his head turned towards Yeshua's post. Hatred burned in Dismas's eyes. A cloud of dust enveloped the area. It grew quite dark. When the dust flew away, the centurion shouted, "Silence on the second post!" Dismas fell silent. Yeshua tore himself away from the sponge, and trying to make his voice sound gentle and convincing, and failing, asked the executioner hoarsely, "Give him a drink." It grew darker by the minute. The storm cloud filled half the sky as it headed towards Yerushalayim, saturated with black moisture and fire. Steaming white clouds flew ahead of it. A flash came right above the hill, followed by a thunderclap. The executioner removed the sponge from the spear. "Praise the generous hegemon," he whispered solemnly, and stabbed Yeshua lightly in the heart. The latter shuddered and whispered, "Hegemon." Blood ran down his stomach, the lower jaw twitched convulsively, and his head fell. At the second stroke of thunder, the executioner was giving Dismas a drink, and with the same words, "Praise the hegemon," killed him as well. Hestas, his mind gone, shrieked in fear when the executioner appeared next to him. But when the sponge touched his lips, he growled something unintelligible and sank his teeth into it. A few seconds later, his body, too, went limp as much as the ropes would allow. The hooded man followed in the footsteps of the executioner and the centurion, himself trailed by the head of the temple guard. Stopping by the first post, the hooded man looked over the bloodied Yeshua carefully, touched the man's foot with his white hand, and said to his companions, "Dead." The same happened by the other 2 posts. After this, the tribune signalled to the centurion and turned to leave the summit together with the head of the temple guard and the hooded man. The sky was half dark, crisscrossed by lightning. Fire spurted from above, and the centurion's cry, "Raise the cordon!" drowned in thunder. The happy soldiers came running from the summit, strapping on their helmets. The darkness enveloped Jerusalem. The downpour came suddenly, catching the sentry halfway down the hill. The water fell so fiercely that as the soldiers ran down, raging torrents already surged at their backs. The soldiers slipped and fell in the soggy clay, hurrying to the level road where the cavalry, drenched to the bone and barely visible through the wall of water, was departing for Jerusalem. A few minutes later, only one man was left on the hill amid the smoky brew of storm, water, and fire, shaking his conveniently stolen knife, falling from the slippery ledges, grasping at anything nearby, and occasionally crawling on his knees. He headed for the posts. He would disappear in complete darkness, only to be illuminated by flickering light a moment later. He was already up to his ankles in water when he made it to the posts. Tearing off his heavy, waterlogged talus and remaining in his shirt, he clung to Yeshua's feet. He cut the ropes on the shins, climbed onto the lower crossbar, hugging Yeshua, and freed the hands from the binds. Yeshua's wet, naked body fell on Levi and pinned him to the ground. Levi wanted to hoist it immediately onto his shoulders, but something stopped him. He left the body lying in the water, head thrown back and arms spread out, and ran to the other posts, his feet sliding apart in the clay mud. He cut the ropes on them as well, and the two bodies plunged to the ground. Several minutes later, only 2 bodies and 3 empty posts remained on the top of the hill. The water hammered and turned the corpses. Neither Levi nor Yeshua's body were on top of the hill by then. Chapter 17. A Troublesome Day. Friday morning, on the day after the accursed séance, the Variety's entire staff, the bookkeeper, Vasily Stepanovich Lastochkin, 2 clerks, 3 typists, and both cashiers, as well as messengers, ushers, and cleaning ladies, in other words, all those present, were shirking their respective posts and duties. Instead, everyone was sitting on the windowsills facing Sadovaya and gazing at what transpired below by the wall of the Variety. A queue, numbering many thousands, stretched along this wall, 2 rows strong, its tail far away on Kudrinskaya Square. Some 20 scalpers, well known in Moscow's theatrical circles, stood at its head. The line carried on excitedly, attracting the attention of pedestrians streaming past, as it busily discussed the tantalizing tales of yesterday's incredible séance of black magic. The tales greatly flustered the bookkeeper, Vasily Stepanovich, who was not present at yesterday's show. The ushers told of God knows what. For instance, that, following the famous séance, some ladies were running about in the streets indecently dressed, and so on like that. The modest and quiet Vasily Stepanovich could only flap his eyelids as he took in the yarns about all these wonders. He had no idea what action to take, and at the same time action absolutely had to be taken, and by none other than him, for he was the highest-ranking official in the Variety's entire remaining crew. By 10 o'clock, the line of hopefuls swelled to such proportions that the police got wind of it. Both regular and mounted detachments were deployed with astounding swiftness, bringing some semblance of order to the line. Even organised, however, the mile-long serpent looked very tempting, and drove the folk on Sadovaya to utter astonishment. This was outside. Inside the Variety, things were also far from perfect. From the crack of dawn, telephones began ringing in Likhodeyev's office, Rimsky's office, the bookkeeping department, the box office, and Varyonika's office. At first, Vasily Stepanovich tried to answer the calls, The cashier would also pick up the phone. The ushers would mutter something into the receivers, but finally they gave up altogether. After all, there was absolutely nothing to say to demands for the whereabouts of Likhodiev, Varyonika, and Rimsky. At first they tried the excuse, Likhodiev's at home, but the callers would inevitably reply that they had already phoned the apartment and were told that Likhodiev was at the Variety. A distressed lady called asking for Rimsky, and they suggested she call his wife. Crying, the receiver proclaimed that she was the wife and that Rimsky was nowhere to be found. Things were becoming absurd. The cleaning lady had already told everyone that when she came to Rimsky's office to tidy up, she saw the door wide open, the lights on, the garden window broken, the chair lying on the floor, and not a soul in the office. Soon after 10 o'clock, Madame Rimsky burst into the Variety, weeping and wringing her hands. The dazed Vasily Stepanovich had no way of helping her, and at 10:30, the police arrived. Their first and completely logical question was, "What's going on here, folks? What's the matter?" The crew stepped back, leaving behind a pale and tense Vasily Stepanovich. There was little choice but to call things by their proper names and admit that the Variety's administration, in the persons of the director, the finance director, and the manager, had vanished to places unknown. That following yesterday's séance, the MC had to be taken to a mental institution. Finally, that the aforementioned séance was, to put it concisely, nothing short of scandalous. The weeping Madame Rimsky was pacified to the extent that it was possible and sent home by the police, who took a far greater interest in the cleaning lady's description of the finance director's office. The staff were asked to return to their posts and get busy, and in a short while detectives appeared in the building, accompanied by a sharp-eared, muscular, ash-coloured dog with extremely intelligent eyes. The buzz spread instantly among the staff that the hound was none other than the famous Ace of Diamonds. And indeed, it was he. His behaviour astounded all. As soon as Ace of Diamonds ran into the finance director's office, he growled, baring his monstrous yellow fangs, then dropped onto his belly and crawled towards the broken window with a mixture of anguish and rage in his eyes. Conquering his fear, he leapt up suddenly on the windowsill, threw back his sharp muzzle, and let out a savage and vicious howl. Growling and shaking, he refused to leave the window, and even made to jump out. The dog was removed from the office and released in the vestibule, where he left via the front door and led those following him to a taxi stand. Here he lost the trail. After that, Ace of Diamonds was taken away. The investigation headquartered itself in Varyonika's office, where all Variety staff members who had witnessed the events of yesterday's séance were summoned, one by one. It should be noted that at every step the detectives were accosted by unforeseen difficulties. The thread kept tearing in their hands. Were there posters? Yes, but during the night they had been plastered over with new ones, and now, so strike me dead, there wasn't a single one left. Where did this magician come from, anyway? Who knew? So then, there must have been a contract. One would think so, said the agitated Vasily Stepanovich. And if there had been a contract, it must have passed through the bookkeeping department. Indubitably, Vasily Stepanovich replied worriedly. So where is it? Not here, the bookkeeper said, spreading his arms and growing progressively more pale. And indeed, not a trace of the contract could be found. Not in the bookkeeping office, not in the finance director's, not in Likhodiev's, not in Varyonika's. So what was the magician's name? Vasily Stepanovich had no idea, as he was not at last night's séance. The ushers did not know. The cashier frowned and frowned, thought and thought, and finally said, Volant, I think. Or perhaps it was not Volant, perhaps not, perhaps it was Phalant. It was quickly determined that the Travellers' Bureau had heard absolutely nothing of any magicians, be they Volants or Phallants. The messenger Karpov reported that the magician was apparently staying at Likhodiev's apartment. The apartment was immediately inspected. No magicians were found. Likhodiev himself was missing as well. Grunya, the maid, was missing, and no one knew where she had gone. The chairman of the Tenants' Association, Nikanor Ivanovich, was missing. Prolyezhnev was missing. The situation was utterly ridiculous. The entire upper administration had vanished, and a strange and scandalous séance had taken place yesterday, but no one knew who had produced or instigated it. In the meantime, noon approached, and the box office was due to open. But of course, this was entirely out of the question. A giant piece of cardboard was immediately hung on the doors of the Variety, bearing the words, "Today's performance is cancelled." Unrest spread through the queue from the head down, but nonetheless it began to break up, and an hour later there was not a trace of it left. The detectives left to continue their work elsewhere. The staff was dismissed with the exception of the watchman, and the doors of the Variety were locked. Two urgent tasks now lay before Vasily Stepanovich, the bookkeeper. The first was to go to the Commission on Shows and Lighter Entertainment and report on yesterday's events. The second was to drop by the entertainment financial sector in order to turn in yesterday's earnings. 21,711 rubles. The careful and responsible Vasily Stepanovich wrapped the money in a newspaper, tied it up with string, and placed the package in his briefcase. Knowing the procedure well, he headed for the taxi stand instead of the bus or tram stop. As soon as the drivers of the three available cars saw the passenger hurrying towards their lot carrying a fat briefcase, all three drove away empty right under his nose, eyeing him angrily for some reason. Stunned by this circumstance, the bookkeeper stood transfixed for quite some time, trying to figure out what it could mean. An empty cab came by a few minutes later, and the driver grimaced as soon as he saw the passenger. "Are you free?" Vasily Stepanovich asked with a surprised cough. "Show me the money," the driver replied angrily, without looking at the passenger. Increasingly amazed, the bookkeeper stuck the precious briefcase under his arm, pulled a 10 out of his wallet, and showed it to the driver. "No way," the latter tersely said. "I beg your pardon," the bookkeeper began, but the driver interrupted him. "Got any threes?" Utterly confused, the bookkeeper pulled out 2 threes and showed them to the driver. "Get in," the man shouted, and punched the flag of his meter so hard he almost broke it. "Let's go." "No change, is that it?" the bookkeeper asked sheepishly. "A pocket chock full of change," the driver bawled, and his bloodshot eyes appeared in the rearview mirror. "Third time today, same thing with the other cars. Some son of a bitch gives me a 10, I give him change 4.50, so he gets out, the bastard. 5 minutes later I look, instead of a 10, it's a label from a seltzer bottle." Here the driver uttered several unprintable words. "Another, near Zubovskaya, a 10, I give him 3 rubles, gets out. I go for my wallet, and there's a bee in there. Zap! Stings me right in the finger. Oh, you..." And again the driver squeezed in a few unprintable words. "No 10. Yesterday at the Variety," unprintable words, "some scum of a magician performed a séance with 10-ruble bills," unprintable words. The stupefied bookkeeper shivered and pretended he had never heard the word variety before in his life, all the while thinking, "Oh, boy." Upon arriving at his destination and paying the driver without incident, the bookkeeper entered the building and headed down the hall to the director's office. Even before he got there, he realized that he had come at a bad time. The offices of the Entertainment Commission were in turmoil. A messenger girl ran past the bookkeeper, her scarf sliding off her head and her eyes bulging. "Nothing, nothing, nothing, my dears!" she cried at no one in particular. "The jacket and the pants are there, but there's nothing inside." She vanished in a doorway, and the sound of breaking dishes came immediately from within. A familiar manager of the Commission's first sector ran out of the secretary's office and vanished without a trace. evidently in such a state that he did not recognize the bookkeeper. Shaken, the bookkeeper reached the secretary's office, which served as the ante-room of the commission chairman's office, and his astonishment reached its limit. A menacing voice came from behind the closed door, undoubtedly belonging to Prokhor Petrovitch, the chairman of the commission. "Bawling someone out, is he?" thought the confused bookkeeper, and glancing round, saw something else entirely. In a leather armchair lay Prokhor Petrovitch's personal secretary, the beautiful Anna Richardovna. Holding a wet handkerchief in her hand, she was weeping uncontrollably, with her head thrown back and her legs stretched out almost to the middle of the room. Anna Richardovna's entire chin was smeared in lipstick, and black streams of wet mascara ran down her peach-like cheeks from her eyelashes. Seeing someone come in, Anna Richardovna jumped up, dashed to the bookkeeper, and, clutching at the lapels of his jacket, began to shake him and scream. "Thank God! At last someone brave enough! Everyone else left, everyone deserted! Let's go! Let's go to him! I don't know what to do!" And still weeping, she dragged the bookkeeper into the main office. The first thing the bookkeeper did in the office was drop his briefcase, even as every thought in his head turned upside down, and, one must say, with good reason. Behind a giant desk with a massive inkwell sat an empty suit, moving a dry, inkless pen across a piece of paper. The suit possessed a tie, and a fountain pen was sticking out of the jacket pocket, but neither neck nor head was present above the collar, just as no hands peeped out of the sleeves. The suit was immersed in its work, completely ignoring the chaos that reigned all around. Hearing someone enter, the suit sat back in its chair, and Prokhor Petrovitch's familiar voice rang out from above the collar. "What is it? The sign on the door clearly says I am not available." The beautiful secretary shrieked, wrung her hands, and exclaimed, You see, he's not here, not here. Bring him back, bring him back." Someone peeped into the office, gasped, and flew back out. The bookkeeper felt his legs begin to shake and sat down on the corner of a chair, remembering, however, to pick up his briefcase. Clawing at the bookkeeper's jacket, Anna Richardovna bounced around him and screamed, "I always tried to stop him when he cursed. Now he's cursed himself straight to hell." The beauty ran up to the desk and exclaimed in a tender, melodic voice, a little nasal from all the crying, "Prosha, where are you?" "Who are you to call me Prosha?" the suit inquired disdainfully, sitting even further back in its chair. "He doesn't recognize me. Me, you see?" wailed the secretary. "I'll thank you not to wail in my office," said the irritable striped suit, growing angry, and caught a fresh batch of documents with its sleeve, clearly intending to append instructions to every single one. "No, I can't bear to look at it, I just can't," Anna Richardovna cried, and ran back to the secretary's office, the bookkeeper racing behind her like a speeding bullet. "Imagine, I'm sitting here," Anna Richardovna narrated, quivering in agitation, and again latching on to the bookkeeper's sleeve. "And then a cat walks in. Black, huge, a behemoth of a cat. I naturally yell, 'Shoo!' The cat leaves, and this fat man walks in instead, also with a cat-like face, and says, 'Why are you shooing at the visitors, ma'am?' And zoom, straight to Prokhor Petrovitch. I run after him, of course, and yell, 'Are you crazy?' And the insolent bastard goes straight to Prokhor Petrovitch and sits down in a chair opposite him. Now he is the sweetest man, but edgy. He just explodes. No argument there. Nervous man, works like an ox. He explodes. 'How dare you barge in here unannounced?' And that insolent bastard, just imagine, slouches in the chair and says with a smile, 'Well, I'm just here to talk about a little business with you.' Prokhor Petrovitch explodes again. 'I'm busy.' And the other one, just think of it, says, 'No, you're not.' How do you like that? So, Prokop Petrovitch loses all his patience and screams, "What the hell is this? Get him out of here, devil take me!" And the other one, just imagine, smiles and says, "Devil take you? That can be arranged." And boom, I didn't even have time to scream. The cat-faced guy is gone, and the suit is just sitting there. Wah! Anna Richardovna howled, stretching open her now completely shapeless mouth. Choking on her sobs, she caught her breath and started to ramble incoherently. "And it writes, it writes, it writes. It's madness. It talks on the phone. A suit. Everyone ran away faster than rabbits." The bookkeeper could only stand there and shake. But fate suddenly came to his rescue. The police, numbering 2 people, entered the office in a calm, businesslike manner. Seeing them, the beauty began to weep even harder, and jabbed her finger at the main office door. "Let's not cry, ma'am," the first man said calmly, while the bookkeeper, judging his continued presence to be most unnecessary, jumped out of the secretary's room and was back outdoors a minute later. A wind hummed in his head, as in a chimney, and fragments of the usher's tales about yesterday's cat and his part in the séance filtered through the humming. "Hey, hey, could this be our little kitty?" Unable to get anywhere at the commission, the dutiful Vasily Stepanovich decided to visit its branch office, located on Vagankovsky Lane. And so as to calm himself a little, he made the journey there on foot. The Entertainment Commission's branch was situated in an old peeling mansion set back from the street, famous for the porphyry columns in its front hall. It was not the columns that awed visitors to the branch that day, however, but that which happened between them. Several visitors stood dumbfounded and stared at a girl sitting at a table covered with special entertainment-related literature that she had been selling. At the moment, the girl was not offering any literature to anyone and waved away concerned questions. All the while, at least 20 telephones were bursting with frenzied ringing from above, from below, from all around, in every department of the branch. Taking a break from her weeping, the girl suddenly gave a start and cried hysterically, "Here it goes again!" and unexpectedly began singing in a shaky soprano. "Glorious seascape, the sacred Baikal." A courier appeared on the stairs, shook his fist at someone, and joined the girl with his weak, faded baritone. "Glorious ship, an old salmon barrel." The courier's voice was joined by other faraway voices. The chorus grew, and finally the song roared in every corner of the building. In the nearby room, number 6, the location of the accounting office, someone's powerful hoarse bass particularly stood out. The chorus was accompanied by the growing rattle of telephones. "Hey, Barguzin, make the mighty waves roll," screamed the courier from the stairs. Tears rolled down the girl's face as she tried to clench her teeth, but her mouth opened by a will of its own, and she sang an octave above the courier. "This lad hasn't far to travel." The silent visitors were most astonished by the fact that the singers scattered in various parts of the building nonetheless managed to sing very harmoniously, as if the entire chorus was standing at attention in front of an invisible conductor. Pedestrians on Vagankovsky Lane paused by the mansion's fence, wondering at the merriment that reigned inside the branch office. As soon as the first verse came to an end, the singing stopped suddenly, again as if by a conductor's motion. The courier swore quietly and disappeared. Then the front door opened, revealing a man whose white coat protruded from underneath his summer jacket, and with him a policeman. "Do something, doctor, I beg you!" the girl cried hysterically. The branch secretary ran out to the staircase, and evidently burning up with shame and embarrassment, stuttered, "You see, doctor, we have a case of some sort of mass hypnosis here. Thus, it is imperative that—" Choking on his words, he did not finish his sentence, and instead burst out in a tenor, "Shilker Nerchinsk! Dunce! The girl had time to scream, but failed to explain who it was she was scolding. Instead, she forced out a roulade, and also began singing about Shilka and Nerchinsk. "Get a hold of yourself, stop singing," the doctor said to the secretary. The secretary showed every indication that he would give anything to stop singing, except that he could not. And together with the chorus, he informed the pedestrians outside that he was untouched in the woods by the ravenous beast, unscathed by the soldier's bullet. The moment the verse ended, the girl was the first to receive a dose of valerian from the doctor, who then ran after the secretary to administer it to everyone else. "Excuse me, miss," Vasily Stepanovich addressed the girl suddenly. "Have you had a black cat come in here a while back?" "Cat? What cat?" the girl yelled angrily. "We've got an ass in charge here, an ass! Let him hear! I'm telling everything," she added, and indeed went on to relate what happened. It turned out that the manager of the branch office, having completely ruined the lighter entertainment programme, according to the girl, suffered from a manic habit of forming various clubs for the employees. "Blowing smoke in his superior's eyes," the girl screamed. Over the course of the year, the manager had already organised a club dedicated to the study of Lermontov's poetry, as well as a chess and checkers, a ping-pong, and a horseback riding club. By summertime, he threatened a freshwater rowing club and a rock-climbing club. And then today, during lunch break, the manager walked in, "And he's got this son of a bitch on his arm," the girl narrated. "No one knows where he came from, checked pants, cracked pince-nez, and with this absolutely impossible filthy face." According to the girl, the manager immediately introduced him to everyone in the lunchroom as a known specialist in the field of organising choruses. The faces of the budding rock climbers darkened, but the manager immediately called for a positive attitude, whereas the specialist joked and poked and swore that singing takes up the teeniest bit of time while providing, incidentally, a whole damn truckload of benefits. Naturally, the girl informed, the first to jump in and join were Fanov and Kosarchuk, two well-known office toadies. Realising that the chorus could not be avoided, the other employees had to sign up as well. It was decided to sing at lunchtime, since all the remaining time was already being taken up by Lermontov and checkers. To set an example, the manager announced that he had a fine tenor, and then it all went on like a bad dream. The checkered choir-master specialist bellowed. "Do, mi, sol, do." He dragged out the timid from behind the cabinets, where they had sought to escape the singing, declared that Kosarchuk had perfect pitch, and began to whine, snivel, tap the tuning fork on his palm, ask for some compassion for an old choir-master singer, and beg them to strike up Grand Old Seascape. So they struck it up, and struck it up gloriously. The checkered fellow clearly knew his business. They finished the first verse. Here the choir-master excused himself, said, "Just be a minute," and vanished. At first they thought he really would return in a minute. Then 10 minutes passed, and he was still gone. Joy spread among the employees. The choir-master had bolted. And suddenly they began the second verse all by themselves, led by Kosarchuk, who, although he may not have had perfect pitch, did have a rather pleasant-sounding high tenor. They finished singing. No choir-master. They went back to their places, but had not even had time to sit down, when, against their will, they started singing again. Stop? Not a chance. A few minutes of silence, and they would strike up again. Silence. Strike up. Then they realised they were in trouble. The disgraced manager locked himself in his office. Here the girl's story was interrupted. The valerian did not do a thing. A quarter of an hour later, 3 trucks approached the mansion's fence on Vagankovsky and were boarded by the entire staff, led by the manager. As soon as the first truck rocked in the gateway and drove out into the lane, the employees, who were standing in the back and holding each other's shoulders, opened their mouths. The lane was filled with a popular song. The second truck joined the first, and then so did the third, and off they went. Unsurprised pedestrians, hurrying about their business, barely looked up at the trucks, assuming that a group tour was heading out to the country. The trucks were indeed headed out to the country, but the tour would end at Professor Stravinsky's clinic. Half an hour later, the utterly bewildered bookkeeper reached the entertainment financial sector, hoping to finally get rid of the cash. Taught by bitter experience, he first peeped cautiously into the oblong hall where the clerks were sitting behind matted glass barriers with gold lettering. The bookkeeper could not detect any sign of alarm or disruption. The place was quiet, as any respectable establishment should be. Vasily Stepanovich stuck his head in the window labelled Cash Deposits, greeted the unknown clerk, and asked politely for a deposit slip. "What for?" the clerk in the window asked. The bookkeeper was astonished. "I wish to make a deposit. I'm from the Variety." "One moment," the clerk replied, and immediately lowered a mesh over the opening in the glass. How odd, the bookkeeper thought. His surprise was quite justified. It was the first time in his life that he had encountered such circumstances. Everyone knows how difficult it is to obtain money. The process is always fraught with obstacles. But the bookkeeper could not recall a single case in his entire 30-year career when someone, be it an official or private person, had difficulty accepting money. But finally the mesh opened, and the bookkeeper leaned closer to the window. "How much do you have?" the clerk asked. 21,711 roubles. "Whoa," the clerk said ironically for some reason, and handed the bookkeeper a green slip. Knowing the form well, the bookkeeper filled it out in an instant and began to untie the string binding his package. As soon as he opened his bundle, his vision blurred, and he moaned painfully. Foreign money of all sorts flashed before his eyes. Here lay stacks of Canadian dollars, English pounds, Dutch guldens, Latvian laats, Estonian kroonies. "Here he is, one of those jokers from the Variety." A menacing voice boomed above the dumbstruck bookkeeper, and Vasily Stepanovich was arrested on the spot. Chapter 18. Unfortunate Visitors. Even as the taxi carried the diligent bookkeeper towards his encounter with the autonomously writing suit, a respectable passenger, carrying a small cardboard suitcase, stepped out, along with others, from the first-class sleeping car number 9 of the Kiev train arriving in Moscow. The passenger was none other than the late Berlioz's uncle, Maximilian Andreevich Poplavsky, an operational planning economist who lived on the former Institute Street in Kiev. The cause of Maximilian Andreevich's arrival in Moscow was a telegram he received late the night before yesterday, which contained the following. "I have just been run over by a tram on Patriarchs. Come funeral Friday 3 p.m. Berlioz." Maximilian Andreevich was justly considered one of the smartest men in Kiev. However, even the smartest man is likely to be stumped by such a telegram. If a man telegraphs that he has been run over by a tram, then clearly he has not been killed. So why a funeral, then? Or perhaps he is very badly off and foresees his death. That's certainly possible, but the precision of the statement is extremely strange. Just how is he supposed to know that he will be buried Friday at 3 o'clock? Truly an astounding telegram. Fortunately, smart people exist to figure out convoluted things. Quite simple, there had been an error, and the message was distorted in transmission. The word Berlioz had been transferred from the beginning of the telegram to the end. The word I came from some other telegram, and has took on the form of have. With this correction applied, the meaning of the telegram became clear, though of course tragic. When the burst of grief that engulfed his spouse subsided, Maximilian Andreevich immediately began to prepare for a trip to Moscow. We should reveal a certain secret about Maximilian Andreevich. Undoubtedly, he felt sorry for his wife's nephew, dead in the prime of life. However, as a practical man, he understood that there was little need for his presence at the funeral, and nonetheless Maximilian Andreevich was in quite a hurry to get to Moscow. What was the matter? Just one thing. The apartment. An apartment in Moscow? That's serious business. Though we do not know why, Maximilian Andreevich did not like Kiev, and the thought of moving to Moscow had been gnawing at him so much recently that he had begun to lose sleep over it. He took no delight in the spring floods of the Dnieper, when engulfing the islands by its low-lying bank, the water became one with the horizon. He found no pleasure in the stunningly beautiful view that opened from the foot of Prince Vladimir's monument. He saw no cheer in the spots of springtime sunlight playing on the brick paths of Vladimir's hill. He did not want any of it. He wanted one thing: to move to Moscow. Ads in the papers regarding an exchange of an apartment on Institute Street in Kiev for a smaller one in Moscow produced no result. There were simply no takers, and on the rare occasion that someone called, the offers were disingenuous. The telegram shocked Maximilian Andreevich. Such an opportunity would be a sin to miss. Practical men know that opportunities like this come only once. In other words, no matter what the hardships, he had to inherit his nephew's apartment on Sadovaya. It would be difficult, yes, very difficult, but these difficulties had to be overcome at any cost. The experienced Maximilian Andreevich knew that his first and urgent step had to be the following. He absolutely had to, at least temporarily, register himself as a tenant in the 3 rooms of his deceased nephew. On Friday afternoon, Maximilian Andreevich passed through the door of the Tenants' Association office of number 302B on Sadovaya Street in Moscow. An unshaven, middle-aged man with a disturbed look on his face sat in utter solitude at the wooden table in the narrow room. An old poster hung nearby on the wall, displaying the process of resuscitating victims of drowning through several illustrations. "May I see the chairman of the association?" the economist inquired politely, removing his hat and placing his suitcase on a vacant chair. This seemingly uncomplicated question upset the sitting man for some reason, so much so that his countenance changed. His eyes shifting, he muttered unintelligibly that the chairman was not in. "Is he in his apartment?" Poplavsky asked. "I have some urgent business." The sitting man again answered incoherently. One could infer, however, that the chairman was not home either. "When will he be back?" Staring at the window with anguish, the sitting man said nothing. "Aha!" the intelligent Poplavsky said to himself, and inquired about the secretary. The strange man behind the table grew purple with strain, and again said indistinctly that the secretary was also gone, that it was unclear as to when he would be back, and the secretary was ill. "Aha!" Poplavsky said to himself. "But surely there is someone left in the association?" "Me," the man said weakly. "You see," Poplavsky began commandingly, "I am the sole heir of the late Berlioz, my nephew, who, as you know, died on the Patriarchs, and it is my duty, in accordance with the law, to accept the inheritance consisting of apartment number 50. "I'm not up to date on that, sir," the man interrupted sadly. "But forgive me," Poplavsky said loudly. "You are a member of the board and are responsible for—" And then another man entered the room. At the sight of the visitor, the sitting man grew pale. "Board member Pyatnashko?" the visitor asked the sitting man. "Yes," the latter said in his weakest voice yet. The visitor whispered something to the sitting man, who rose from his chair, utterly upset. A few seconds later, Poplavsky was left alone in the empty room of the Tenants' Association. "Oh, what a complication! That's just what I needed, all of them at once," Poplavsky thought resentfully, crossing the asphalt courtyard and hurrying to apartment number 50. The door opened as soon as the economist rang the bell, and Maximilian Andreevich entered the dim hall. he was mildly surprised by the fact that whoever opened the door was nowhere to be seen. The hall was empty, save for an enormous black cat sitting on a chair. Maximilian Andreevich coughed, stamped his feet, and then the door of the study opened, and Korolyov stepped into the hall. Maximilian Andreevich bowed in a polite but dignified manner and said, "My name is Poplavsky. I am the uncle—" He did not have time to finish, for Korolyov pulled a dirty handkerchief from his pocket, stuck his nose in it, and began to cry. "Of the late Berlioz?" Of course, Korolyov interrupted, taking the handkerchief away from his face. "I guessed it the moment I laid eyes on you." Shaking with tears, he cried, "What a tragedy, huh? I mean, what's going on here, huh?" "Run over by a tram?" Poplavsky whispered. "Completely," Korolyov shouted, and tears began to stream from under the pince-nez. "Completely. I was a witness. Would you believe it? Slam, off with the head, right leg, crunch in two, left leg, crunch in two. That's what these damn trams will do to you." And apparently unable to contain himself, Korolyov stuck his nose in the wall by the mirror and began to shudder with sobs. Berlioz's uncle was genuinely shocked at the behaviour of the unknown man. "And they say there are no more caring people these days," he thought, feeling his own eyes begin to itch. At the same time, however, an unpleasant little cloud came over his soul, and a tiny snake of a thought made him wonder whether the caring man had already registered himself in the apartment of the deceased, for such things, too, are known to happen in this life. "Forgive me, but were you a friend of my late Misha?" he asked, wiping his dry left eye with his sleeve, while studying the grief-stricken Korolyov with his right. But the latter was so entranced in his weeping that nothing coherent came out of him, save for the oft-repeated words, "Crunch, and in two." Having wept his fill, Korolyov peeled himself from the wall and pronounced, "No, I can't take this any more. I'll go take 300 drops of valerian ether." And, turning his completely tear-stained face to Poplavsky, he added, "That's trams for you." "I'm sorry, but did you send me the telegram?" Maximilian Andreevich asked, painfully racking his brain as to who this remarkable crybaby could be. "He did," Korolyov replied, pointing to the cat. Poplavsky, eyes bulging, decided that he heard wrong. "No, I just can't. I haven't the strength," Korolyov continued, sniffling. "When I remember the wheel on his leg, one wheel alone weighs 400 pounds. Crunch! I shall go to bed, forget myself in sleep." And he disappeared from the hall. Meanwhile, the cat stirred, jumped off the chair, stood on his hind paws with front akimbo, opened his mouth and said, "Yeah, I sent the telegram, so what?" Maximilian Andreevich's head instantly began to spin. His arms and legs went numb, and he dropped his suitcase and sat on a chair opposite the cat. "I believe I asked you in Russian," the cat said sternly. "So what?" But Poplavsky failed to produce a reply. "Passport!" the cat barked, extending a plump paw. Unable to comprehend or perceive anything except the two sparks burning in the feline eyes, Poplavsky tore the passport out of his pocket as if it were a dagger. The cat picked up a pair of spectacles with thick black frames from the mirror table, placed them on his muzzle, which served to give him an even more imposing look, and extracted the passport from Poplavsky's shaking hand. "I wonder, am I going to faint or not?" thought Poplavsky. Korolyov's sobs came from afar, and the entire hall filled up with the smell of ether, valerian, and some other nauseating filth. "Which office issued this document?" asked the cat, peering into the page. There was no reply. 412th, the cat said to himself, tracing his paw along the passport, which he was holding upside down. Yes, of course, I know the place. They'll issue anyone a passport. As for me, I'd never have issued one to someone like you, under no circumstances. One look at your face and I'd have rejected you instantly. The cat became so irate that he threw the passport to the floor. Your presence at the funeral is cancelled, he continued in official tones. Please be so kind as to return to your place of residence. And he snarled at the door. Azazello? A small, limping man in black tights came running to the door at the cat's call, a knife tucked into his leather belt. He had red hair, a yellow fang, and a blemish in his left eye. Poplawski felt a shortage of air. He rose from the chair and stepped back, clutching his heart. Azazello, see him off, the cat ordered, and left the hall. Poplawski, the new arrival said, in a quiet, nasal voice. I trust everything is clear by now. Poplawski nodded. Return to Kiev at once, Azazello continued. Lay low there, quiet as a mouse, and forget you ever thought about an apartment in Moscow. Got it? Though he barely reached to the economist's shoulder, the little man drove Poplawski to mortal fear with his fang, knife, and crooked eye. He acted energetically, methodically, and efficiently. First of all, he picked up the passport and handed it to Maximilian Andreevich, who accepted the little booklet with a dead hand. Then the one named Azazello picked up the suitcase with one hand and opened the door with the other. Taking Berlioz's uncle under the arm, he led him out on the staircase landing. Poplawski leaned against the wall. Azazello opened the suitcase without any key and took out an enormous fried chicken, wrapped in oily newspaper and missing a leg, and placed it on the landing. Then he extracted 2 pairs of underwear, a razor strop, some books, and a case, and kicked everything except the chicken downstairs. The empty suitcase followed. It could be heard crashing below, where, judging by the sound, it had lost its lid. Immediately thereafter, the red-haired bandit picked up the chicken by the leg. Using the chicken's flat side, he dealt Poplawski's neck a blow, so solid and frightening that the chicken's body popped right off, leaving the leg in Azazello's hands. As the renowned author Leo Tolstoy put it so well, everything grew jumbled in the house of Oblonsky. This is exactly what he would have said here. Yes, everything grew jumbled in Poplawski's eyes. An elongated spark flashed before him, giving way to a weaving funereal stripe that briefly obscured the bright May day. And then Poplawski found himself tumbling downstairs, passport in hand. Reaching a turn in the staircase, Poplawski pushed the glass out of a window on the lower landing with his foot and sat down on a step. The legless chicken went hopping past and fell down the stairwell. Remaining upstairs, Azazello instantaneously devoured the chicken leg and placed the bone in the side pocket of his tights. He returned to the apartment and slammed the door shut. At the same time, the cautious steps of an ascending man came from below. Running down to the next landing, Poplawski sat on a wooden bench there and caught his breath. A tiny, elderly man, with an extraordinarily sad face, stopped by Poplawski on the way up. He was wearing an ancient tussore suit and a firm straw hat with a green band. "May I ask you, sir," the little man in tussore inquired mournfully, "where I might find apartment number 50? "Upstairs," Poplawski replied curtly. "My humblest thanks, sir," the man replied just as mournfully, and continued up, while Poplawski rose and ran downstairs. One naturally wonders whether Maximilian Andreevich was hurrying to complain to the police about the scoundrels who inflicted such savage violence upon him in broad daylight. The answer was, most assuredly, No. To enter a police station and say, "Look here, a cat in glasses has just been reading my passport, and then this man in tights with a knife." No, ladies and gentlemen, Maximilian Andreevich was truly a smart man. He was already at the bottom of the stairs by the exit when he saw a door leading to a small closet. The glass in the door was broken. Poplavsky concealed the passport in his pocket and looked around, hoping to find any scattered belongings. Unfortunately, they had all disappeared without a trace. Poplavsky was surprised at how little this bothered him. His mind was occupied by a much more interesting and enticing idea: trying out the accursed apartment on the little man. Indeed, as the man had inquired as to the whereabouts of the place, it stood to reason that it was his first visit there. Therefore, he was now headed straight into the claws of the gang that was holed up in apartment number 50. Something told Poplavsky that the little man would leave the apartment very soon. Naturally, Maximilian Andreevich had abandoned all plans to attend his nephew's funeral, and he still had plenty of time to catch the train back to Kiev. The economist glanced round and dived into the closet. At the same time, a door banged above. "That's him going in," thought Poplavsky, his heart skipping a beat. The closet was cool and reeked of mice and boots. Maximilian Andreevich sat down on a wooden block and decided to wait. The location was convenient, as the closet door offered a direct view of the front door. However, the Kievan visitor had to wait longer than he expected. For some reason, the staircase remained empty. He could hear everything quite well, and at last the door slammed again on the 5th floor. Poplavsky froze. Yes, those were his little steps. He's coming down. Another door opened a floor or so closer. The little steps stopped. A woman's voice? The sad man's voice? Yes, definitely his, saying something like, "Leave me alone, for Christ's sake." Protruding through the broken glass, Poplavsky's ear detected a woman's laughter. Quick and boisterous steps approaching. A glimpse of the woman's back. Carrying a green oilcloth bag in her hands, the woman went out of the front door and into the courtyard. Meanwhile, the little man's little steps resumed. That's odd. He's returning to the apartment. Or is he part of the same gang? Yes, he's going back. There's the upstairs door opening again. Very well. Let's wait a bit longer. This time the waiting was brief. The sound of the door, little steps, the steps pause. A desperate scream. The meowing of a cat. Quick little steps, staccato, down, down, down. Poplavsky got what he was waiting for. Crossing himself and muttering, the sad man flew past, his hat missing, his face utterly crazed, his bald head covered in scratches, and his pants soaked. He began to yank the front door handle, unable to determine in his panic whether it opened inwards or outwards. Finally, he overcame the door and bolted out into the sunny yard. The experiment was over. Forgetting both the deceased nephew and the apartment, shuddering at the thought of the danger he had been in, Maximilian Andreevich ran out into the courtyard, whispering but 3 words. "It's all clear. It's all clear." Several minutes later, a trolley carried the operational planning economist off towards the Kiev train station. As for the little man, a most unpleasant story happened to him while the economist was sitting in the closet downstairs. The man was a bartender and buffet keeper at the Variety, and was known as Andrei Fokich Sokov. During the investigation at the Variety, Andrei Fokich kept to the side of all that went on. It was only noticed that he grew even sadder than usual, and furthermore that he had questioned Karpov, the messenger, as to where the visiting magician was staying. And so, leaving the economist on the landing, the bartender reached the 5th floor and rang the bell of apartment number 50. Though the door opened instantly, the bartender quivered and balked at entering. This was understandable. The door had been opened by a girl, wearing nothing but a coquettish lacy apron and a white headdress, although she did have golden slippers on her feet. The girl was distinguished by her flawless build, and only the purple scar on her neck could have been considered a defect in her appearance. "Well, come in, since you rang," the girl said, fixing her dissolute green eyes on the bartender. Andrei Fokich gasped, blinked, and stepped into the hall, removing his hat. At the same time, a phone rang in the hall. Placing one foot on a chair, the shameless chambermaid took the phone off the hook and said, "Hello?" The bartender knew not where to look, shifting from foot to foot and thinking, "Some maid this foreigner has. Oh, how obscene." And so as to save himself from the obscenity, he began to look sideways around him. The large, dimly lit hall was packed full of unusual items and clothing. A funeral cape lined with fiery fabric was draped over the back of a chair, and a long sword with a gleaming golden hilt lay upon the mirror table. 3 other swords with silver hilts stood in a corner, as if they were mere canes or umbrellas. Caps adorned with eagle feathers hung from the deer antlers on the wall. "Yes," the maid was saying on the phone. "Who?" "Baron Mikhail." "I'm listening." "Yes, the artist is in today." "Yes, he would be happy to see you." "Yes, guests." "A black suit or tailcoat?" "What's that?" "At midnight." Ending the conversation, the maid hung up and turned to the bartender. "May I help you?" "I must see the artist." "What? Him personally?" "Him," the bartender answered sadly. "I'll ask," the maid said hesitantly, and opening the deceased Berlioz's office door a crack, she announced, "Sir Knight, a little man is here asking for the Messiah." "Let him enter," Korovyov's broken voice came from the office. "Come into the living room," the maid said as nonchalantly as if she were decently dressed. She opened the door to the living room and left the hall. Following the invitation, the bartender entered the room and was so astonished by its decor that he nearly forgot why he came. Extraordinary, church-like light poured through the large, stained-glass windows, a fancy of the jeweller's mysteriously missing wife. Despite the hot spring day, firewood blazed in the giant antique fireplace. The room was not the least bit hot, however. On the contrary, the cool dankness of a cellar enveloped the entering visitor. A black monster of a cat sat on a tiger skin in front of the fireplace, grinning contentedly at the fire. There was a table, which gave the God-fearing bartender a start. It was covered with an altar cloth. A multitude of round, mouldy, dusty bottles rested on the brocade tablecloth. A tray glinted among the bottles, and one could immediately see that it was made of solid gold. By the fireplace, a short, red-haired fellow with a knife tucked in his belt was roasting pieces of meat impaled on a long steel sword, the juice dripping into the fire and the smoke rising up the chimney. The smell of roasting meat mingled with the odour of strong perfume and incense. The bartender, having already heard of Berlioz's death from the papers, and knowing where the man had lived, wondered for a split second whether a church service had perhaps been held here for the deceased, but then quickly chased the thought away as patently absurd. Suddenly, the stupefied bartender heard a low, heavy voice. "So, what can I do for you?" And then, in the shadows, he discovered the one he was looking for. The black magician was sprawled out on an immense, low couch with pillows strewn all over it. It seemed to the bartender that the artist was wearing only black underclothes and equally black pointed slippers. I am in charge of the buffet at the Variety Theatre, the bartender began bitterly. His fingers sparkling with gemstones, the artist held out his hand as if to block the bartender's mouth and spoke very emphatically. No, 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 not a word more. Under no circumstances, and never again. I won't so much as taste anything that comes out of your buffet. I walked by your counter yesterday, my good sir, and to this moment I cannot forget either the sturgeon or the feta. My precious man, feta is not supposed to be green. Someone must have lied to you. It is meant to be white. Oh, and the tea. It is filth. With my own eyes I saw some slovenly girl pour tap water from a bucket into your enormous samovar, and all the while tea was being served from it. No, my dearest fellow, that is unacceptable.
Forgive me,
said Andrei Fokich, stunned by this unexpected attack.
That's not why I'm here, and the sturgeon has nothing to do with it.
What do you mean it has nothing to do with it if it's spoiled?
We were supplied sturgeon of second-grade freshness, the bartender informed.
My friend, that's rubbish.
What's rubbish?
Second-grade freshness. That's what. Freshness has only one grade, the first, also the last. If the sturgeon is second-grade fresh, then it is, quite simply, rotten.
Forgive me. The bartender started again, unsure of how to shake off the nagging artist.
I absolutely cannot forgive you,
the latter said firmly. That is not why I'm here, the bartender said, now utterly upset.
It's not, the foreign magician said, surprised. What other business could have brought you here? If my memory serves me well, I have only associated with a single member of your profession, a sutler woman, which was long before your appearance in this world. Nonetheless, I'm glad. Azazello, a chair for Sir Buffet Manager.
The man roasting the meat turned, terrifying the bartender with his fangs, and deftly handed him one of the low oaken stools. There were no other seats in the room. My humble thanks, the bartender uttered, and lowered himself onto the stool. Its back leg immediately cracked and broke. The bartender gasped and hit his behind painfully on the floor. As he fell, he hooked another stool in front of him with his foot, knocking over a chalice full of red wine on his pants.
"Oh, you aren't hurt, are you?"
the artist exclaimed. Azazello helped the bartender to his feet and gave him another seat. His voice full of grief, the bartender refused the host's offer to take off his pants and dry them off in front of the fire. Feeling extremely uncomfortable in the wet clothes, he sat down cautiously on the second stool.
"I like to sit low," the artist spoke. "It is not quite so dangerous to fall that way." "Yes, so we were talking about the sturgeon. My friend, freshness, freshness, and more freshness. This should be the motto of any buffet keeper. Why, here, won't you try this?"
A sword flashed before the bartender in the crimson light of the fireplace, and Azazello laid a sizzling piece of meat on a golden plate, sprayed it with lemon juice, and handed the bartender a two-pronged golden fork.
No, no, try it."
Out of politeness, the bartender put a small piece in his mouth and immediately tasted something truly fresh and, more importantly, incredibly delicious. As he chewed on the fragrant, juicy meat, however, the bartender nearly choked and almost fell over again. A large dark bird flew in from the neighbouring room and brushed the bartender's bald head lightly with its wing. Alighting on the mantelpiece near the clock, the bird turned out to be an owl. Dear God, thought Andrei Fokich, a nervous man like all bartenders. Some place this is.
A cup of wine? White? Red? Which nation's wine do you prefer at this time of day?
I don't drink.
Too bad. Perhaps a game of dice? Or do you prefer some other game? Dominoes? Cards?
I don't play, the bartender replied, growing weary.
Most regrettable, the host concluded. If you ask me, something sinister lurks in men who avoid wine, games, the company of lovely women, and dinner-time conversation. Such people are either gravely ill or secretly detest everyone around them. There are exceptions, of course. Among those who have sat at my banquet table, I've occasionally happened upon astonishing scoundrels. Anyway, let's hear about your business.
Yesterday you were so kind as to show some tricks.
Me? The magician exclaimed in amazement. Please, that sort of thing is rather unbecoming to me.
Forgive me, said the bartender, taken aback. Why, the séance of black magic.
Oh, well, yes, my dear fellow. Let me reveal a secret to you. I am no artist. I merely wished to observe the Muscovites en masse, which was easiest to do in a theatre. Thus, my entourage.
He nodded at the cat.
Put on that séance while I merely sat and looked at the Muscovites. But don't look so shocked. Tell me instead what it is about this séance that brings you here.
If you please, among other things, some bills fell from the ceiling. The bartender lowered his voice and looked round in embarrassment. Well, so everyone grabbed them. Then a young man comes to the buffet, gives me a 10. I give him $8.50 in change. Then another.
Also a young man?
No, middle-aged. A third, a fourth. I keep handing out change. Today I checked the till, and instead of money, I saw pieces of paper. The buffet carried a loss of 109 roubles.
Ay, 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 exclaimed the artist. Surely they didn't think the bills were real? I cannot entertain the thought that they did this on purpose.
The bartender gave a crooked, miserable look, but said nothing.
Swindlers? Could it be?
The magician asked the guest anxiously.
Are there really swindlers among Muscovites?
The bartender smiled so bitterly in response that all doubt was cast aside. Yes, there were indeed swindlers among Muscovites.
How low, Volin said indignantly. You're a poor man. You're a poor man, aren't you?
The bartender hunched his head into his shoulders, showing that he was indeed a poor man.
How much do you have in savings?
Although the question was asked in sympathetic tones, one could not deny that it was somewhat tactless. The bartender hesitated.
249,000 roubles in 5 different banks,
came a cracked voice from the neighbouring room.
In addition to 200 gold 10 pieces under the floorboards in his house.
It was as if the bartender had fused with his seat.
Well, that is certainly next to nothing, Volin said condescendingly to his guest. Though, on second thought, you won't even need that. When will you die?
The bartender grew indignant.
That no one knows, and it's nobody's business, he replied. No one knows? Ha! The same rotten voice said from the study. No binomial theorem, this one. He'll die in 9 months, in February of next year, from cancer of the liver in the First Moscow State University Clinic in Ward number 4. The bartender's face turned yellow. 9 months, Voland counted pensively. 249,000. Comes out to roughly 27,000 a month. A little scarce, but sufficient for a modest lifestyle. Plus those 10 pieces. The 10 pieces will not be cashed, the same voice put in, chilling the bartender's heart. Upon Andrei Fokitch's death, the house will be torn down immediately, and the 10 pieces will be repossessed by the State Bank. Oh, and I would advise against going to a clinic, the artist continued. What's the point in dying in a hospital ward to the moaning and gasping of the hopelessly ill? Would it not be better to throw a feast on these 27,000, and with a bit of poison, journey to the other world to the sound of music, surrounded by drunken beauties and dashing friends? The bartender sat very still and suddenly looked a lot older. Dark rings surrounded his eyes, his cheeks sagged, and his lower jaw dropped. However, we digress, exclaimed the host. To business. Show me your pieces of paper. The agitated bartender extracted a package from his pocket, unwrapped it, and was dumbfounded. Inside the piece of newspaper lay 10-rouble bills. My dear fellow, you truly are ill, said Voland, shrugging his shoulders. Smiling insanely, the bartender rose from his seat. But, he spoke, stuttering, what if they, again? The artist pondered. Well, in that case, come right back. You're always welcome here. Glad to have made your acquaintance. Korovyov immediately jumped out of the study, snatched the bartender's hand, and began shaking it, all the while begging Andrei Fokitch to give his regards to everyone, absolutely everyone. Very confused, the bartender started for the hall. Hella, see him out, shouted Korovyov. Again, the naked redhead in the hall. The bartender squeezed himself through the door, squeaked out a goodbye, and stumbled off like a drunk. Descending a short distance, he stopped, sat down on the stairs, took out his bundle, and checked it. The money was there. Just then, a woman carrying a green bag came out of an apartment on the landing. Seeing a man sitting on the stairs and staring obtusely at some tens, she smiled at him and said pensively, What a house we've got. Day's barely started, and this one's already drunk. Someone's knocked out the glass on the landing again. Looking at the bartender more closely, she added, Hey, looks like you've got money to burn, mister. You want to share some with me, eh? Leave me alone, for Christ's sake, said the bartender, frightened, and promptly hid the money. The woman laughed. Go to hell, you miser, I was just joking. And she went downstairs. The bartender rose slowly, raised a hand to adjust his hat, and determined that it was missing from his head. He loathed the idea of going back, but regretted the loss of the hat. Hesitating for a moment, he nonetheless returned and rang. What else do you need? Asked the accursed Hella. I forgot my hat, the bartender whispered, gesturing at his bald head. Hella turned around, causing the bartender to mentally spit in disgust and close his eyes. When he opened them, Hella was holding out his hat and a sword with a dark hilt. Not mine, the bartender whispered, pushing away the sword and quickly putting on the hat. You came without a sword? Hella asked, surprised. The bartender grumbled something in response and headed quickly down the stairs. His head felt unusually uncomfortable and hot inside the hat. He took it off and shrieked quietly, jolting in fear. In his hands lay a velvet beret with a tattered rooster feather. The bartender crossed himself. Immediately the beret meowed and turned into a black kitten. Leaping back onto Andrei Fokich's head, the kitten plunged all of his claws into its bald surface. Emitting a desperate scream, the bartender dashed downstairs, while the kitten fell off his head and sprinted back up the steps. Bursting outside, the bartender trotted to the gate, forever leaving the accursed number 302B. It is well known what happened to him thereafter. Rushing through the gateway, the bartender glanced round wildly as if looking for something. A minute later, he was in the drugstore on the opposite side of the street. No sooner did he utter, "Tell me, please," than the woman behind the counter exclaimed, "Mister, your head's all cut up." Several minutes later, the bartender had been bandaged with gauze and had found out that the best liver disease specialists were the professors Bernadsky and Kuzmin. Asking who was closer, he lit up with joy upon finding out that Kuzmin lived barely a block away in a small white house. In a couple of minutes he was there. The place was ancient, but very, very cosy. The first person the bartender would recall meeting was an old nurse who wanted to take his hat, but as he had none, she walked off somewhere, making chewing motions with her empty mouth. She was replaced by a middle-aged woman who appeared by the mirror under a sort of arch and immediately announced that the earliest available appointment was on the 19th. The bartender quickly saw a way out. Peeping through the arch with dying eyes, where 3 people waited in what was evidently the lobby, he whispered, "Terminally ill." The woman looked quizzically at the bartender's bandaged head, hesitated, and said, "Well then," and let the bartender through the arch. At the same time, the door on the opposite side of the room opened, and a golden pince-nez flashed in the doorway. The woman in the white coat said, "Folks, this patient will go first." And before the bartender knew it, he was in Professor Kuzmin's office. There was nothing frightening, nothing solemnly medical in this oblong room. "What's the problem?" Professor Kuzmin asked pleasantly, glancing at the bartender's bandaged head with a certain degree of anxiety. "I've just learned from a reliable source," the bartender replied, staring frantically at some framed group photograph, "that I am going to die of cancer of the liver come February next year. I beg you to stop it." Professor Kuzmin leaned right back in his tall leather Gothic chair. "Forgive me, I don't quite understand. Have you been to a doctor? Why is your head bandaged?" "What doctor? You ought to have seen that doctor." The bartender's teeth suddenly began chattering. "Never mind the head, it's unrelated," he replied. "Forget the head, it has nothing to do with it. It's cancer of the liver. I beg you to stop it." "But, excuse me, who told you this?" "Believe him," the bartender implored passionately. "If anyone knows, he knows." "I don't understand a thing," said the professor, shrugging his shoulders and gliding away from the desk on his chair. "How can he know when you'll die, especially since he is not a doctor?" "In ward number 4, the bartender replied. The professor looked over his patient, his head, his damp trousers, and thought, "Now, that's the last thing I need, a basket case." "Do you drink vodka?" he asked. "Never touch it," replied the bartender. A minute later, he lay undressed on a cold oilcloth couch while the professor poked at his stomach. This seemed to cheer up the bartender considerably. The professor categorically insisted that, at least for the moment, the bartender did not show any signs of cancer, but, given the situation, since he is afraid, since some charlatan frightened him, he should have all the proper tests done. The professor scribbled on pieces of paper, explaining where to go and what to bring. In addition, he wrote a note for Professor Buret, a neuropathologist, explaining to the bartender that his nerves were utterly shot. "How much do I owe you, Professor?" asked the bartender in a tender, trembling voice, pulling out a fat wallet. "As much as you like," the Professor replied curtly and dryly. The bartender pulled out 30 roubles and placed them on the table. Then, suddenly, with a soft cat paws motion, he laid a jingling stack wrapped in newspaper over the tens. "What's this now?" asked Kuzmin, twirling his moustache. "Don't be squeamish, Mr. Professor," the bartender whispered. "I beg you, stop the cancer." "Take back your gold at once," said the Professor, feeling proud of himself. "You ought to look after your nerves instead. Submit a urine sample for analysis first thing tomorrow. Avoid drinking lots of tea, and eliminate all salt from your diet." "Not even in the soup?" asked the bartender. "No salt in anything," Kuzmin ordered. "Ah," the bartender exclaimed wistfully. He looked at the Professor affectionately, picked up the gold 10 pieces, and backed out the door. The Professor saw few patients that evening, and the last one left just at the onset of twilight. Taking off his coat, the Professor glanced at the spot where the bartender had left the money. But instead of the 10s, he found 3 labels from bottles of Abraudoso. "Hell knows what's going on," Kuzmin muttered, dragging his coat across the floor and examining the labels. "Apparently he's not only a schizophrenic, but also a cheat. But I cannot imagine what he wanted from me. Surely not the urine test prescription. Ah, he stole the overcoat." The Professor dashed into the lobby, one arm still in the sleeve of his coat. "Xenia Nikitishna!" he shouted piercingly in the doorway. "Are all the coats there?" It was determined that all the coats were there. However, upon finally tearing off his white coat and returning to his desk, the Professor froze to the parquet floor, his eyes glued to the desk surface. An orphaned black kitten, with a miserable little face, sat where the bottle labels had been, meowing over a saucer of milk. "What's going on here? This is getting—" The Professor felt a chill run up his spine. Xenia Nikitishna came running at the Professor's quiet, mournful cry, and reassured him completely, guessing right away that, clearly, one of the patients must have left the kitten, as it often happens in Professors' offices. "They live poorly, in all likelihood," Xenia Nikitishna explained, "whereas you—" They started wondering and pondering who might have left the kitten. Suspicion fell on an old lady with a stomach ulcer. "Of course it's her," Xenia Nikitishna said. "She's thinking, I am dying anyway, but why should the poor kitty?" "But hold it a second," Kuzmin shouted. "What about the milk? Also her? And the saucer?" "She brought some milk in a little bottle, poured it into a saucer," Xenia Nikitishna clarified. "In any case, remove both the kitten and the saucer," said Kuzmin, personally following Xenia Nikitishna to the door. When he returned, the situation had changed. Hanging his coat on a hook, the Professor heard laughter outside. Looking out of the window, he was, quite naturally, dumbstruck. A lady, wearing nothing but a shirt, was running across the yard towards an outbuilding on the other side. The Professor even knew her name, Maria Alexandrovna. A boy turned out to be the source of the laughter. "What's this all about?" Kuzmin said contemptuously. On the other side of the wall, in a room belonging to the Professor's daughter, a gramophone began playing the foxtrot Hallelujah, and at the same moment a chirping came from behind the Professor. He spun round and saw a large sparrow hopping on his desk. Stay calm, thought the Professor. He flew in as I turned away from the window. Everything is fine, he told himself, feeling that everything was far from fine, and mostly on account of the sparrow. Taking a closer look, the Professor quickly determined that he was no ordinary sparrow. The little bastard of a bird was leaning on his left leg, clowning, dragging it, syncopating. In other words, he was dancing to the foxtrot like a drunkard by the bar. Glancing at the professor insolently, he was as vulgar as a sparrow could be. Kuzmin's hand felt for the telephone, and he decided to call his one-time classmate Buret to ask just what it meant to see sparrows like this at the age of 60 and when one's head was spinning as well. Meanwhile, the sparrow perched on an inkwell the professor had received as a gift and befouled it. I'm not joking. Then the bird flew up, froze in the air, and accelerating towards the photograph of the university graduating class of '94, rammed the glass with a steel-like beak and shattered it into tiny pieces before flying out of the window. The professor changed his mind and dialed a different number. Rather than calling Buret, he telephoned the Medical Leech Supply Bureau, stated that he was Professor Kuzmin, and asked for an urgent delivery of leeches to his house. Hanging up, the professor turned back towards his desk and immediately let out a scream. A woman, wearing a nurse's cap, was sitting at the desk, holding a bag labelled leeches. The professor screamed as he looked at her mouth. It was a man's mouth, crooked, stretched out from ear to ear with a single jutting fang. The nurse's eyes were dead. "I'll just grab the cash," the nurse said in a deep male voice. "No sense leaving it lying around." She gathered up the labels with a bird-like claw and began to dissolve in the air. 2 hours passed. Professor Kuzmin was sitting on his bed in the bedroom, and leeches were hanging from his temples, his ears, and his neck. Grey-haired Professor Buret was sitting on a silk-quilted blanket at Kuzmin's feet, gazing at him compassionately and reassuring him that it was all stuff and nonsense. Outside, it was already night. What other oddities transpired in Moscow that night, we know not, and we certainly will not pry, especially since it is time for us to move on to the second part of this truthful narrative. Follow me, reader. Part 2. Chapter 19. Margarita. Follow me, reader. Who told you there is no true, faithful, eternal love in this world? May the liar's filthy tongue be cut off. Follow me, my reader, and me alone, and I will show you such love. No, the master was mistaken when, at the hour that night rolled over midnight, he bitterly told Ivan at the hospital that she had forgotten him. That could never have happened. She had certainly not forgotten him. Firstly, let us reveal the secret that the master chose not to reveal to Ivan. The name of his beloved was Margarita Nikolaevna. Everything the master had told the poor poet about her had been absolutely true. He described his beloved accurately. She was beautiful and intelligent. Moreover, one may confidently add that many women would have given anything to trade their lives for hers. Childless, the 30-year-old Margarita was married to a prominent scientist, one who had made a discovery of great national importance. Her husband was young, handsome, kind, honest, and adored his wife. Margarita Nikolaevna and her husband occupied the entire top floor of a wonderful mansion, situated in a garden on one of the side streets near the Arbat. An enchanting place. Anyone can ascertain this by visiting the garden. Just ask, and I will give the address and show the way. The house stands even now. Margarita Nikolaevna had no want of money. Margarita Nikolaevna could buy anything she liked. Among her husband's friends were some very interesting people. Margarita Nikolaevna never touched a primus stove. Margarita Nikolaevna did not know the horrors of living in a communal apartment. In other words, she was happy? Not for a single moment. From the day when, at age 19, she got married and moved into the house, she knew no happiness. Oh, gods, ye gods of mine,
What did this woman need? What did she need, whose eyes flickered perpetually with a mysterious little fire? What did she need, that witch with an ever-so-slight cast in one eye, who adorned herself with mimosas that spring? I know not. It has not been revealed to me. Evidently she spoke the truth when she said she needed the Master. Not the Gothic mansion, or the private garden, or the money. She loved him. She spoke the truth. Even the heart of this truthful narrator, a complete stranger, twinges at the thought of what Margarita had to endure when she came to the Master's house the following day. Fortunately, before she could talk to her husband, who had not returned in time, and discovered that the Master was gone. She did everything she could to find out what happened to him, and of course found out nothing. Then she returned to the house and began to live there as before. Yes, the very same mistake Margarita told herself on those winter days as she sat by the furnace and gazed into the fire. Why did I leave him alone that night? Why? It was madness. I came the next day, true to my word, but it was too late. Yes, just like the miserable Matthew Levi, I returned all too late. Her words were absurd, of course, for really, what would have changed had she stayed at the Master's that night? Could she have saved him? Ridiculous, we might exclaim, but we will not do so for the sake of this despairing woman. Thus, Margarita Nikolaevna suffered all winter, and then came spring. On the day of bizarre mayhem caused by the appearance of the black magician in Moscow, on the Friday when Berlioz's uncle was banished back to Kiev, when the bookkeeper was arrested, and when numerous other silly and inexplicable things occurred. Margarita awoke around noon in her bedroom, with bay windows in the mansion's tower. After waking up, Margarita did not start to cry, as was often the case, for she had woken with the premonition that something would finally happen that day. Sensing this premonition, she began to warm and nurture it in her soul, afraid that it would leave her. "I have faith," Margarita whispered solemnly. "I have faith. Something will happen. It cannot be otherwise, for after all, what have I done to earn lifelong suffering? I confess that I lied and deceived and led a secret life concealed from all, but surely no punishment could be that cruel. Something will definitely happen, because nothing can drag on forever. Furthermore, my dream was prophetic, I know it." Thus whispered Margarita Nikolaevna, as she stared at the crimson curtains swelling with the sun, dressed anxiously, and brushed her short, curled hair in front of the triple mirror. The dream that visited Margarita that night was indeed unusual. The thing was that she never dreamt of the Master during her winter torments. At night he would leave her, and she would only suffer in the daylight hours. But now he came into her dreams. Margarita dreamt of an unknown place, a hopeless, dismal location under the overcast sky of early spring. She dreamt of this sky, tattered, fleeting, and grey, with a silent flock of rooks circling above, a crooked little bridge, a muddy springtime creek underneath, mirthless, miserable, half-naked trees, a solitary aspen, and beyond, amid the trees, a tiny log cabin. Perhaps a kitchen-house or a bath-house or hell knows what, all of it so lifeless and despondent, it made you want to go and hang yourself on that aspen by the bridge. Not a breath of wind, not a movement in the clouds, not a single living soul. A hellish place for a living man. And then, imagine, the door of the log cabin flings open, and he appears. He is rather far away, but clearly visible. He looks scruffy. It's hard to tell what he's wearing. His hair is tousled, his face unshaven. His eyes are sick, disturbed. He beckons with his hand, calling her. Gasping in the lifeless air,
Margarita runs towards him over the hummocks, and then she wakes up.
The dream can only mean one of two things, Margarita Nikolaevna reasoned. If he is dead and beckoned me, then it means he has come for me, and I will soon die. That is very good, because then the suffering will end. Otherwise, he is alive, and the dream can only mean that he is reminding me of himself. He wants to tell me we will see each other yet. Yes, we will see each other very soon.
Still in an excited state, Margarita finished dressing and began to convince herself that everything was indeed coming together very nicely, and that one should learn to seize and get the most out of such inspired moments. Her husband was away on business for 3 whole days. For 3 days she was her own woman, with nothing to stop her from thinking whatever she wanted, dreaming of whatever she liked. All 5 rooms on the top floor of the house were completely at her disposal, an entire apartment that would have been the envy of tens of thousands in Moscow. However, upon gaining 3 whole days of freedom, Margarita chose by far not the best place in the luxurious apartment. After having tea, she went into a dark, windowless room, full of suitcases and assorted old junk stored in 2 large cabinets. Squatting down, she opened the bottom drawer of one and extracted her only valuable possession in life from underneath a heap of silk scraps. A brown leather album appeared in Margarita's hands, containing the master's photograph, a bank book for the account holding 10,000 roubles in his name, the dry petals of a rose pressed between pieces of rice paper, and part of a single notebook of typed manuscript, its bottom edge singed by flames. Returning to her bedroom with this treasure, Margarita Nikolaevna positioned the photograph on her triple mirror and sat there for about an hour with the burned notebook on her lap, turning its pages and rereading the text that after the fire had neither beginning nor end. Darkness descending from the Mediterranean Sea engulfed the city so hated by the procurator. Gone were the suspended bridges connecting the temple to the fearsome Antonia Tower. Down came the void and flooded the winged gods over the hippodrome, the Hasmonean Palace with its loopholes, the markets, the caravanserais, the alleys, the pools. Gone was Yerushalayim, the great city, gone as though it had never existed. Margarita wanted to read on, but there was nothing further but the uneven, charred fringe. Wiping away her tears, Margarita Nikolaevna put down the notebook, placed her elbows on the dressing table, and sat there for a long time opposite her own reflection in the mirror, without taking her eyes off the photograph. Then her tears dried. Margarita carefully collected her possessions, and several minutes later they again lay buried under the silk scraps, and the lock in the dark room clanged shut. Margarita Nikolaevna put on her coat in the hall, intending to go for a walk. Her housekeeper, the beautiful Natasha, inquired as to what she should prepare for dinner, and, after being told it did not matter, began to chat with her mistress about God knows what so as to amuse herself. Yesterday, for instance, a magician awed the audience in a theatre with his tricks, then handed out 2 bottles of imported perfume and some hosiery to everyone, free. And then, after the séance ended and the public went outside, bam! Everyone ended up naked. Margarita Nikolaevna collapsed onto the chair by the mirror and burst out laughing. "Natasha, you ought to be ashamed," Margarita Nikolaevna said. "You're a smart, literate girl. Hell knows how they lie in those store lines, and you go around spreading that nonsense." Natasha's face flushed red, and she insisted with great passion that she was telling the truth, and that she had personally seen a lady come into a grocery on the Arbat wearing shoes which disappeared from her feet as she was paying at the register, leaving her in stockings, eyes bulging, a hole in the heel of her stockings, and the shoes were magical from that very séance. And she just went off like that. "Just like that!" Natasha exclaimed, growing even redder from the fact that her story had not been believed. "Why, Last night, Margarita Nikolaevna, the police must have arrested 100 people. The ladies from that séance ran around Tverskaya in nothing but their underwear." "These are Daria's stories, of course," said Margarita Nikolaevna. "I've long been noticing what a horrible liar she is." The amusing conversation ended in a pleasant surprise for Natasha. Margarita Nikolaevna went into the bedroom and emerged carrying a pair of stockings and a bottle of cologne. Explaining that she also wished to perform a magic trick, Margarita Nikolaevna gave Natasha both the stockings and the bottle, adding that she asked for only one thing in return, that Natasha not run round Tverskaya in nothing but her stockings, and that she no longer listened to Daria. Kissing each other, the mistress and the maid parted. Leaning back in the trolley's soft, comfortable seat, Margarita Nikolaevna rode down the Arbat, sometimes thinking her own thoughts, sometimes listening to the two men whispering in the seat in front of her. The two were whispering about some nonsense, glancing round cautiously from time to make sure no one could hear. Sitting by the window, a large, meaty man with animated porcine eyes was quietly telling his smaller neighbour that it became necessary to cover the coffin with a black shroud. "It can't be," the little man whispered in astonishment. "It's unbelievable. So what did Zildebin do?" Through the steady hum of the trolley, words came from the window seat. "Criminal investigation. Scandal. It's practically supernatural." From these fragments, Margarita Nikolaevna managed to assemble something coherent. The two were whispering about how some deceased man, though they would not say who, had his head stolen from his coffin that morning. This was what had this Zeldebin character so worried. The men whispering on the trolley also appeared to have some connection to the deceased victim of robbery. "Will we have enough time to pick up flowers?" the little man fretted. "The cremation is at 2, you say." Finally, Margarita Nikolaevna had had enough of this mysterious gossip about the stolen head, and was glad to discover that her stop had been reached. Several minutes later, Margarita Nikolaevna was sitting on one of the benches beneath the Kremlin wall, in a spot that afforded her a view of the manège. Margarita squinted at the bright sun, recalling last night's dream, remembering how, exactly a year ago, to the day and hour, she had been sitting on this very bench next to him. Her black handbag lay beside her on the bench, just as it had then. He was not present today, but Margarita spoke to him in her thoughts all the same. "If you have been exiled, why won't you let me know? People do send word after all. Do you no longer love me?" "No, for some reason I cannot believe that." "Perhaps you died in exile. If so, I beg you to release me, to give me the freedom to live and breathe at last." Margarita Nikolaevna replied for him herself. "You are free. Am I keeping you?" And then she countered, "What kind of answer is that? No. Leave my memories, and then I will be free." People passed by Margarita Nikolaevna. A man glanced sidelong at the well-dressed woman, attracted by her beauty and solitude. He coughed and sat down at the end of Margarita's bench. Gathering courage, he spoke. "The weather's decidedly good today." But Margarita gave him such a grim look that he rose and walked away. "Here's a perfect example," Margarita said silently to him who possessed her. "Why did I chase that man away? I'm bored, and there's nothing truly bad about that Don Juan, except perhaps that silly word, decidedly. Why do I sit alone under this wall, like an owl? Why am I excluded from life?" She grew utterly sad and disheartened. But then, the same wave of anticipation and excitement that she had felt in the morning pushed her in the chest. Yes, something will happen. The wave pushed her again, and she realized that it was a wave of sound. Growing more distinct, the beat of approaching drums penetrated the city hum, accompanied by the slightly off-key sounds of brass instruments. A mounted policeman appeared first, riding by the garden fence, followed by 3 other policemen on foot. Then came a slow-moving truck bearing the musicians. Further, a brand-new open hearse, with a wreath-covered coffin upon it, and 4 people standing at the corners of its platform, 3 men and a woman. Even at a great distance, Margarita could see that the faces of the people accompanying the deceased on his final journey in the hearse bore odd expressions of confusion. This was particularly obvious with regard to the woman standing in the rear left corner of the platform. Her fat cheeks looked like they were being even further inflated by a juicy secret on the tip of her tongue. Mysterious little flames danced in her puffy eyes. It seemed that any moment now the woman would lose it, wink at the deceased and say, "Have you ever seen anything like this? It's practically supernatural." A crowd of mourners, some 300 strong, walked slowly behind the hearse, with equally confused looks. Margarita followed the procession with her eyes and listened to the dreary sounds of the Turkish drum fading in the distance with the same repetitive boom, boom, boom. What a strange funeral, she thought, and how depressing all those booms. Oh, I would truly sell my soul to the devil to find out if he is alive or not. It would be interesting to know, though, who it is they are burying with such odd faces. "Berlioz, Mikhail Alexandrovich," came a slightly nasal voice from nearby. "The chairman of Masolit." Surprised, Margarita Nikolaevna turned and saw a gentleman who had apparently managed to slip quietly onto the bench while Margarita had been distracted by the procession. Evidently she had absent-mindedly asked her last question out loud. Meanwhile, the procession slowed down, probably delayed by a traffic light. "Yes," the unknown man continued. "Funny mood they're in, ferrying a dead man, and all they can think about is where his head went." "What head?" Margarita asked, peering at her unexpected neighbour. He turned out to be a short man with flaming red hair and a fang. He wore a starched shirt, a quality-striped suit, patent leather shoes, and a bowler. He had a flashy tie. His breast pocket was of particular interest. Where men usually keep a handkerchief or a pen, this particular gentleman had a bare chicken bone sticking out. "Well, you see," the redhead explained, "this morning someone stole the head of the deceased right out of the coffin in the Griboyedov Hall." "How can that be?" Margarita asked reflexively, even as she recalled the whispers on the trolley. "Hell knows how," the redhead replied insolently. "Though I suspect it wouldn't hurt to ask Behemoth. Awfully clean theft. Monstrous scandal. And most importantly, no one can figure out what anyone could want with this head." Though deep in her own thoughts, Margarita Nikolaevna was none the less amazed by the stranger's bizarre lies. "Hold on," she exclaimed suddenly. "Which Berlioz? Is this what the papers today?" "But of course, of course." "So then these must be writers following the coffin?" Margarita asked, baring her teeth suddenly. "Well, naturally." "And would you recognise them by their faces?" "Every single one," the redhead replied. "Tell me," said Margarita, and her voice turned hollow. "Is there a critic by the name of Latunsky among them?" "How can there not be?" the redhead replied. "There he is, in the 4th row on the edge." "The blonde one?" Margarita asked, squinting. "Ash-coloured hair. See how he raises his eyes to the heavens? Looks like a priest." "Bingo." Margarita had no further questions, and peered at Latunsky. "I see you really hate this Latunsky," said the redhead, smiling. "I hate a few others too," Margarita said through her teeth. "But it's not that interesting a subject." Meanwhile, the procession began to move on, a chain of mostly empty cars following those on foot. "Indeed, nothing interesting about it, Margarita Nikolaevna."
You know me? Margarita asked, surprised. Instead of answering, the red-headed man removed his bowler and held it to the side. A real bandit's face, thought Margarita, studying her random visitor. Well, I don't know you, she said dryly. How could you? Anyhow, I've been sent to discuss a certain matter with you. Margarita grew pale and drew back. That's what you should have started with, she spoke. No need to spew hell knows what about a severed head. You are here to arrest me? Nothing of the sort, the redhead exclaimed. What's this? If I am talking to you, I must be here to arrest you? I simply have some business to discuss with you. I don't understand. What business? The red-headed man glanced round and said mysteriously, I was sent to give you an invitation for tonight. What are you rambling about? What invitation? From a very wealthy foreigner, the redhead said meaningfully, narrowing his eyes. Margarita became incensed. Now here's something new. A street pimp, she said, rising to leave. Some errand this is. Thanks for nothing, exclaimed the redhead, offended, and growled after Margarita. Dunce! Bastard, she replied, turning her head, and immediately heard the voice of the red-headed man behind her. Darkness descending from the Mediterranean Sea engulfed the city so hated by the procurator. Gone were the suspended bridges connecting the temple to the fearsome Antonia Tower. Gone was Jerusalem, the great city, gone as though it had never existed. And you can get lost as well with your charred notebook and your dried-up rose. Keep sitting here alone on the bench, begging him to grant you freedom, to let you breathe, to leave your memory. Turning white, Margarita returned to the bench. The red-headed man stared at her through the slits of his eyes. I don't understand, Margarita Nikolaevna said quietly. It's possible to find out about the notebook, to infiltrate, to spy. Has Natasha been bought? Is that it? But how could you know my thoughts? She frowned miserably and added, Tell me who you are. Which bureau are you from? What a bore, grumbled the redhead, and then spoke louder. Forgive me, but I've already told you I am not from any bureau. Sit down, please. Margarita obeyed unquestioningly, but as she sat down, she could not help asking again, Who are you? Oh, all right. My name is Azazello, not that it will tell you anything. Will you tell me how you found out about the manuscript and my thoughts? I will not, Azazello replied dryly. But do you know anything about him? Margarita whispered imploringly. Well, let's say I do. I beg you, just tell me if he's alive. Don't torture me. Well, all right. He's alive, Azazello replied reluctantly. Oh, God! Please, no fussing or screaming, Azazello said, frowning. Forgive me, muttered a newly obedient Margarita. I was angry with you, of course, but you must agree, when someone on the street invites a woman to visit someone, I have no prejudices, I assure you. Margarita smirked uneasily. But I never see any foreigners. I have no desire to interact with them, and besides, my husband... The drama of my life is that I live with a man I don't love, but I consider ruining his life unworthy. I've had nothing from him but kindness. Azazello took in the incoherent speech with noticeable boredom and said sternly, I'll ask you to be quiet for a moment. Margarita humbly fell silent. The foreigner I'm inviting you to visit is completely harmless, and not a soul will know of your visit. That much I can vouch for. What does he want with me? Margarita asked insinuatingly. You will find out later. I see. I am to give myself to him, Margarita said pensively. Azazello smirked contemptuously at this and answered, Any woman in the world would dream of it, I assure you. Azazello's mouth twisted in a sneer. But I must disappoint you.
It will not happen.
What sort of foreigner is this? Margarita exclaimed in utter confusion, so loudly that the passers-by turned to look at her. And why should I be interested in seeing him? Azazello leaned towards her and whispered meaningfully.
Well, there's a lot in it for you. You'll seize the opportunity.
What? Margarita exclaimed, and her eyes widened. If I understand you correctly, you are hinting that I could find out what happened to him.
Azazello nodded silently. Let's go, Margarita exclaimed forcefully, grabbing Azazello by the arm. Anywhere you say. Azazello heaved a sigh of relief and leaned back on the bench, his back obscuring the large letters of the name Niura that had been carved into the wood.
Tough crowd, these women.
He stuck his hands in his pockets and stretched out his legs far in front of him.
Why did they send me, for instance? Behemoth should have gone. He's got charm.
Margarita spoke, a crooked, wretched smile on her face. Would you stop mystifying and tormenting me with your riddles? I am a miserable person after all, and you are taking advantage of it. Here I am, about to get into some questionable escapade, but I swear only because you have enticed me with news of him. My head is spinning from all these conundrums.
Spare me the drama,
Azazello replied, grimacing.
Consider my situation as well. Beat up some manager, or kick someone's uncle out of his apartment, or shoot somebody, or some other trifle like that. That's right in my field. But talking to a woman in love? My humble thanks, but no thanks. I've been trying to coax you into this for a good half-hour now. So are you coming, or not?
I am, Margarita Nikolaevna replied simply.
In that case, please be so kind as to accept this,
Azazello said. Extracting a small, round, gold box from his pocket, he handed it to Margarita with the words,
Hide it already, people are looking. You could use it, Margarita Nikolaevna. You've aged quite a bit in the past few months from all your grief.
Margarita flushed but said nothing while Azazello continued.
Tonight, at exactly 9:30, kindly strip naked and rub this ointment all over your face and your body. Afterwards, do what you want, but stay by the telephone. At 10, I will call you and tell you all you need to know. You needn't worry about a thing. You'll be delivered where you need to go, without any hassle. Understood?
Margarita was silent for a moment, and then said, Understood. This box is solid gold. I can tell by its weight. Very well, then. I see I am being bribed and drawn into some shady business which I will dearly regret.
What's this now?
Azazello all but hissed. Again? No, hold on.
Give back the cream.
Margarita gripped the box tighter in her hand and continued, No, hold on. I know what I am getting into, but I am doing it all for him, for I have no other hope in the world. But I want to tell you that if you should lead me to my demise, you'll be ashamed. Yes, ashamed. I will have perished for love. And striking herself on the chest, Margarita glanced at the sun.
Give it back, Azazello hissed angrily. Give it back. To hell with this. Let Behemoth do this.
Oh no, Margarita exclaimed, to the amazement of nearby pedestrians. I agree to everything. Agree to perform this entire farce with the ointment. Agree to go to the depths of hell if need be. I won't give it back. Bah! Azazello shrieked suddenly, popping his eyes out of the garden fence, and began pointing at something with his finger. Margarita turned to look where Azazello was pointing, but saw nothing of interest. Then she turned back to Azazello, wishing to receive an explanation for this odd bah, but there was no one around to give it. Margarita Nikolaevna's mysterious visitor had vanished. Margarita quickly checked her handbag, where she had previously hidden the little box, and made sure it was still there. Then, without pausing to think, she hurried away from the Alexandrovsky Gardens. Chapter 20. Azazello's Cream. A full moon hung in the clear evening sky, peeping through the maple branches. The lindens and acacias in the garden painted a complex pattern of shadows on the ground. Open, but with blinds drawn, the triple bay window upstairs radiated feverish electric light. All the lamps were on in Margarita Nikolaevna's bedroom, and they cast light on an utter mess. Shirts, stockings, and underwear lay on the bedspread. More crumpled clothing lay on the floor next to a packet of cigarettes crushed in the excitement. Shoes lay on the bedside table next to an unfinished cup of coffee and an ashtray with a smoking butt. A black evening dress was draped over the back of a chair. The room smelled of perfume, mixed in with the smell of a hot iron that was drifting in from somewhere. Margarita Nikolaevna was sitting by the dressing table, wearing only her bathrobe and black suede shoes. A gold wristwatch bracelet lay in front of her next to the box she had received from Azazello, and Margarita's eyes were glued to the watch face. At times it would seem that the watch was broken and the hands were not moving, but move they did, though very slowly, as if stuck, until finally the minute hand fell upon 9:29. Margarita's heart gave a thump so hideous that she was not able to pick up the box right away. Wrestling with herself, she opened it and found a thick, yellowish cream inside. It reeked of something resembling swamp mud. Using her fingertip, Margarita spread out a bit of cream on her palm, causing the smell of forest and swamp grasses to intensify, and began to rub it into her forehead and cheeks. The cream spread easily and seemed to evaporate instantly. After several applications, Margarita glanced at the mirror and dropped the box straight on the watch, sending numerous cracks running across the glass face. Margarita closed her eyes, then looked again, and burst out in boisterous laughter. Her eyebrows, plucked down to a thread with tweezers, had thickened and formed into 2 neat arcs over her greening eyes. The thin vertical wrinkle on the bridge of her nose, which appeared back in October when the master vanished, was gone without a trace. Gone were the yellow blemishes by her temples as well, and so were the 2 barely noticeable webs of wrinkles on the outside corners of her eyes. Her cheeks filled with a solid rosy colour, her forehead became clear and white, and the hairdresser's curls in her hair came undone. A naturally curly brunette of about 20 years of age was gazing at the 30-year-old Margarita from the mirror, baring her teeth and laughing uncontrollably. Having laughed her fill, Margarita leapt out of her bathrobe in a single bound, scooped up a large portion of the light oily cream, and began to rub it vigorously into her body. Her skin immediately took on a rosy colour and pleasant glow. Then, as if someone had pulled a needle out of her head, the pain that lingered in her temple since the meeting in the Alexandrovsky Gardens vanished. Her arm and leg muscles grew stronger, and then Margarita's body became weightless. She jumped and floated in the air a short distance above the carpet. Slowly, she was pulled back down and landed on the floor. "What a cream! What a cream!" Margarita cried, falling into an armchair. The cream altered more than her appearance. Her entire being was now simmering with bubbles of joy that tickled every part of her body. Margarita felt free of everything. Moreover, it was now clear to her that her morning premonition had been true, and that she was to leave the mansion and her old life behind forever. However, a single thought did splinter off from this former life, reminding her of a single, final duty to be performed before something entirely new and extraordinary pulled her up and away into the air. And still naked, taking short flights through the air, she ran to her husband's study, turned on the light, and dashed to the desk. She tore a sheet from a notepad, and without any revisions, quickly penciled a note in large letters. "Forgive me and forget as soon as possible. I am leaving you forever. Do not look for me. It will be useless. My grief and woe have turned me into a witch. I have to go. Farewell. Margarita. Her soul completely unburdened, Margarita flew back to the bedroom. A second later, Natasha ran in, loaded with things. And all these things, a dress on a wooden hanger, lace handkerchiefs, silken blue shoes on shoe trees, and a belt, came crashing down to the floor immediately as Natasha clasped her freed hands. "Not bad, huh?" Margarita Nikolaevna shouted loudly and hoarsely. "What's all this?" Natasha whispered, backing up. "How did you do it, Margarita Nikolaevna?" "It's the cream! The cream! The cream!" Margarita replied, pointing to the shiny golden box and turning in front of the mirror. Forgetting the crumpled dress on the floor, Natasha ran to the dressing table and stared at the remaining ointment with greedy fire in her eyes. Her lips were whispering something inaudible. She turned back to Margarita and spoke reverently. The skin, Margarita Nikolaevna, your skin is glowing." Then she remembered herself, ran to pick up the dress, and began to dust it off. "Leave it," Margarita cried. "To hell with it, leave it all." "On second thought, no. Take it as a gift. Take it, I tell you. Take all there is in the room." Beside herself, the motionless Natasha stared at Margarita for a few moments, then latched onto her neck, kissing her and yelling, "Satin! Glowing satin! And the eyebrows! The eyebrows!" "Take all the rags, take the perfume, and put it in your suitcase. Hide it," Margarita shouted. "But leave the jewellery, or they'll accuse you of theft." Natasha gathered whatever she found in a bundle, dresses, shoes, hose, and underwear, and ran from the bedroom. At the same time, a thunderous virtuoso waltz burst from an open window somewhere across the street, and the sputtering of an approaching car engine came from the gate. "Azazello is about to call," Margarita exclaimed, listening to the waltz pouring out of the alley. "He will call, and the foreigner is harmless. I can see now that he is harmless." The car revved its engine as it pulled away from the gate. The gate banged, and footsteps came from the tiles of the path. "That would be Nikolai Ivanovich. I recognize his footsteps," Margarita thought. "I'll need to pull off something interesting and hilarious before I go." Margarita tore the blinds aside and sat sideways on the windowsill, grasping one knee with her hands. The moonlight licked her right side. Margarita raised her head to the moon and put on a pensive, poetic face. The footsteps sounded once more and suddenly stopped. After admiring the moon for a little longer, Margarita sighed decorously and turned her head towards the garden. Indeed, she saw Nikolai Ivanovich, who lived on the bottom floor of the house. Bright moonlight was pouring over him. He was sitting on a bench, and it was clear that he had collapsed onto it a second ago. He was clutching his briefcase, and the pince-nez on his face was tilted. "Why, hello there, Nikolai Ivanovich," Margarita spoke in a sad voice. "Good evening. Coming back from a meeting?" Nikolai Ivanovich did not answer. "As for me," Margarita continued, leaning further out into the garden, "I am sitting here alone and bored, as you can see, staring at the moon, listening to the waltz." Margarita passed her left hand over her temple, adjusting a lock of hair, then spoke irritably. "You're being rude, Nikolai Ivanovich. I am a lady, after all. It's just rude to ignore someone who is talking to you." The moon lit up Nikolai Ivanovich to the last button on his grey shirt, to the last hair in his blonde goatee. All of a sudden, he grinned wildly and rose from the bench. Evidently forgetting himself in embarrassment, he waved his briefcase instead of taking off his hat, and bent his knees as if to break into dance. "What a boring character you are, Nikolai Ivanovich," Margarita continued. "In fact, I am so sick of you that I could not possibly express it, and I am so happy to be parting with you. Go to hell." Just then, the phone burst out ringing behind her back in the bedroom. Margarita leaped off the windowsill and snatched the receiver, forgetting all about Nikolai Ivanovich.
"Mrs. Azazello?"
said a voice in the receiver. "Dear, dear Azazello!" Margarita exclaimed.
"It is time. Fly on out,"
Azazello said in the receiver, and one could easily tell from his tone how pleased he was with Margarita's sincere, joyful impulse.
"As you fly over the gate, shout, 'Invisible!' Fly around the city a little to get some practice, and then head south, away from the city, straight to the river. They are waiting for you."
Margarita hung up, and suddenly an odd, wooden sort of hobbling came from the neighbouring room, and something knocked on the door. Margarita flung it open, and a broom flew dancing into the bedroom, bristles upward. It drummed on the floor with its other end, kicking and straining towards the window. Margarita screamed with delight and jumped onto the broom. Only then did the rider realise that she had forgotten to get dressed in all the confusion. She galloped to the bed and snatched the first thing she could find, a light blue shirt. Waving it like a banner, she flew out of the window. The waltz over the garden struck up louder. Margarita slid downwards from the window and saw Nikolai Ivanovich. Frozen on the bench, completely dumbfounded, he was listening to the screaming and the crashing coming from the lit bedroom of the tenants above. "Farewell, Nikolai Ivanovich!" Margarita shouted, cavorting in front of him. He gasped and began sliding across the bench, running his hands over it and knocking over his briefcase in the process. "Farewell forever! I am flying away!" Margarita shouted over the waltz. Then she realised that she would not need her shirt at all, and laughing sinisterly, draped it over Nikolai Ivanovitch's head. The blinded Nikolai Ivanovich came crashing down onto the bricks of the path. Margarita turned to take a final look at the mansion where she had suffered for so long, and saw Natasha's face in the burning light, twisted with amazement. "Farewell, Natasha!" Margarita cried, and reared up the broom. "Invisible! Invisible!" she yelled louder still. The branches of the maple lashed at her face as she flew between them, over the gate and out onto the street, chased by the utterly insane sounds of the waltz. Chapter 21. The Flight. Invisible and free! Invisible and free! Flying over her lane, Margarita turned into a perpendicular street. In a fraction of a second, she sliced through the long, patched-up, crooked old alley, its centrepiece the slanted door of a paraffin shop, where they sold fuel by the cup, as well as bottles of parasite repellent. It immediately dawned on her that, free and invisible though she was, the pleasure required a degree of prudence. Miraculously, she managed to brake in time to avoid dashing herself to death against an old crooked streetlight on some corner. Dodging it, Margarita clasped her broom tighter and slowed down, looking out for electrical lines and signs hanging over the pavement. The third alley led directly to the Arbat. By this point, Margarita was fully at ease with the broom, realising that the latter obeyed the slightest motion of her arms and legs, and that flying over the city required one to be very attentive and avoid violent movements. It also became quite clear that the pedestrians on the street could not see the flyer. There were no raised heads, no cries of "Look, look!" No one dashed from her path or screamed or fainted or laughed insanely. Margarita flew noiselessly, very slowly and close to the ground, at roughly the second-floor level. Even at such low speeds, however, she managed to lose control for a second. Just as she was entering the blindingly lit Arbat, her shoulder hit a bright disc with an arrow on it. This angered Margarita. She reined in her obedient broom, flew off to the side, and then launched herself suddenly at the disc, smashing it to smithereens with the tip of the broom. The pieces came crashing down, the people below jumped away, and a whistle came from somewhere, while Margarita, having done this unnecessary deed, burst out laughing. "I'll need to be more careful on the Arbart," she thought. "Everything is so tangled up here that it's impossible to sort it out." She began weaving between the electrical lines. Roofs of buses, cars and trolleys floated beneath her, while the pavements channelled what appeared to Margarita to be rivers of caps. Little streams branched off from the rivers and poured into the fiery mouths of nighttime shops. "What a mess," Margarita thought irritably. "It's impossible to even turn properly around here." She crossed the Arbart and rose higher, to the 4th floor level, floating past the dazzlingly lit tubes on the corner theatre and into a side street with several tall buildings. All the windows were open, and music came from radios everywhere. Out of curiosity, Margarita peeped into one. She saw a kitchen. 2 Primuses were roaring on the stove, and 2 women were standing by them, holding spoons and squabbling. "You have to turn off the bathroom light after you use it, Pelagia Petrovna," spoke one woman as she stood in front of a steaming pot with some manner of foodstuff inside, "or else we'll have you evicted." "Look who's talking, you're full of it," replied the other. "You're both full of it," Margarita said loudly, clambering over the windowsill into the kitchen. The quarrellers turned towards the voice and froze, the dirty spoons still in their hands. Margarita reached carefully between them and closed the valves on both Primuses, extinguishing them. The women gasped and their jaws dropped, but Margarita had already grown bored and flew back out onto the street. Her attention was drawn to the luxurious bulk of an apparently brand-new 8-storey building at the end of the street. Margarita descended, and upon landing saw that the front of the building was finished in black marble, that a doorman's jacket buttons and gold-trimmed service cap were glittering beyond the broad glass doors, and that above them a golden inscription read, "Dramlit House." Margarita squinted at the inscription, racking her head as to what Dramlit could mean. Tucking the broom under her arm, she entered the foyer, bumping the surprised doorman with the door, and saw an enormous black board on the wall next to the elevator. The tenants' names and apartment numbers were inscribed on it in white letters. The words, "Residence for Dramatists and Literary Workers," above the list caused Margarita to let out a savage, choked howl. Rising in the air, she read the names hungrily. Hustov, Dvubratsky, Quant, Beskudnikov, Latunsky. "Latunsky!" Margarita screamed. "Latunsky! It's him! He ruined the master!" By the entrance, the doorman was practically jumping with amazement, his eyes bulging out as he gazed at the black board and tried to comprehend the miracle, why the list of tenants was screaming. As for Margarita, she was already hurrying upstairs, repeating to herself in rapture, "Latunsky, 84, Latunsky, 84. 82 to the left, 83 to the right, a little higher, and to the left, 84. Here's the sign. O. Latunsky." Margarita hopped off her broom, and the stone floor felt pleasantly cool on the overheated soles of her feet. Margarita rang once, rang again. No one answered. Margarita pressed the button harder, and could hear the ringing fill Latunsky's apartment. Yes, to the end of his days must the inhabitant of apartment number 84 on the 8th floor be grateful that the chairman of Masolit had been run over by a tram, and that the memorial meeting had been scheduled for that evening. The critic Latunsky had truly been born under a lucky star. It saved him from an encounter with Margarita, who turned into a witch that Friday. No one answered. Then Margarita flew downstairs at full speed, counting off the floors, reached the bottom, and burst out onto the street. Looking up, she inspected and counted the windows outside, determining which belonged to Latunsky's apartment. Undoubtedly, they were the 5 darkened windows at the corner of the building on the 8th floor. Convinced, Margarita rose in the air, and several seconds later entered the unlit apartment through an open window. Only a narrow beam of silver moonlight provided illumination. Margarita ran along it and felt for the light switch. Soon the entire place was lit. Her broom stood in a corner. After making sure no one was home, Margarita opened the door and checked the sign. It was the right one. Margarita was where she needed to be. They say that, to this very day, the critic Latunsky grows pale when he recalls that terrible night, and speaks reverently of the late Berlioz. Who knows what dark and vile criminal act could have marked the evening? Margarita returned from the kitchen with a heavy hammer in her hands. Naked and invisible, the flying woman tried to restrain and reason with herself, but her hands were shaking with anticipation. Taking careful aim, Margarita struck the keys of the piano, and a pitiful wail filled the apartment. Innocent of any crime, the Becker instrument cried out in frenzied agony. Its keys fell in, the ivory plating flying in all directions. The instrument buzzed, howled, gasped, and rang. With the sound of a pistol shot, the polished upper sounding board split from a hammer blow. Breathing heavily, Margarita twisted and tore the strings with the hammer. At last, tired, she broke off and slumped into an armchair to catch her breath. The menacing sound of rushing water came from the bathroom and the kitchen. Sounds like it's hit the floor, Margarita thought, and added aloud, "Anyway, no time to lounge around." A stream was already running from the kitchen into the hall. Splashing her bare feet in the water, Margarita brought buckets of it from the kitchen to the critic's study and poured them into the desk drawers. After breaking the cabinet doors in the same study, she dashed to the bedroom. Smashing the mirrored wardrobe, she pulled out the critic's suit and drowned it in the bathtub. The contents of a full inkwell taken from the office ended up in the lavishly fluffed double bed in the bedroom. The destruction she unleashed gave her burning pleasure. But at the same time, she found the end result to be rather unimpressive. Therefore, she started going at anything she found. She smashed the ficus pots in the room with the piano. Leaving the job unfinished, she returned to the bedroom and slashed the sheets with a kitchen knife, then smashed the framed photographs. She felt no fatigue, and only sweat poured off her in torrents. Meanwhile, in apartment number 82, directly below Latunsky, the dramatist Quant's housekeeper was drinking tea in the kitchen, wondering at all the rumbling, running and ringing coming from above. Raising her head towards the ceiling, she suddenly saw its white colour change into a deathly shade of blue. The stain grew wider before her eyes, and droplets of water swirled up on it. The housekeeper sat marvelling at this oddity for a full 2 minutes, until finally water began to rain from the ceiling and drum on the floor. Then she jumped up and placed a basin under the stream, which did not help in the least, for the raining area expanded and began to pour onto the gas stove and the table with dishes on it. Shrieking, Quant's housekeeper ran out onto the staircase, and Latunsky's apartment immediately filled with ringing. "That would be my cue to start packing," said Margarita. She sat on her broom, listening to the female voice shouting into the keyhole. "Open up! Open up! Dusia, open up! Is your water leaking or something? We're flooded!" Margarita rose a few feet in the air and struck the chandelier. 2 light bulbs exploded, and crystal pendants flew in all directions. The shouting in the keyhole stopped, and hurried footsteps came from the staircase. Margarita drifted through the window, and once outside, took a light swing and struck the window pane with the hammer. There was a snivelling sound, and a cascade of shards ran down the building's black marble. Margarita rode over to the next window. Far below, people began scurrying around on the sidewalk. One of the 2 cars standing by the front entrance honked and drove off. Finishing off Latunsky's windows, Margarita moved on to the neighbouring apartment. The blows grew more frequent, the entire street filled with ringing and crashing. The doorman ran outside, looked up, hesitated a moment, clearly unsure of how to act, then placed his whistle in his mouth and began to whistle furiously. To the sounds of the whistle, Margarita put out the last window on the 8th floor with particular gusto, then descended to the 7th and began to smash windows there. Tormented by long hours of idleness by the mirrored doors, the doorman poured his entire soul into his whistling. What's more, he followed Margarita around the building, as if providing musical accompaniment. He gathered air into his lungs during the pauses when Margarita flew from window to window, then puffed out his cheeks and broke into whistling at her every stroke, piercing the night air all the way to the sky. His efforts, combined with the infuriated Margarita's own, produced significant results. Panic spread throughout the building. Those windows that were still whole would open, and people's heads would appear only to hide again. Open windows, by contrast, would close. Dark silhouettes appeared in the bright windows of adjoining buildings as people tried to understand why the new dram-lit house window panes were bursting of their own accord. Outside, people were running towards Dramlit House, while inside, its residents stampeded up and down every staircase without any rhyme or reason. Quant's housekeeper kept shouting to everyone that she had been flooded and was soon joined by Hustov's housekeeper from apartment number 80, located below Quant's. Water poured from the ceiling in Hustov's kitchen and bathroom. Finally, an enormous slab of plaster fell from the ceiling in Quant's kitchen, smashing all the dirty dishes and unleashing a veritable downpour. Bucketfuls of water surged from the wet, drooping squares of lath. Screams came from the main staircase. Passing by the second-last window on the 4th floor, Margarita glanced inside and saw a man who, in a fit of panic, had pulled a gas mask over his head. Striking his window pane with the hammer, Margarita frightened him, and he disappeared from the room. Then, suddenly, the savage destruction ceased. Slipping down to the 3rd floor, Margarita looked into the corner window, covered by a thin, dark blind. Inside, a weak light burned under a shade. A boy of about 4 years of age was sitting on a small bed with netted sides and listening in fear. There were no adults in the room. Evidently, they had all run out of the apartment. "Windows are breaking," the boy said, and called out, "Mummy!" No one answered, and then he said, "Mummy, I'm afraid." Margarita opened the curtain and flew in the window. "I'm afraid," repeated the boy, starting to tremble. "Don't be afraid, little one," Margarita said, trying to soften her criminal voice made hoarse by the wind. "That was just some boys breaking the windows." "With catapults?" the boy asked and stopped shaking. "Yes, catapults," Margarita confirmed. "Now go to sleep." "It's Sitnik," said the boy. "He's got a catapult." "Of course it's him." The boy looked round slyly and asked, "But where are you, lady?" "I'm not here," Margarita replied. "I'm in your dream." "That's what I thought," said the boy. "Now lie down," Margarita ordered. "Put your hand under your cheek, and you'll keep dreaming of me." "All right," the boy agreed, and immediately lay down with his hand under his cheek. "I'll tell you a story," Margarita began, placing her hot hand over his short hair. "Once upon a time, there lived a woman. She had no children, nor any happiness either, so she cried for a long time, and then she turned wicked." Margarita fell silent and removed her hand. The boy was asleep. Margarita put the hammer down quietly on the windowsill and flew out of the window. Mayhem rained outside the building. People ran screaming around the asphalt pavement, littered with glass shards. Policemen were already appearing in their midst. Suddenly, a bell rang, and a red fire engine with ladders rolled into the street from the Arbart. But the rest did not concern Margarita. Taking aim so as not to hit some wire, she grasped her broom tighter and instantly rose high above the ill-fated building. The street beneath her tilted sideways and dropped away. A host of roofs, interlaced with glittering paths of light, appeared beneath Margarita's feet in its place. Then it all began to slide away, and the chains of light blended and blurred. Margarita made another leap, and the entire host of roofs fell through the earth to be replaced by a lake of jittering electric lights. Suddenly, the lake shot up and appeared over Margarita's head, while the moon twinkled under her feet. Realizing that she had flipped upside down, Margarita returned to an upright position. Turning round, she saw that the lake, too, was gone, and only a pink glow lingered far behind her on the horizon. A second later, it vanished, and Margarita found herself flying alone next to the moon, above and to her left. Margarita's hair stood on end in shock, and the moonlight whistled as it washed over her body. Seeing two broken rows of light beneath her merge into two unbroken fiery lines, seeing how quickly they disappeared behind her, Margarita guessed that she was travelling at tremendous speed, and marvelled at the fact that she had no trouble breathing. Several seconds later, a new lake of electric light lit up far below in the dark mass of land and rolled under the flyer's feet, only to launch into a corkscrew spin and fall back into the earth. A few seconds later, a repeat of the same. "Cities! Cities!" Margarita shouted. 2 or 3 times she saw bleak, reflective, sabre-like shapes lying in black sheaths below, and realized that they were rivers. Turning her head up and to the left, the flying woman admired the sight of the moon above her, racing madly back towards Moscow, and at the same time oddly managing to remain in one place. A mysterious, dark shape, clearly visible on its surface, a dragon perhaps, or a magical humpbacked horse, its sharp nose pointing towards the city she had abandoned. It occurred to Margarita that, come to think of it, she did not need to spur on her broom at such a desperate pace, and that she was depriving herself of the opportunity to get a better look at everything, to properly satiate herself with the experience of flight. Something told her that her destination would wait, that there was no need to grow bored at such crazy speeds and heights. Margarita tilted the bristled end of the broom down, raising its tail end, and lowering her speed greatly, headed down to earth. It was this downward glide, as though on an aerial sled, that gave her the most satisfaction. The earth rose towards her, and all the mysteries and charms of a moonlit night took form in the previously shapeless black mass. The earth was still approaching, and already Margarita was surrounded by the scent of greening forests. Margarita flew just above the fogs of a dewy meadow, and then over a pond. A chorus of frogs sang below, and the sound of a train somewhere in the distance put a strange quiver into her heart. Soon Margarita caught sight of it. It crawled along as slowly as a caterpillar, blowing sparks into the air. Passing it, Margarita flew over another watery mirror, a second moon floating in it beneath her feet. She descended even lower, the tops of the giant pines almost brushing her feet. The low noise of separating air came from behind and began to catch up with Margarita, the sound of some sort of flying projectile. It was gradually joined by a woman's laughter, audible over many miles. Margarita glanced behind her and saw a complex dark object chasing her. It became clearer as it approached, revealing a flying rider of some sort. Finally, it was perfectly visible. Slowing down, Natasha pulled alongside Margarita. Completely naked, her messy hair fluttering in the air, She was flying on a large hog. The hog was clutching a briefcase in his front hooves and hammering the air furiously with his hind legs. A pince-nez had fallen from the hog's nose and flew next to him, attached by a cord, glittering occasionally in the moonlight. The hog's hat kept slipping down over his eyes. Looking closer, Margarita recognized Nikolai Ivanovich, and her laughter thundered over the forest, joining Natasha's own. "Natashka!" Margarita screamed. "You used the cream!" "Darling," Natasha replied, rousing the sleepy pine wood with her screaming. "My French queen! I smeared it on him too, right on his bald head." "My princess!" the hog bawled loudly, galloping under his rider. "Margarita Nikolaevna, darling!" Natasha cried, riding alongside Margarita. "I took the cream, I admit. We want to live and fly too, after all. Forgive me, my mistress, but I won't go back, not for anything. Oh, how good is this, Margarita Nikolaevna? He propositioned me, you know." Natasha thrust her finger at the embarrassed, panting hog. "Propositioned? What did you call me, huh?" she yelled, leaning towards the hog's ear. "Goddess!" howled the hog. "I cannot fly so fast. I may lose important papers. Natalia Prokofievna, I must protest." "To hell with your papers!" Natasha shouted, laughing impudently. "Natalia Prokofievna, someone may hear us!" the hog bellowed pleadingly. Flying next to Margarita, Natasha laughingly related what took place in the mansion after Margarita Nikolaevna flew over the gate. She admitted that without touching any of her presents, she threw off her clothes, ran to the cream, and rubbed it immediately on herself. The same thing that had happened to her mistress happened to her. While Natasha was laughing with joy and admiring her magical beauty in front of the mirror, the door opened, and a very agitated Nikolai Ivanovich appeared before her. He was holding Margarita's shirt in his hands, as well as his own hat and briefcase. Seeing Natasha, Nikolai Ivanovich was stupefied. Red as a lobster, he collected himself and announced that he felt obligated to pick up the shirt and personally deliver it. "Oh, the things he said, the scoundrel!" Natasha screamed, laughing. "The things he said! The things he tried to entice me to! The money he promised! Said that Claudia Petrovna would never find out! What? Am I lying?" Natasha yelled at the hog, and the latter could only turn away his snout in embarrassment. Natasha got carried away in the bedroom, smeared some cream on Nikolai Ivanovich, and was amazed. The respectable tenant's face fused into a pig's snout, and his hands and feet turned to hooves. Glancing at himself in the mirror, Nikolai Ivanovich let out a desperate and savage howl. But it was too late. Several seconds later, he was mounted and flown out of Moscow to hell knows where, wailing in anguish. "I demand that my natural appearance be restored to me," the hog grunted hoarsely all of a sudden, half furious, half imploring. "I have no intention of flying to an illegal gathering. Margarita Nikolaevna, you must rein in your housekeeper." "Oh, so now I'm a housekeeper to you, a housekeeper!" Natasha cried, pinching the hog's ear. "And I used to be a goddess. What did you call me?" "Venus," the hog replied tearfully, noisily brushing the hazel bushes with his little hooves as he flew over a stream rushing amid the rocks. "Venus! Venus!" Natasha cried victoriously, placing one hand on her hip and stretching out the other towards the moon. "Margarita, my queen! Ask them if I can stay a witch. They'll do anything for you. You've been granted power." And Margarita replied, "Very well, I promise." "Thank you," Natasha shouted, and suddenly cried out sharply, and somehow miserably, "Hey, hey, faster, faster, let's pick up the pace." She dug her heels into the hog's sides, which had already lost weight in the course of the insane ride, and he tore through the air, ripping it open. A moment later, Natasha was a black dot ahead on the horizon, and then she disappeared entirely, the sound of her flight scattering in the air. Margarita continued to fly slowly over deserted and unknown country, over hills dotted with occasional boulders amid enormous, sparsely growing pines. This was probably somewhere very far from Moscow, Margarita thought as she flew. The broom no longer passed over the treetops, but flew between the trunks, their sides silvered by the moon. The flyer's soft shadow glided on the ground ahead. The moon was now shining at Margarita's back. Margarita sensed she was approaching water and guessed that her goal was near. The pines parted, and Margarita glided quietly through the air towards a chalk cliff. A river lay below it in the shadows. The fog clung to the bushes on the vertical cliff, while the opposite bank lay flat and low. Beneath a solitary group of branchy trees on the other side, the flickering light of a bonfire revealed small moving figures. Margarita thought she heard a nagging, happy little tune. Beyond that, as far as the eye could see, there were no signs of people or life on the silvery plain. Margarita slid off the cliff and quickly reached the water below. The river beckoned her after her dash through the air. Throwing away the broom, she took a running start and dived headfirst into the water. Her light body pierced the river like an arrow, throwing up a column of water almost as high as the moon. The water turned out to be warm, like in a bathhouse. Emerging from the deep, Margarita took her fill of solitary nighttime swimming on the river. There was no one immediately near Margarita, but then splashing and snorting came from beyond the bushes nearby. Someone else was taking a swim. Margarita ran out onto the shore. Her body was glowing after her bath. She felt no fatigue and hopped around cheerfully on the moist grass. Suddenly, she stopped dancing and pricked up her ears. The snorting drew closer, and a fat man climbed out of some broom bushes, naked except for the silk-black top hat on the back of his head. His feet were covered in silty mud that made it look like he was wearing black boots. Judging by his huffs and hiccups, he was considerably drunk, a notion supported by the fact that the river suddenly began to smell of cognac. Seeing Margarita, the fat man peered at her, then bellowed joyously.
"What's this? Is it really her I see? Claudine, the merry widow? Is it you? You are here too?"
And he went to greet her. Margarita took a step back and replied with dignity, "Go to hell, Claudine! What's who you're talking to?" And after a moment's reflection, she added a long, unprintable obscenity to her words. All of this had quite a sobering effect on the frivolous fat man.
"Boy!"
he exclaimed quietly and shuddered.
"Kindly forgive me, dazzling Queen Margot. I made a mistake. It's all this accursed cognac's fault."
The fat man fell on one knee, held aside his top hat, and bowed. Then, mixing Russian and French, he began to babble some nonsense about his friend Guessard's bloody wedding in Paris, about the cognac, and about being mortified by his unfortunate mistake. "You ought to put some pants on, you son of a bitch," Margarita said, softening. Seeing that Margarita was not angry, the fat man grinned happily, and then informed her enthusiastically that he only lacked pants because he had absent-mindedly left them on the Yenisei River, where he had been swimming previously. Fortunately, as it happened to be nearby, he would fly there right away. Then, entrusting himself to her favour and patronage, he began to back away and continued to do so until he slipped and fell backwards into the water. But even as he fell, a smile of ecstatic devotion remained on his sideburn-framed face. As for Margarita, she gave a piercing whistle, and, mounting her approaching broom, flew over the river to the opposite bank. The shadow of the chalk cliff did not reach here, and the entire bank was flooded in moonlight. As soon as Margarita touched down on the moist grass, the music under the willows grew louder, and the column of sparks flew up merrily from the bonfire. Under the willow branches, strewn with tender, fluffy catkins that glittered in the moonlight, sat 2 rows of fat-headed frogs. Inflating, as if made of rubber, they were playing a flashy march on wooden pipes. Glowing bits of wood hung on willow twigs in front of the musicians, lighting up their music sheets, and the restless light of the bonfire played on the snouts of the frogs. The march was in Margarita's honour. She received a most solemn reception. Transparent mermaids paused their round dance over the river and waved weeds at Margarita, their moaning greetings carrying far over the deserted green bank. Leaping from behind the willows, nude witches formed a line and began to curtsy and bow with the best of courtly manners. Some goat-legged fellow flew up to her and kissed her hand. Spreading out silk on the grass, he inquired as to whether the Queen had had a good swim, and invited her to lie down and rest. Margarita did just that. The goat-legged man brought her a glass of champagne, which she drank, warming her heart instantly. Inquiring as to the whereabouts of Natasha, she was told that Natasha had already bathed and departed for Moscow on her hog, to let everyone know of Margarita's impending arrival and assist in preparing her attire. Margarita's short stay beneath the willows was marked by one brief episode. Whistling through the air, a dark body plummeted into the water, evidently missing its target. In a few moments, the same fat man with sideburns, who had so ineptly introduced himself on the opposite bank, appeared before Margarita. He had apparently managed to hike over to the Yenisei, for he was in full formal attire, although wet from head to toe. The cognac had let him down again. He had landed in the water. Nonetheless, he kept his smile on this unfortunate occasion as well, and the laughing Margarita allowed him to kiss her hand. Everyone began to get ready. The mermaids finished their dance in the moonlight and dissolved in it. The goat-legged man inquired politely how Margarita had made it to the river. Discovering that she had ridden here on a broom, he said, "Why, that is so inconvenient." He instantly fashioned a dubious-looking telephone from 2 twigs and demanded that someone send a car this minute. His order was carried out, literally, right that minute. An open brown car came crashing down on the island, and it was no ordinary chauffeur in the driver's seat, but a black, long-beaked rook wearing an oilcloth cap and gauntlets. The island grew empty. The witches flew away, dissolving in the intense moonlight. The bonfire was burning out, and grey ash covered the embers. The man with sideburns and the goat-legged creature helped Margarita into the broad back seat. The car whined, jumped, and rose almost to the moon. The island vanished, the river vanished, and Margarita went racing off to Moscow. Chapter 22. By Candlelight. The steady hum of the car lulled Margarita as she flew high above the earth, and the moonlight was pleasantly warm. Closing her eyes, she turned her face into the wind and thought nostalgically of the unknown riverbank she had left behind and sensed she would never see again. From the magical and miraculous events of the evening, she had already guessed who exactly she was about to visit, but it did not frighten her. The hope of reclaiming her happiness had rendered her fearless. She had little time to spend dreaming of this happiness in the car, however. Perhaps the rook was a good driver, perhaps the car was fast, but soon Margarita opened her eyes to see the dark woods below, replaced by the trembling lake of Moscow's lights. The black avian chauffeur removed the front right wheel of the car in mid-air, then landed the car in some completely deserted cemetery near Dorgomilovo. Leaving the unquestioning Margarita and her broom near one of the gravestones, the rook aimed the car straight into a ravine past the cemetery. It crashed loudly and was destroyed. The rook saluted politely, hopped atop the remaining wheel, and flew away. Immediately, a black cape appeared from behind one of the tombstones. A fang twinkled in the moonlight, and Margarita recognized Azazello. He gestured to Margarita, inviting her to get on her broom, himself mounting a long rapier. They took off, and several seconds later landed unnoticed near number 302B on Sadovaya Street. As they passed through the gateway, carrying the broom and the rapier under their arms, Margarita noticed a man in a cap and high boots skulking there, apparently waiting for someone. No matter how light their steps, the solitary man heard them and fidgeted nervously, wondering where the sound had come from. A second man, surprisingly similar to the first, was standing by the 6th entrance. Again, the same story. Steps. The man glanced round anxiously and frowned. When the door opened and closed, the man ran after the invisible guests and peeped through the doorway, but of course saw nothing. A third man, an exact copy of the second, and therefore the first, was patrolling the landing on the 3rd floor. He was smoking a strong cigarette, and Margarita coughed as she walked by. As if someone had pricked him with a needle, the smoker sprang up from the bench he was sitting on. Looking around nervously, he approached the banister and looked down. Margarita and her guide were already at the entrance to apartment number 50. They did not ring. Instead, Azazello opened the door silently with his key. The first thing that astonished Margarita was the darkness surrounding her. It was impossible to see anything, like in a dungeon, and Margarita involuntarily clutched at Azazello's cloak, afraid of tripping over something. But then a tiny lamplight glimmered in the distance and began to approach. Azazello took the broom from Margarita as they walked, and it vanished in the darkness without a sound. They began to ascend a broad staircase, and it seemed to Margarita that it had no end. She was amazed at how this incredible, invisible, yet very tangible infinite staircase managed to fit in the hall of a regular Moscow apartment. But then the stairs ended, and Margarita realized she was on a landing. The little light was right next to her, and Margarita saw the face of the tall, dark man holding the lamp. Those who had already had the misfortune to cross paths with him in recent days would have recognized him instantly, even by the faint light of the lamp. It was Korovyov, alias Fagot. Korovyov's appearance had changed considerably, however. It was no longer a cracked pince-nez, long overdue for the rubbish heap, that reflected the flickering light, but a monocle, though also cracked. The whiskers on his insolent face were curled and waxed, while the blackness of Korovyov's appearance was explained simply by his tailcoat. Only his chest was white. The magician, choir master, sorcerer, interpreter, or hell really knows who, Korovyov, in other words, bowed and invited Margarita to follow him with a broad sweep of his lamp. Azazello disappeared. What a strange night, Margarita thought. I would have expected everything but this. Did they lose electricity or something? But the most amazing thing about this place is its size. How can it all fit into a Moscow apartment? It just can't. Though Korovyov's lamp gave off very little light, Margarita determined that she was in an absolutely colossal hall, and with a dark and seemingly endless colonnade as well. Korovyov paused beside a little bench, offered Margarita a seat, placed his lamp on some sort of pedestal, and leaned on it himself, assuming a picturesque pose.
"Allow me to introduce myself,"
Korovyov screeched.
"Korovyov! You are surprised at the lack of light? I suppose you were thinking cost-saving, No, no, no. Let any executioner, say one of those who will have the honour of kissing your knee later tonight, lop my head off on this very pedestal if it be so. Messiah simply doesn't like electric light, and we will turn it on at the last possible moment. And then, believe me, there'll be no shortage of it. If anything, it would be better to have a little less.
Margarita liked Korovyov, and his nonsensical rattling had a reassuring effect on her. "No," Margarita said, "what amazes me most is how all of it fits in here." She waved her hand, indicating the vastness of the hall. Korovyov smirked sweetly, and the shadows stirred at the corners of his nose.
"It's the most trivial thing of all," he replied. "Those well acquainted with the fifth dimension have no trouble expanding any space to the desired proportions. I will go a step further, dear lady, to devilish proportions. Though I, personally," Korovyov went on chattering, "have known people who, without any knowledge of the fifth dimension, or much of anything else for that matter, have managed to perform true wonders with respect to enlarging their space. For instance, I am told a certain man once managed to instantly turn his new 3-room apartment on Zemlyanoy Val into a 4-room apartment, without resorting to the fifth dimension or any other mind-boggling concepts. He merely divided one of the rooms with a partition. Thereafter, he exchanged the apartment for 2 separate places in different parts of Moscow, one with 3 rooms, the other with 2. You'll agree that adds up to 5. He exchanged the 3-room apartment for 2 separate 2-room apartments, and as you can see, became the owner of 6 rooms, scattered all over Moscow though they were. He was getting ready to perform his final and most brilliant coup, and placed an ad in the paper saying he wished to exchange a total of 6 rooms in various parts of Moscow for one 5-room apartment on Zemlyanoy Val. Sadly, his activity came to an end for reasons beyond his control. Perhaps he still has a room somewhere, but I assure you it is far from Moscow. Now there's a smooth operator, and here you are carrying on about the fifth dimension."
Though it was in fact Korovyov, and not Margarita, who had been carrying on about the fifth dimension, she laughed cheerfully at the story of the property swindler. Korovyov continued,
"But to business. To business, Margarita Nikolaevna. You are a very intelligent woman, and have already guessed who our host is, of course."
Margarita's heart thumped, and she nodded.
Well then, Korovyov spoke. "We're against any sort of deliberate omissions and secrecy. Every year, Messiah gives a single ball. It is known as the spring ball of the full moon, or the ball of 100 kings. All those people."
Korovyov grasped his cheek as if he had a toothache.
"Though I hope you'll see for yourself. So then, Messiah is a bachelor, as you must surely understand. However, he requires a hostess. You must agree that without a hostess—"
Korovyov spread his hands. Margarita listened to Korovyov, trying not to miss a single word, but her heart felt chilly, and the hope of regaining her happiness made her head spin.
"There is a tradition,"
Korovyov continued.
"Firstly, the hostess must be named Margarita, and secondly, she must be a native of the place where the ball is to be held. We travel, if you will, and are currently situated in Moscow. 121 Margaritas we found here, and, would you believe it?"
Korovyov slapped his thigh in desperation.
"Not a single one was suitable. Then, finally, a lucky twist of fate."
Korovyov grinned expressively, bowing from the waist, and again Margarita's heart turned cold.
"In short,"
Korovyov exclaimed,
"very short, will you agree to take this responsibility on yourself?"
"I will," Margarita said firmly.
"Done,"
Korovyov said, and raising his lamp added,
"Follow me, please."
They passed between the columns, and finally emerged in another hall, which smelled strongly of lemon. Rustling came from the dark, and something brushed against Margarita's head. She flinched.
Don't be afraid,"
Korovyov soothed sweetly, taking Margarita under the arm.
"Behemoth's contrivances for the ball, nothing more. And if I may be so bold as to give you some advice, Margarita Nikolaevna, do not be afraid of anything, anywhere. That would be unwise. The ball will be luxurious, I won't deny it. We will see persons who once held immense sway of power. But really, when one considers how microscopically small their abilities compared to the one whose entourage I have the honour of belonging to, it becomes quite amusing. I would even say pathetic. And besides, you two are of royal blood."
"Why royal blood?" Margarita whispered fearfully, pressing against Korovyov.
"Oh, my queen,"
Korovyov rattled on playfully.
"Questions of blood are among the most complex in the world. And if one were to ask certain great-grandmothers, especially those known to be particularly modest, one could discover fascinating secrets, my dear Margarita Nikolaevna. It would not be inaccurate to compare it to an intricately shuffled pack of cards. There are things that go beyond class barriers, even beyond state borders. A hint. One of the French queens, who lived in the 16th century, would have likely been very amazed had someone told her that many years later I would be leading her lovely great-great-great-great-granddaughter through a ballroom in Moscow. But look, we've arrived."
Korovyov blew out his lamp, and it vanished from his hands. Margarita saw a strip of light beneath a dark door ahead. Korovyov knocked quietly. Margarita grew so agitated that her teeth started chattering, and a chill passed down her spine. The door opened. The room turned out to be quite small. Margarita saw a large oak bed with dirty crumpled sheets and a pillow. An oak table with carved legs stood in front of the bed, bearing a candelabrum with sockets shaped like bird talons. Thick wax candles burned in its 7 golden claws. A large chessboard with figurines of extraordinary craftsmanship lay next to it on the table. A low bench stood on a small, worn rug. There was another table with a golden chalice and a second candelabrum, its branches shaped like snakes. The room stank of sulphur and tar. The shadows cast by the lamps crisscrossed on the floor. Among those present, Margarita immediately recognized Azazello, now dressed in a tailcoat and standing at the head of the bed. Dressed up, Azazello no longer looked like the bandit that appeared before Margarita at the Alexandrovsky garden, and he bowed to her most gallantly. The naked witch, known as Hela, the same one who had embarrassed the Variety's venerable bartender, and alas, the same one who had fortunately been scared off by the rooster on the night of the famous séance, was sitting on a rug by the bed, stirring a pot of something that gave off abundant sulphurous vapour. Besides these two, an enormous black monster of a cat was sitting on a high stool by the chessboard, holding a chess knight in his right paw. Hela rose and bowed to Margarita. The cat followed suit, jumping off the chair and shuffling his hind right paw. He dropped the knight and went climbing under the bed to retrieve it. Paralysed with fear, Margarita barely managed to perceive all of this in the treacherous shadows from the candles. Her gaze was drawn towards the bed, which was occupied by the one whom poor Ivan so recently tried to convince on the patriarchs that the devil did not exist. This non-existent one was now sitting on the bed. 2 eyes bored into Margarita's face, the right with a gold spark deep inside, penetrated to the very bottom of the soul. The left was empty and black, the narrow eye of a needle, an entrance to a bottomless well of darkness and shadow. Volant's face
was skewed to one side. The right corner of his mouth tilted downward, and deep wrinkles cut through his long, balding forehead, parallel to his eyebrows. Volant's skin looked as though it had been sunburned for all eternity. Sprawling broadly on the bed, Volant wore only a long, dirty nightshirt patched on the left shoulder. One of his bare legs was tucked under him, while the other rested on the small bench. Hella was rubbing the knee of this dark leg with a steaming ointment. Margarita also made out a beetle, skilfully carved from some dark stone, hanging on a gold chain on Volant's exposed, hairless chest. The beetle had strange symbols on its back. A curious globe stood next to Volant's bed on a heavy pedestal, seemingly alive and lit on one side by the sun. The silence lasted several seconds. "He is studying me," Margarita thought, and tried to will her trembling legs to stop. Finally, Volant smiled and spoke, causing his sparkling eye to flare up. "Greetings, Queen, and please forgive my informal attire." Volant's voice was so low that it occasionally dissolved into a rough whisper. Volant picked up a long sword lying next to him, leaned down, and poked under the bed, saying, "Get out from under there, the game is cancelled, our guest is here."
"Under no circumstances,"
Korovyov piped anxiously over Margarita's ear in a prompter's voice. "Under no circumstances," Margarita began.
"Messiah,"
Korovyov breathed in her ear. "Under no circumstances, Messiah," Margarita said quietly but clearly, taking control of herself. Smiling, she added, "I beg you not to interrupt your game. I imagine chess journals would pay a pretty penny for the chance to cover it." Azazello gave a quiet grunt of approval. Staring intently at Margarita, Volant noted, as if to himself, "Yes, Korovyov is right. What an intricately shuffled deck of cards. Blood." He stretched out his hand and beckoned Margarita. She approached, her bare feet not feeling the floor. Volant placed his hand on Margarita's shoulder. It felt heavy as stone, yet hot as fire. He yanked her towards him and sat her down on the bed next to him. "Well then, since you are so charmingly considerate," he spoke. "Not that I expected anything else. Let us avoid pretense." He bent down again and shouted, "How long will this circus continue under there? Come out, you accursed buffoon!" "I can't find the knight," the cat replied from under the bed, in a choked and phony voice. "He ran off somewhere, and all I see is this frog." "Are you under the impression that you are on some fairground?" Volant demanded, feigning anger. "There are no frogs under the bed. Leave these cheap tricks for the variety. If you don't show your face at once, we'll consider your game forfeited, you damned deserter." "Never, Messiah!" bellowed the cat, and he reappeared from under the bed that same second, holding the knight in his paw. "Allow me to introduce," Volant began, but then interrupted himself. "No, I just can't stand this motley fool. Look at what he's done to himself under the bed." Meanwhile, standing on his hind paws, the dusty cat bowed to Margarita. He was now wearing a white bow tie, and a pair of ladies' mother-of-pearl opera glasses was hanging from a cord on his neck. Additionally, his whiskers had been gilded. "What's all this?" Volant exclaimed. "Why did you gild your whiskers? And why the hell would you need a bow tie if you haven't got any pants?" "Cats do not wear pants, Messiah," the cat replied with great dignity.
Or will you have me put on boots as well? Pussies in boots exist only in fairy tales, Messiah. But have you ever seen anyone attend a ball without a tie? I have no intention to become the subject of ridicule and risk being thrown out. We all decorate ourselves as best we can. You may assume this pertains to the opera glasses as well, Messiah.
But the whiskers?
I fail to see,
the cat countered dryly.
Why, Azazello and Korofiov could powder their faces after shaving earlier today, nor how white powder is any better than gold. I powdered my whiskers, that's all. Now, had I shaved, things would have been quite different. A shaven cat would have been quite inappropriate 1,000 times, yes. But anyway...
The cat's voice quivered resentfully.
I see that I'm being picked on and that I'm facing a serious dilemma. Should I be attending this ball in the first place? What will you say to that, Messiah?
The cat puffed up with indignation so much that he looked like he was about to burst. Oh, the cheat, Voland said, shaking his head. Every time he is losing hopelessly at chess, he starts chatting you up like a snake oil salesman on a bridge. Sit down at once and cease this verbal mudslinging.
I shall sit, the cat replied, sitting down. But I must refute your last point. My remarks are by no means mudslinging, contrary to what you have just said, and in a lady's presence, no less. Rather, they are a chain of tightly packed syllogisms, ones that will be appreciated by such great minds as Sextus Empiricus, Martianus Capella, or for all we know, Aristotle himself.
The king is in check, Voland said.
All right,
the cat replied, and began looking at the chessboard through his opera glasses. And thus, Donna, Voland turned to Margarita. Allow me to introduce my entourage. This clown here is Behemoth the cat. You have already met Korovyov and Azazello, and this is my servant Hella, quick, competent, and can render any service imaginable. Turning her greenish eyes towards Margarita, the beautiful Hella smiled, even as she continued to scoop up the ointment and rub it into Voland's knee. Well, that's about it, Voland concluded, wincing as Hella squeezed his knee particularly hard. As you can see, the company here is small, diverse, and open. He fell silent and began to turn his globe. It was so well made that its blue oceans ebbed and flowed, and the polar cap looked like real snow and ice. Meanwhile, confusion reigned on the chessboard. A seriously upset king, in a white mantle, was pacing round his square, throwing his arms up in desperation. Armed with halberds, 3 white mercenary pawns stared perplexedly at an officer who was waving his rapier and pointing forward, where Voland's 2 black knights stood on adjacent squares, white and black, mounted on 2 fiery horses, beating their hoofs on the board. Margarita was astounded and captivated by the fact that the chess pieces were alive. Putting aside his opera glasses, the cat gently prodded his king in the back. Despairing, the latter covered his face with his hands.
"Not doing so well, my dear Behemoth,"
Korovyov said in a quiet, caustic voice.
"The situation is grave, but far from hopeless," Behemoth replied. "Moreover, I am confident of my eventual victory. It is merely a matter of properly analysing the situation."
He conducted this analysis in a somewhat strange fashion, as it consisted of making strange faces and winking at his king.
"None of it seems to be helping,"
Korovyov noted.
"Ah!"
exclaimed Behemoth.
"The parrots have gotten loose just as I predicted."
Indeed, the noise of numerous wings came from afar. Korovyov and Azazello rushed out of the room. "Bah! To hell with you and your ballroom stunts," Voland grumbled, without turning away from the globe. As soon as Korovyov and Azazello left, Behemoth's winking intensified. Finally, the White King realised what was required of him. He suddenly pulled off his mantle, threw it down on the square, and ran off the chessboard. The officer put on the abandoned royal garments and took the king's place. Korovyov and Azazello returned.
"Lies as usual,"
Azazello growled, glancing at Behemoth.
"I thought I heard something,"
replied the cat. "All right, how long can this go on?" asked Volant. "Check."
"I must have misheard you, my maitre," replied the cat. "There is no check, and there cannot be."
"I repeat, your king is in check."
"Messiah,"
the cat replied in a falsely anxious voice,
"you must be tired. The king is not in check."
"The king is on G2, Volant said, without looking at the board.
"Messiah, I am mortified,"
howled the cat, an expression of horror on his face.
"There is no king on that square."
"What's that?" Volant asked in confusion and looked at the board, where the officer standing on the king's square was turning away and trying to cover his face with his hand. "Why, you scoundrel," Volant muttered pensively.
"Messiah, again I appeal to logic,"
the cat began, pressing his paws to his chest.
"If a player declares a king to be in check when the king has long since departed the board, the check is ruled to be invalid."
"Do you surrender or not?" Volant shouted in a fearsome voice.
"Let me think,"
the cat replied meekly, placing his elbows on the table and resting his head on his paws. He thought for a long time and finally said,
"I surrender."
"Kill the stubborn bastard," whispered Azazello.
"Yes, I surrender," said the cat, "but only because I am unable to continue playing in an atmosphere of persecution by jealous rivals."
He rose, and the chess pieces climbed back into their box. "It's time, Hella," Volant said, and Hella disappeared from the room. "My leg is acting up, and now there's this ball." "Allow me," Margarita asked quietly. Volant looked at her intently and moved his knee towards her. The viscous liquid was as hot as lava and burned her hands, but Margarita began to rub it into the knee without wincing, trying not to cause any pain. "My entourage insists it's rheumatism," Volant said, without taking his eyes off Margarita. "But I strongly suspect this knee ache is a gift from a charming witch I once became closely acquainted with, back in the year 1571, in the Brocken Mountains on Hell's Chair." "Surely that could not be," said Margarita. "Rubbish. Another 300 years or so and it'll pass. I've been directed to numerous medications, but I tend to stick to my granny's old ways. The vile old lady has left me some amazing herbs, my granny. Tell me, by the way, do you suffer from anything? Is there any sorrow or anguish poisoning your soul?" "No, Messiah, none of that," Margarita replied cleverly. "And now that I am here, I feel quite well." "Blood is a great thing," Volant said cheerfully out of nowhere, and added, "I see you are intrigued by my globe." "Oh, yes. I have never seen such a thing." "A great little item. To tell you the truth, I don't like hearing the latest news on the radio. They are always reported by strange girls who cannot even pronounce place names properly. Moreover, roughly 1 out of 3 seems to have a speech impediment of some sort, as if they pick them out on purpose. My globe is far more convenient, especially since I require very precise information about world events. Take this piece of land, for instance, here by the ocean. Look how it fills with fire. War has started there. If you look closer, you will see the details." Margarita bent down to the globe and saw the little square of land grow larger and more colourful, turning into a relief map of sorts. Soon she saw the narrow ribbon of a river with a small settlement beside it. A pea-sized house grew to be as large as a matchbox. Suddenly and silently, the roof flew up in a cloud of black smoke, and the walls collapsed, turning the tiny 2-story box into a smoking pile of rubble. Looking even closer, Margarita saw a small female figure lying on the ground. A little child's arms spread out in a pool of blood beside it.
"It's over," Voland said, smiling. "He had no time to sin. Abaddon's work is impeccable."
"I'd hate to be on the side fighting this Abaddon," said Margarita. "Whose side is he on?"
"The more I talk to you," Voland replied pleasantly, "the more I realize how intelligent you are. Let me allay your fears. Abaddon is unusually impartial and sympathizes equally with both sides. Consequently, the results for both sides are always the same." "Abaddon?"
Voland called quietly, and a thin man in dark glasses stepped out of the wall. For some reason, the glasses made such a powerful impression on Margarita that she cried out softly and hid her face in Voland's leg.
"Oh, would you stop this?" Voland cried. "Modern people are so nervous."
He slapped Margarita on the back so hard that her whole body rang.
"Can't you see he is wearing glasses? Besides, Abaddon has never appeared before someone prematurely, nor will he ever. And finally, I am here, and you are my guest. I only wanted to show you."
Abaddon stood perfectly still. "Can he take off his glasses for a moment?" Margarita asked, pressing against Voland and shuddering, but this time from curiosity.
"That, however, is impossible,"
Voland said gravely, and waved his hand at Abaddon, who disappeared.
"What is it you wish to say, Azazello?"
"Messiah," Azazello replied, "I would like to inform you that we have 2 strangers with us. A beautiful woman who keeps whining and pleading to be allowed to stay with her mistress, and, begging your pardon, her swine."
"These beautiful women certainly behave strangely," noted Voland.
"It's Natasha! Natasha!" Margarita exclaimed.
"Very well, then. Let her stay with her mistress. The swine goes to the cooks."
"For slaughter?" Margarita cried fearfully. "Please, Messiah, it is Nikolai Ivanovitch, the tenant from downstairs. There has been a misunderstanding, you see. She rubbed some of the cream on him."
"Please," Voland said. "Why in hell would anyone want to slaughter him? Let him sit with the cooks for a while, that's all I meant. Surely you'll agree I cannot let him into the ballroom."
"To say the least," Azazello added, and announced, "Midnight approaches, Messiah."
"Ah, very well."
Voland turned to Margarita.
"And so, after you. Allow me to thank you in advance. Don't get flustered, and don't be afraid of anything. Drink nothing but water, or you'll grow languid, and things will be difficult for you. It is time."
Margarita rose from the rug, and then Korovyov appeared in the doors. Chapter 23. Satan's Grand Ball. Midnight was approaching, and they needed to hurry. Margarita saw everything through a haze. She remembered lots of candles and a bejeweled pool. When Margarita stepped into the pool, Hella, assisted by Natasha, doused her in a warm, thick red liquid. Margarita felt a salty taste on her lips and realized that she was being bathed in blood. The crimson shroud was replaced by a thick, clear pink one, and Margarita felt dizzy from the scent of rose oil. Then Margarita was thrown on a crystal couch, and her skin was rubbed with large green leaves until it began to shine. The cat barged in and began to help. He squatted near Margarita's feet and began to rub the soles of her feet as if he were a street shoeshine. Margarita did not remember who made her shoes out of pale rose petals, or how they closed around her feet with golden clasps. Something pulled Margarita up and placed her before a mirror, and a royal diamond crown flashed in her hair. Korovyov appeared out of nowhere and placed a heavy necklace on her neck, bearing the image of a black poodle in an oval frame. The ornament burdened the queen immensely. The chain began to chafe her neck immediately, and the heavy image pulled her down. Nonetheless, something made up for the unpleasantness caused by the black poodle necklace. It was the deference now extended to her by Korovyov and Behemoth. "Alas, alas, alas," Korovyov muttered as he stood near the entrance of the room with the pool. "Absolutely necessary, nothing we can do. Allow me to give you a final piece of advice, my queen. The guests will be diverse characters, so very diverse, but you can't show anyone your preference, Queen Margot. Even if you don't like someone, I trust you won't show it on your face. No, no, that would be unthinkable. They will notice at once. You must learn to love them, my queen, love them, and the hostess of the ball will be rewarded 100-fold. One more thing. Don't forget anyone. At least a smile, at least a turn of the head if you cannot find time for words. Anything but lack of attention. They cannot bear it." Accompanied by Korovyov and Behemoth, Margarita stepped out of the pool room and into complete darkness.
Me, whispered the cat. "I'll give the signal." "Do it,"
Korovyov replied from the dark.
"Ball!"
The cat shrieked piercingly, and Margarita cried out and shut her eyes for several seconds. The ball engulfed her all at once in the form of light, sound, and smell. Korovyov took her under the arm, and Margarita found herself in a tropical forest. Red-breasted, green-tailed parrots perched and hopped on the lianas with deafening screeches of, "I am delighted!" But the forest soon ended, its steamy stuffiness giving way to the cool atmosphere of a ballroom with columns made of a yellowish, sparkling stone. Just as the forest before it, the hall was completely empty, save for naked Africans in silver headdresses standing at attention by the columns. Their faces turned greyish-brown with excitement when Margarita flew into the hall with her entourage, which now included Azazello. Here, Korovyov released Margarita's arm and whispered, "Straight ahead, towards the tulips." A low wall of white tulips appeared before Margarita, and beyond it she saw a sea of small shaded lights, full of white shirts and black tailcoats. Margarita finally identified the source of the ballroom sounds. The roar of trumpets came crashing towards her, and then the sound of soaring violins broke through it and washed over her body like blood. An orchestra numbering 150 men was playing a polonaise. A man in a tailcoat towered above the orchestra. Seeing Margarita, he grew pale, smiled, and then with a wave of his hand brought the entire orchestra to its feet. Without missing a beat, the orchestra stood up, and its sounds continued to pour over Margarita. The conductor turned away from the orchestra and gave a low bow, spreading his hands broadly to the sides. Smiling, Margarita waved her hand. "Not enough, not enough," Korovyov whispered. "He won't sleep all night. Shout to him, 'Greetings, King of Waltzes.'" Margarita shouted it, and was surprised at the strength of her own voice, full as a bell, as it carried over the howling of the orchestra. The man trembled with joy, and pressed his left hand to his heart, even as his right continued to wave to the orchestra with a white baton. "Not enough, not enough," Korovyov kept whispering. "Look to the left, at the first violins, and nod so each man thinks you've recognized him in particular. There are none but world celebrities here. Look over there, at the first stand. It is Vuitton. Very good. Now, let's move on." "Who is the conductor?" Margarita asked as she flew off.
Johann Strauss,
shouted the cat.
and may I be hanged for Miliardo in that tropical forest if a finer orchestra has ever played at any ball. I invited it, and note, not a single one declined or called in sick.
The next hall had no columns. Instead, one set of walls was covered in red, pink, and milk-white roses, and the other in Japanese double camellias. Fountains hissed between the walls, and 3 pools bubbled with champagne. One was transparent violet, one ruby, and one crystal. Africans in crimson headbands dashed around the pools, filling flat cups with champagne using silver ladles. In a large gap in the pink wall, a man in a red swallow-tailed coat was bouncing around on a stage. An unbearably loud jazz band roared before him. As soon as the conductor saw Margarita, he bowed so low that his hands touched the floor, then straightened out and screamed, "Hallelujah!" He slapped his knee once, crossed his arms, and slapped the other knee twice, then snatched a cymbal from the hands of the nearest musician and struck it against a column. Flying away, Margarita could see the virtuoso jazzman struggle against the polonaise blowing at Margarita's back, and the musicians crouched in comic terror as he hit them on the heads with his cymbal. Finally they arrived on the platform, where, as Margarita realized, Korolyov had first met her in the darkness with his lamp. Now, however, her eyes were being blinded by light pouring from clusters of crystal grapes. Margarita took her place and found a low amethyst column by her left hand.
You may place your hand on it if you get too tired,
whispered Korolyov. A dark-skinned man placed a pillow embroidered with a golden poodle at Margarita's feet. Obeying someone's hands, she placed her right foot on it, bending her leg at the knee. Margarita tried to look around. Korolyov and Azazello were standing behind her in formal poses. 3 other young men, vaguely resembling Abaddon, were standing next to Azazello. Margarita felt a cold breeze coming from behind. Glancing back, she saw wine hissing from a marble wall behind her and collecting in a pool of ice. She felt something warm and furry by her left foot. It was Behemoth. Margarita was standing high up at the head of a grand carpeted staircase that stretched far below. Down there, so far away that she could have been looking through the wrong end of a telescope, Margarita saw a gigantic foyer with a truly enormous fireplace that could have easily fitted a 5-ton truck in its cold black mouth. Filled with painfully bright light, the staircase and the foyer were empty. The sounds of the orchestra came from far away. They stood there, motionlessly, for about a minute. "Where are the guests?" Margarita asked Korolyov.
They'll come, my queen. They'll come very soon. There'll be no shortage of them. Frankly, I'd rather be chopping wood than receiving them all on this platform. Chopping wood?
The garrulous cat picked up.
I'd rather be a tram conductor, and that surely is the worst job in the world. Everything must be ready in advance, my queen, Korolyov explained, his broken monocle glinting in the light. Nothing is more nauseating than watching the first guest to arrive as he wanders about, unsure of what to do, even as his lawfully wedded shrew nags him quietly for having arrived first. Balls like that ought to be banned, my queen. Most definitely banned, confirmed the cat. Less than 10 seconds until midnight, Korolyov added. It's about to start.
The 10 seconds seemed extremely long to Margarita. They seemed to pass, yet nothing was happening. But then a crash came from the giant fireplace below, and a gallows leapt out with someone's decaying corpse still dangling on it. The corpse fell from the rope, struck the floor, and became a handsome, dark-haired man in a tailcoat and patent leather shoes. A small, half-rotten coffin ran out of the fireplace, its lid swung open, and another corpse fell out. The handsome man ran up to it gallantly and offered his bent arm. The second corpse turned into a lively, naked woman in black shoes and with black feathers in her hair, and then both the man and the woman hurried up the staircase.
"The first," Korovyov exclaimed. "Monsieur Jacques and his spouse. Allow me to introduce a most interesting man, my queen. A known counterfeiter, a traitor to his government, but a very decent alchemist. He is famous," Korovyov whispered in Margarita's ear, "for having poisoned the king's mistress. That doesn't happen to everyone, you know. Look how handsome he is."
Her mouth open, the pale Margarita watched the gallows and the coffin disappear in a side passage of the foyer.
"I am delighted,"
the cat bellowed right in Monsieur Jacques' face as the latter ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, a headless corpse with one arm missing appeared from the fireplace, struck the floor, and turned into a man in a tailcoat. Pale with excitement, Monsieur Jacques' spouse was already kneeling on one knee before Margarita and kissing Margarita's knee. "Ma queen," muttered Monsieur Jacques' spouse.
"The queen is delighted,"
shouted Korovyov. "My queen," the handsome Monsieur Jacques said quietly.
"We are delighted,"
wailed the cat. Smiling lifeless yet friendly smiles, the young men accompanying Azazello were already prodding Monsieur Jacques and his spouse aside towards the cups of champagne held by the Africans. The solitary man in tails was running up the steps.
"Earl Robert,"
Korovyov whispered to Margarita.
"Interesting as ever. Note how amusing, my queen, the reverse case. This one was a lover of the queen and poisoned his wife." "We are pleased, Earl,"
Behemoth cried. One after another, 3 coffins fell out of the fireplace, each bursting and falling apart. A man in a dark mantle walked out and was promptly knifed in the back by the man following him out of the black hole. A muffled cry came from below. An almost fully decayed corpse ran out of the fireplace. Margarita shut her eyes, and then someone held a bottle of white smelling salts to her nose. Margarita thought she recognized Natasha's hand. The staircase began to fill up. There was now a man in tails on every step, seemingly identical to every other in the distance, and a naked woman beside each, distinguished only by the colour of her shoes and the feathers in her hair. A thin, modest woman, with humbly downcast eyes, hobbled towards Margarita, wearing a strange wooden boot on her left leg and a wide green band across her neck. "Who's the green one?" Margarita asked reflexively.
"A most charming and respectable lady,"
Korovyov whispered.
"Allow me to introduce Madame Tofana. She was quite popular among charming young Neapolitan women, as well as the ladies of Palermo, particularly those who had grown weary of their husbands. It can happen, my queen, that one grows weary of one's husband."
"Yes," Margarita replied in a hollow voice, even as she smiled at 2 men who had knelt before her, one after the other, to kiss her knee and her hand.
"And so,"
Korovyov managed to whisper to Margarita and simultaneously shout,
"A glass of champagne, Duke. I am delighted. Yes, and so Madame Tofana sympathised with these poor women and sold them a strange liquid in small bottles. The wife would pour it in her husband's soup, whereupon he would eat it and thank her for her kindness, feeling great all the while. In several hours, however, he would grow quite thirsty and retire to bed. And a day later, the beautiful Neapolitan lady who fed her husband the soup would be free as the breeze in spring."
"What's that on her leg?" Margarita asked, offering her hand tirelessly to the guests who had overtaken the hobbling Madame Tofana on the way up. "And why the green thing on her neck? Is it withered underneath?"
"I am delighted, Prince,"
shouted Korovyov, at the same time whispering to Margarita.
"A lovely neck, but a slight misfortune befell it in prison. That's a Spanish boot on her leg, my queen, and here is the reason for the band. When the prison guards learned that, thanks to her, some 500 ill-chosen husbands had left Naples and Palermo forever, they strangled Madame Tofana in a fit of rage."
"Oh,
How happy I am, O Black Queen, that I am afforded this high honour, Tofana whispered in a nun-like voice, trying to lower herself to one knee. The Spanish boot restricted her movement. Korolyov and Behemoth helped her rise. I am glad, Margarita replied, offering her hand to others in the meantime. A steady stream now flowed up the staircase. Margarita stopped noticing what went on in the foyer below. She raised and lowered her hand mechanically, baring her teeth in an identical smile for each guest. The platform was buzzing with guests' voices, and a sea of music flowed from the halls that Margarita had passed through earlier.
Now, here is a rather boring woman.
Korolyov no longer whispered, but spoke loudly, knowing that no one would overhear him in the hubbub.
She loves the balls, always looking for an opportunity to complain about her handkerchief.
Margarita caught sight of the woman Korolyov was pointing to among the ascending crowd. It was a young woman of about 20 years of age, with an incredibly beautiful figure, but with anxious and importunate eyes.
"What handkerchief?" asked Margarita.
"There is a maid assigned to her," Korolyov explained. "Every night for 30 years the maid has placed the handkerchief on her night table. It is there whenever she wakes. She's tried burning it in the furnace and drowning it in the river, but nothing helps."
"What handkerchief?" Margarita whispered, raising and lowering her hand.
"A handkerchief with a blue border. Once, while she was working in a cafe, the owner called her into the cellar. 9 months later, she gave birth to a boy, carried him off into the woods, stuffed a handkerchief in his throat, and buried him in the earth. At her trial, she said she could not afford to feed the baby."
"But where is the owner of the cafe?" Margarita asked.
"My queen!" The cat screeched suddenly from below. "Allow me to ask, what does the owner have to do with anything? It was not he who suffocated the infant in the woods."
Without ceasing to smile and wave her right hand, Margarita dug the sharp nails of her left into Behemoth's ear and whispered, "If you ever interrupt the conversation again, you bastard."
Behemoth squeaked in a manner decidedly unbecoming at a ball and gasped, "My queen, the ear will get swollen. Why spoil the ball with a swollen ear? I was speaking legally. From a legal point of view, I'll be quiet, I'll be quiet. From this moment on, consider me a fish, not a cat, but please let go of the ear."
Margarita released the ear, and the woman's gloomy, importunate eyes appeared before her. "I am happy to be invited to the great ball of the full moon, Mistress Queen." "And I," Margarita replied, "am glad to see you. Very glad. Do you like champagne?"
"What are you doing, my queen?"
Korolyov screamed desperately but noiselessly in Margarita's ear.
"There'll be an awful jam."
"I love it," the woman said imploringly, and then began to repeat mechanically, "Frida, Frida, Frida. My name is Frida, O Queen." "Then get drunk tonight, Frida, and think of nothing else," said Margarita. Frida stretched out both her hands towards Margarita, but Korolyov and Behemoth took her deftly under the arms, and she vanished in the crowd. A solid wall of people was now storming Margarita's platform from below. Nude female bodies rose among the tailcoats of the men. Tan and pale and coffee-coloured and black, they floated towards Margarita. The intense downpour of light made the precious stones play and dance and sparkle in hair red and black and chestnut and light as flax. And diamond studs shone on the chests of the men, as if someone had splashed them with droplets of light. Every second now, Margarita felt lips touch her knee. Every second she would stretch out her hand for a kiss. Her face stiffened into a frozen mask of welcoming.
"I am delighted," Korolyov sang monotonously. "We are delighted. The Queen is delighted."
"The Queen is delighted," Azazello intoned nasally behind her back. "I am delighted," shrieked the cat.
"The Marquise," muttered Korolyov. "She poisoned her father, 2 brothers and 2 sisters because of the inheritance. The Queen is delighted. Madame Menkina, how pretty she looks. A little nervous, though. Why burn the maid's face with curling irons? Of course one is liable to get murdered after that. The Queen is delighted. A moment of your attention, my Queen. The Emperor Rudolph, a sorcerer and an alchemist. Another alchemist, hanged. Ah, there she is. What a lovely brothel she kept in Strasbourg. We are delighted. Next, a Moscow dressmaker who we love for her inexhaustible imagination. She kept a shop and thought up a terribly funny thing. She drilled 2 holes in the fitting-room wall.
Did the ladies know? Asked Margarita.
Every single one, my Queen, replied Korofiov. I am delighted. This 20-year-old boy had strange ideas since childhood, an eccentric and a dreamer. A girl fell in love with him, and he went and sold her into prostitution.
A river flowed from below, with no end in sight. Its source, the giant fireplace, kept feeding it. An hour went by, and then another. Margarita noticed that the chain on her neck was growing heavier. Something odd happened to her hand. Margarita could no longer lift it without wincing. Korofiov's curious observations ceased to amuse her. All the faces looked alike, and sometimes blurred together, black and white and slant-eyed mongoloid, and the air between them seemed to quiver and run. A sharp, needling pain suddenly pierced Margarita's right hand, and, clenching her teeth, she placed her elbow on the pedestal. A rustling now came from the halls behind her, like wings beating against walls, and Margarita realized that untold multitudes of guests were dancing there. It even seemed to her that the heavy marble, mosaic, and crystal floors in the wondrous hall were pulsating rhythmically. Neither Gaius Caesar Caligula nor Messalina piqued Margarita's interest, nor did any of the other kings, dukes, cavaliers, suicides, poisoners, gallows birds, procuresses, jailers, cheats, executioners, informants, traitors, madmen, sleuths, or seducers. Their names became jumbled in her head. The faces merged into one giant ball, and only one face lingered painfully in her memory, framed by a truly fiery beard, that of Malyuta Skuratov. Margarita's legs were buckling, and every moment she risked breaking into tears. The worst pain came from her right knee that everyone had been kissing. It became blue and swollen, even though Natasha's hand appeared several times and wiped it with a sponge soaked in some fragrant substance. At the end of the 3rd hour, Margarita glanced downwards with utterly hopeless eyes and gave a happy start. The flow of guests was thinning.
Balls are the same everywhere, my Queen, Korofiov whispered. The wave will subside momentarily. We have to endure but a few more minutes, I swear. Here comes a group of Brocken revellers. They always show up last. Yes, it's them. 2 drunken vampires. Is that all? Oh, no, one more. No, 2.
The last 2 guests were climbing up the staircase.
Oh, this one's new,
Korofiov said, squinting through his monocle.
Oh, yes. Azazello once visited him over a drink of cognac and advised him how to get rid of a man he feared would expose him, and so he ordered his friend, who was indebted to him, to spray the victim's office walls with poison.
What is his name? Asked Margarita.
Why, to be honest, I do not yet know, Korofiov replied. I'll have to ask Azazello.
Who's that with him?
That is the man who so helpfully carried out his order. I am delighted,
Korofiov shouted to the last 2. The staircase grew empty. They waited a while longer, to be sure, but no one else emerged from the fireplace. A second later, without knowing how she got there, Margarita found herself back in the small room with the pool. She burst into tears instantly from the pain in her arm and leg and fell right to the floor. Comforting her, Hella and Natasha dragged her again under the bloody shower, massaged her body, and Margarita reawakened.
More, Queen Margot, whispered Korofiov, appearing beside her. We must fly through the hall so the honoured guests do not feel neglected.
And once more, Margarita flew out of the room with the pool, On the stage, surrounded by the wall of tulips, a simian jazz band now raged instead of the Waltz King's orchestra. Holding a trumpet in his hand, a giant gorilla with shaggy sideburns stomped heavily as he conducted the orchestra. Arranged in a row, orangutans blew on shiny brass. Merry chimps with harmonicas sat on their shoulders. 2 baboons with lion-like manes were playing grand pianos, only no one could hear them amid the roaring and squealing and crashing of saxophones, violins and drums in the hands of gibbons, mandrills and marmosets. On the mirrored dance floor, countless couples spun round as one, in the same direction, amazingly agile and clean in their movement, threatening to sweep away anything in their path. Live satin butterflies fluttered above the dancing hordes, flowers rained from the ceiling. Each time the electric lights dimmed, myriads of fireflies would light up in the capitals of the columns, and marsh lights would float through the air. Then Margarita found herself near an enormous pool surrounded by columns. A giant black statue of Neptune was spewing a broad pink stream from its mouth. An intoxicating scent of champagne rose from the pool. Unrestrained merriment reigned here. Laughing, the ladies threw off their shoes and handed their handbags to their escorts or to the Africans who were running around with towels in their hands. With a shout, the women performed swallow dives into the pool, and foamy columns of liquid shot up in the air. The crystal bottom of the pool was lit from below. Penetrating the thick wine, the light illuminated the silvery bodies swimming through it. Everyone left the pool completely drunk. Laughter rang and thundered under the columns as in a bathhouse. Only a single, completely drunk female face stood out from the mayhem, its senseless yet pleading eyes evoking one word. "Frida!" Margarita's head began to spin from the alcoholic fumes, and she was about to leave when the cat pulled a stunt that delayed her a few moments longer. Behemoth worked his magic on Neptune's mouth, and the rolling mass of champagne quickly drained from the pool with loud hissing and roaring. Instead of the sparkling, playful wine, Neptune began to disgorge a dark yellow liquid. Screaming and hollering, "Cognac!" the ladies dashed away from the pool to the safety of the columns. In several seconds the pool was refilled. Spinning 3 times in mid-air, the cat tumbled into the rolling waves of cognac. He climbed out snorting, his bow tie limp, the gilding from his whiskers gone, and his opera glasses likewise missing. Only one woman dared follow Behemoth's lead, the clever dressmaker from before, along with her escort, an unknown young mulatto. They both dived into the cognac, but then Korovyov took Margarita under the arm, and they left the bathers. Margarita thought she saw mountains of oysters in vast stone basins float by underneath. Afterwards, she flew over a glass floor with rows of infernal furnaces burning underneath it, diabolical chefs in white garments dashing between them. Thoroughly disoriented, she saw dark dungeons lit by dim lamps, where girls served meat sizzling on hot coals, where everyone drank to her health from large mugs. She saw polar bears playing harmonicas and dancing a Russian dance on a stage, a salamander magician who could not be harmed by fire, and for the second time her strength began to wane.
"One last exit," Korovyov whispered anxiously, "and we are free."
Escorted by Korovyov, Margarita returned to the ballroom. The dancing had stopped, however, and the immense crowd of guests had gathered by the columns, leaving the centre of the hall empty. Margarita did not remember who helped her onto the platform that appeared in the empty space. As soon as she ascended it, she heard a clock somewhere strike midnight, even though midnight had long since passed by her estimation. At the last stroke of the clock, silence fell upon the crowd. Then Margarita saw Volant again. He walked, surrounded by Abaddon, Azazello, and several dark young men resembling Abaddon. Margarita saw that another platform had been prepared for Volant opposite her own, but he did not make use of it. Margarita was astounded that Volant had made this last great appearance at the ball looking exactly as he had looked in the bedroom. The same dirty, patched shirt hung on his shoulders, and worn bedroom slippers were on his feet. Volant had an unsheathed sword, but he leaned on it as if it were a cane. Limping, Volant stopped near his platform, and Azazello appeared immediately before him, carrying a tray. The tray bore a severed human head, with its front teeth knocked out. The silence continued, interrupted only by a distant ringing that sounded like a doorbell, somewhat puzzling under the circumstances.
"Mikhail Alexandrovitch," Volant said quietly to the head.
The dead man's eyelids opened, and Margarita shuddered when she saw that the dead face had living eyes, full of consciousness and suffering.
"It all came true, did it not?"
Volant continued, looking into the eyes.
"You were decapitated by a woman, the meeting never happened, and I am living in your apartment. These are facts, and a fact is the most stubborn thing in the world. But now let us concern ourselves with what happens next, not with some long-accomplished fact. You have always been a zealous proponent of the theory that upon removal of the head, all life ceases in a man, that he turns to dust and vanishes into the void. I am glad to inform you here, in the company of my guests, even though they serve as proof of a wholly different theory, that your opinions are both clever and well-founded. One theory is as good as another, however. For instance, there is a theory that everyone shall receive exactly what he believes in. Let it be so. You will depart into non-existence, while I will happily drink to the joy of existence from the fine cup you will make."
Volant raised his sword. The flesh of the head blackened and fell away in pieces, the eyes vanished, and soon Margarita saw a yellowish skull on a golden stand, with emeralds for eyes and pearls for teeth. The top of the skull swung open on a hinge. "One moment, Messiah," said Korovyov, catching Volant's inquisitive glance. "He will appear before you presently. I can hear the creaking of his polished shoes in this deathly silence. I can hear the ringing of the glass he has just set down on the table, having drunk the last champagne of his life. Here he is." A lone, new guest stepped into the hall and headed towards Volant. Outwardly, he looked no different from the numerous other male guests, except for one thing. Even from far away, he was visibly shaking with agitation. Red spots burned on his cheeks, and his eyes darted around in alarm. The guest was, quite naturally, dumbfounded. Everything he saw shocked him, and particularly Volant's dress. However, the guest was received with the utmost courtesy.
"My dearest Baron Mikhail,"
Volant said, smiling amiably to the guest, whose eyes were practically popping out of his head.
"Allow me to introduce,"
Volant turned to the other guests,
"the most esteemed Baron Mikhail, a member of the Entertainment Commission responsible for introducing foreign visitors to the capital."
Margarita froze, for she had recognized Mikhail. She had seen him in several Moscow theatres and restaurants. Hold on, thought Margarita. Has he died too, then? But her question was resolved straight away.
"This dear Baron,"
Volant continued, smiling happily,
"was so charming as to call me as soon as he heard of my arrival in Moscow, offering his services with regard to his speciality, that is, showing me the local sights. Naturally, I was happy to invite him here."
Margarita noticed that Azazello had passed the tray with the skull to Korovyov.
"Oh, by the way, Baron,"
Volant suddenly said, lowering his voice intimately,
"I have heard rumours of your incredible curiosity." They say that coupled with your equally impressive talkativeness, it has begun to attract quite a bit of attention. Moreover, wicked tongues have already let slip the words stool pigeon and spy. And finally, there are speculations that all of this will lead you to a most unfortunate demise no more than a month from now. Thus, to save you all this torturous waiting, we have decided to come to your aid, taking advantage of the fact that you invited yourself here with the explicit purpose of eavesdropping and spying as much as possible. The Baron grew paler than Abaddon, who was exceptionally pale by nature. And then something odd happened. Abaddon stood in front of the Baron and removed his glasses for an instant. At the same time, a flash and a soft clap came from Azazello's hand, and the Baron began to fall over backwards, crimson blood spraying from his chest onto his starched shirt and waistcoat. Korovyov filled the cup from the pulsating stream and handed it to Volant. The Baron's lifeless body was already lying on the ground. "I drink your health, ladies and gentlemen," Volant said softly, and raised the cup to his lips. A metamorphosis took place. The patched shirt and worn slippers vanished, and Volant appeared in a black chlamys with a steel sword on his hip. He quickly approached Margarita, raised the cup, and ordered, "Drink." Margarita grew dizzy and swayed, but the cup was already at her lips, and voices she did not recognize whispered in both her ears. "Don't be afraid, my queen. Do not be afraid, my queen. The blood has long since vanished in the earth, and grapevines grow where it was spilt." Without opening her eyes, Margarita took a drink. A sweet current ran down her veins, and her ears started ringing. She thought she heard the deafening crowing of roosters and a distant march. The crowd of guests began to lose its form. The men and women turned to dust. Decay took over their bodies before Margarita's eyes, and a sepulchral stench began to flow from them. The columns fell apart, the lights extinguished, the halls shrank, and the fountains disappeared along with the tulips and the camellias. All that remained was all that there had ever been, a modest living room that once belonged to the jeweller's wife, and a strip of light falling from a half-open door. Margarita walked through it. Chapter 24. The Extraction of the Master. Everything in Volant's bedroom returned to the way it had been before the ball. Volant was sitting on the bed in his nightshirt, only Hella was no longer rubbing his leg, but serving dinner on the table where the chess game had taken place earlier. Korovyov and Azazello had removed their tailcoats and were sitting near the table. Naturally, they were joined by the cat, who chose to keep his bow tie, even though by now it had turned into an absolutely filthy rag. Swaying, Margarita approached the table and leaned on it. Voland beckoned her as before and motioned for her to sit down next to him. "Did they wear you out much?" Voland asked. "Not at all, Messiah," Margarita replied, her voice barely audible. "Noblesse oblige," noted the cat, and poured Margarita a glass of transparent liquid. "Is that vodka?" Margarita asked weakly. The cat jumped up in his seat with indignation. "I beg pardon, my queen," he rasped. "Would I ever allow myself to offer vodka to a lady? This is pure alcohol." Margarita smiled and attempted to push the glass aside. "Go ahead and drink," said Volant, and Margarita immediately picked up the glass. "Sit, Hella," Volant ordered, and explained to Margarita, "This night of the full moon is a night of celebration, and I will dine in the close company of my entourage and servants. So how do you feel? How did you find this exhausting ball?"
staggering, rattled Korofiov. Everyone was enchanted, enamoured, practically crushed. So much tact, so much skill, so much charm and charisma.
Volant raised his glass silently and clinked it with Margarita's. Margarita drank obediently, thinking she would expire on the spot from the pure alcohol. But nothing bad happened. A vigorous warmth flowed through her stomach. She felt a soft spasm in the back of her neck, and her strength returned, as after a long, refreshing sleep. Moreover, she now felt incredibly hungry. Remembering that she had eaten nothing since the previous morning, she grew even hungrier. She began to gulp down the caviar greedily. Behemoth cut himself a slice of pineapple, salted it, peppered it, and ate it. Then he downed his second shot of alcohol with such gusto that everyone applauded. After Margarita had had a second shot, the lights in the candelabra became brighter, and the flames in the fireplace burned hotter. She did not feel the least bit drunk. Sinking her white teeth into a piece of meat, Margarita savoured the juices flowing from it, while watching Behemoth slather mustard on an oyster. "Why don't you put some grapes on top?" Hella asked quietly, shoving the cat in the side.
"And ask you not to school me,"
replied Behemoth.
"Fear not, I have sat at my share of tables." "Oh, how pleasant to dine like this, simply by the fireside," buzzed Korofiov, "in a tight circle." "No, forgot," objected the cat. "A ball has a certain charm and grandeur."
"There's nothing charming about it, or grand either. Those idiotic bears, plus the tigers in the bar, nearly gave me a migraine with their constant roaring," said Volant.
"Very well, Messiah," said the cat. "If you find that the ball lacked grandeur, I will immediately adopt the same opinion."
"Watch it," Volant said to that.
"I was joking," the cat said meekly. "As for the tigers, I'll have them roasted."
"You can't eat tiger," said Hella.
"Is that what you think? Then let me tell you a story,"
replied the cat, and grinning with pleasure, recounted the tale of how he once wandered the desert for 19 days with nothing to eat but the meat of a tiger he had slain. Everyone listened to this amusing narrative with great interest, and the moment that Behemoth concluded it, they all shouted in unison, "Lies!"
"And the most interesting thing about these lies," said Volant, "is that they are utter and complete lies from the first word to the last."
"Oh, really? Lies?"
exclaimed the cat, and everyone expected him to protest, but he just said quietly, "History will be our judge." "But tell me," Margot asked Azazello, now that the vodka had revived her, "did you shoot that former baron?"
"Well, naturally," Azazello replied. "How could I not? He absolutely had to be shot."
"I was so startled," Margarita exclaimed. "It happened so unexpectedly."
"Nothing unexpected about it,"
objected Azazello, while Korofiov began to wail and whine.
"Who wasn't startled? I myself was quaking in my booties. Bang! Slam! The baron on the floor!" "I nearly had hysterics," added the cat, licking a spoonful of caviar.
"But here is what I cannot understand," Margarita spoke, the golden sparks from the crystal reflecting in her eyes. "Surely all this music and noise must have been heard outside?" "Of course not, my queen," Korofiov explained. "One must plan these things so as not to be heard. One must be careful." Yes, the thing is, there was this man on the stairs when Azazello and I walked by, and another at the entrance. I think they were watching your apartment." Of course, cried Korofiov. "Of course, my dearest Margarita Nikolaevna, you are confirming my suspicions. Yes, he must have been watching the apartment. I could have easily taken him for some absent-minded professor or a lover languishing about on the stairs, but no, something was gnawing at my heart. Oh, he was watching the apartment, and another at the entrance, and the one in the gateway as well." "I wonder, though, what if they come to arrest you?" asked Margarita.
"They will most certainly come, my charming queen. Undoubtedly they will," replied Korolyov. "I can feel it in my heart that they will come. Not now, of course, but when the time is right. Although I doubt there'll be much to see."
"Oh, how shocked I was to see the Baron fall," said Margarita, evidently still reliving the first murder she had ever seen. "You shoot quite well, I suppose."
"Well enough," said Azazello.
"At how many paces?" Margarita asked, somewhat ambiguously.
"Depends on the target," Azazello replied rationally. "It's one thing to hit the critic Latunsky's window with a hammer, and quite another to hit him in the heart."
"In the heart?" exclaimed Margarita, clutching her own for some reason. "In the heart?" she repeated in a hollow voice. "Who is this critic Latunsky?" asked Voland, narrowing his eyes at Margarita. Azazello, Korolyov, and Behemoth looked down in embarrassment. Blushing, Margarita replied, "There is this critic. I smashed up his whole apartment earlier this evening." "Would you listen to that? But why?" "You see, Messiah," Margarita explained, "he ruined a certain master." "Why go to such trouble yourself?" asked Voland.
"Allow me, Messiah,"
the cat exclaimed happily, springing from his seat. "Sit down," Azazello grumbled, rising. "I'll go." "No," Margarita exclaimed. "No, I beg you, Messiah, there's no need for that." "As you wish, as you wish," Voland said, and Azazello returned to his seat.
"So, where were we, my dearest Queen Margot? Oh, yes, the heart," Korolyov said, and pointed his long finger at Azazello. "As for the heart, he can hit any auricle or ventricle he chooses."
Margarita did not understand right away, but when she did, she exclaimed in surprise, "But you can't see them."
"My dear," buzzed Korolyov, "that's exactly it, you can't. That's the whole point. Anyone can hit something he can see."
Korolyov took a 7 of spades out of a table drawer and asked Margarita to mark one of the pips with her fingernail. Margarita chose the one in the upper right-hand corner. Hella hid the card under a pillow and shouted, "Ready?" Sitting with his back to the pillow, Azazello drew a black automatic handgun from his trouser pocket, positioned the muzzle over his shoulder, and fired without looking at the bed, sending Margarita into gleeful fright. The 7 of spades was extracted from under the ruined pillow. The pip marked by Margarita had a bullet hole in it. "I wouldn't want to run across you when you're carrying a gun," said Margarita, casting a coquettish glance at Azazello. She had a passion for all people who could do something exceedingly well.
"My dearest Queen," Korolyov squeaked, "I would not recommend that anyone run across him, regardless of whether he's carrying a gun. I give you my word, as a former choirmaster and precentor, that there'd be little joy in it."
The cat sat scowling during the marksmanship experiment and suddenly announced,
"I can beat the trick with a 7.
Azazello growled something in response, but the cat was adamant and demanded not 1 but 2 guns. Azazello took a second gun out of his back trouser pocket and handed both to the braggart, twisting his mouth in contempt. 2 pips were marked on the 7. The cat took a long time to prepare, looking away from the pillow. Margarita sat plugging her ears with her fingers and gazed at the owl napping on the mantelpiece. The cat then fired both guns, causing Hella to scream, the owl to fall dead from the mantelpiece, and the smashed clock to stop. One of her hands bloodied. Hella howled and plunged her fingernails into the cat's fur. The cat responded by grabbing her hair, and they both began to roll on the floor, entwined in a ball. One of the glasses fell from the table and broke.
"Get the rabid she-devil off of me!"
wailed the cat, trying to fight off Hella, who was sitting astride him. The combatants were separated. Korolyov blew on Hella's wounded finger, and it healed.
"I can't shoot with everyone talking at me,"
cried Behemoth, trying to reattach a gigantic clump of fur that had been torn from his back.
"I would wager," Voland said, smiling at Margarita, "that he pulled this stunt on purpose. He's not a bad shot at all."
Hella and the cat made peace and sealed their reconciliation with a kiss. The card was extracted from under the pillow and checked. Besides the pip already hit by Azazello, none had been touched. "It cannot be," insisted the cat, holding the card to the light from the candelabrum. The merry dinner went on. The candles guttered in the candelabrum, and waves of sweet, dry heat spread throughout the room from the fireplace. Having eaten her fill, Margarita was overcome with a sense of bliss. She watched the misty grey rings from Azazello's cigar float off into the fireplace. She watched the cat catch them on the tip of his sword. She had no desire to leave, even though it was very late by her count. It appeared to be somewhere around 6 in the morning. Taking advantage of a pause in the conversation, Margarita turned to Voland and spoke timidly. "It's probably time for me to go. It's late."
"Why are you in such a hurry?"
Voland asked, politely but somewhat coldly. The others remained silent, pretending to be occupied with the hazy rings of cigar smoke. "Yes, it's time," Margarita repeated, utterly confused. She looked around as if seeking a gown or a robe. Her nakedness suddenly began to embarrass her. She rose from the table. Voland silently picked up his worn, greasy robe from the bed, and Korovyov threw it over Margarita's shoulders. "Thank you, Messiah," Margarita said in a barely audible voice, and glanced at Voland inquisitively. He smiled politely and indifferently in response. The blackest sorrow instantly filled Margarita's heart. She felt cheated. It looked as if no one was going to offer her any reward for her services at the ball, and no one bade her stay. At the same time, it was perfectly clear to her that she had nowhere else to go. The thought of returning to the mansion caused an explosion of despair inside her. Should she ask for something herself, as Azazello offered so temptingly back in the Alexandrovsky gardens? No, never, she said to herself. "All the best to you, Messiah," she said aloud, thinking, the sooner I can get out of here, the sooner I can get to the river and drown myself.
"Sit,"
Voland commanded suddenly. Margarita's face changed, and she sat down.
"Isn't there anything you wish to say before you go?"
"No, Messiah," Margarita replied proudly, "except that, if you still need me, I shall be glad to perform any service you ask. I am not the least bit tired, and had a lot of fun at the ball. If it had gone on longer, I would have gladly offered up my knee to thousands more gallows birds and murderers." Margarita gazed at Voland through a haze, for her eyes had welled up with tears.
"Exactly. You are absolutely right,"
Voland shouted in a fearsome, hollow voice.
"That is how it must be."
"That is how it must be,"
his entourage echoed.
"We have been testing you," Voland continued. "Never ask anything of anyone. Nothing, never, particularly of those who are more powerful than you. They will offer it themselves deliver. Sit, proud woman."
Voland tore the heavy robe from Margarita's shoulders, and she again found herself sitting next to him on the bed. "And so, Margot," Voland continued, softening his voice, "what is it you would like for your services as my hostess tonight? What do you wish for, having spent this entire ball naked? What is the price you put on your knee? What losses have they incurred, these guests of mine who you call gallows birds? Speak, and speak freely, for I have made you the offer." Margarita's heart beat faster, and she sighed heavily, pondering something.
"Come,"
Be brave, Voland encouraged. Awaken your imagination. Spur it onwards. Why, the mere presence of a person at the murder of that arrant scoundrel of a baron is worth a reward, particularly if the person is a woman. So? Margarita felt short of breath. She was just about to utter the cherished wish she had nurtured in her soul, when suddenly she grew pale, opened her mouth, and stared into space. "Frida! Frida! Frida!" cried an importunate, pleading voice. "My name is Frida." Stumbling, Margarita spoke. "So I can ask for one thing, then?" Demand it, my Donna," Voland replied, smiling knowingly. "Demand one thing." Oh, how deftly and clearly he underscored her own words. One thing. Margarita sighed once more and said, "I want them to stop giving Frida the handkerchief that she used to suffocate her child." The cat raised his eyes to the ceiling and sighed loudly, but said nothing, evidently remembering the incident with his ear at the ball. "In light of the fact," Voland began, smirking, "that you could not possibly have been bribed by that fool Frida, that would not befit your royal dignity. I simply know not what to do. There is only one thing left, I suppose. Procure a bunch of rags and plug every little crack in my bedroom." "What are you talking about, Messiah?" Margarita asked, puzzling at these truly unfathomable words.
"I fully agree, Messiah,"
the cat chimed in.
"Rags!"
And he banged his paw on the table irritably. "I am talking about mercy," Voland explained, without taking his fiery eye off Margarita. "Every now and then it manages to unexpectedly and treacherously sneak in through the smallest cracks. Hence the rags."
"And I'm talking about the same thing,"
exclaimed the cat, backing away from Margarita preemptively and covering his sharp ears with his paws, smeared in pink whipped cream. "Get out," Voland said to the cat.
"I haven't had coffee yet,"
replied the cat.
"How can I get out? Are guests to be split up into two classes on such a festive night, Messiah? One first grade, and the other, as that sad miser of a bartender put it, of second grade freshness?"
"Be quiet," Voland ordered. He turned to Margarita and asked, "You are evidently a person of exceptional kindness, yes? A person of high moral standards?"
"No," Margarita said forcefully. "I know I cannot lie to you, so I will be frank. I am a thoughtless person. I only plead for Frida because I was careless enough to give her a firm hope. She waits now, Messiah. She believes in my power, and if she is deceived, I'll be in a terrible position. I won't have peace for the rest of my life. There's nothing I can do about it now. It just happened."
"Ah," said Voland. "That's understandable."
"So, will you do it?" Margarita asked quietly.
"Never," said Voland. "You see, my dear Queen, there's been a slight misunderstanding here. Each office has its own jurisdiction. I won't deny that our powers are substantial, far more substantial than some less-than-keen folk might imagine."
"Yes, far more substantial," the cat put in, unable to restrain himself, obviously very proud of the aforementioned powers.
"Be quiet, devil take you,"
Voland said, and continued to Margarita.
"It's very simple. What's the sense in doing something outside my, as I put it, jurisdiction? I'm not going to do it. But you can do it yourself."
"But will it come true?"
Azazello looked at Margarita ironically from the corner of his crooked eye, shook his head imperceptibly, and snorted. "Just do it already. What a pain," Boland muttered, and began to turn his globe, staring at something on it, evidently preoccupied with other business while he spoke to Margarita.
"Frida!"
Korofiov hinted. "Frida!" Margarita cried in a piercing voice. The door opened, and a dishevelled, naked woman with frenzied eyes ran into the room, no longer showing any signs of drunkenness. She stretched out her arms towards Margarita, who said majestically, "You are forgiven. You won't be given the handkerchief any more." Frida howled and fell face down to the floor, prostrating herself in a cross before Margarita. Volant waved his hand, and Frida vanished. "Thank you, and farewell," Margarita said, rising. "Well, Behemoth," said Volant, "let us not take advantage of an impractical person on a holiday night." He turned to Margarita. "Let's not count that, since I didn't actually do anything. What do you want for yourself?" The silence was interrupted by Korofiov, who whispered in Margarita's ear,
"My precious Donna, I would advise you to be more reasonable this time, or else your lucky chance may slip away."
"I want my lover, the Master, returned to me right now, this instant," Margarita said, and her face contorted in a spasm. A gust of wind burst into the room, flattening the candle flames. The heavy curtain drew aside, and the window opened. A full midnight moon, not a waning morning moon, hung far up in the sky. A shawl of green light fell on the floor from the windowsill. In it appeared Ivan's nighttime visitor, he who called himself the Master. He was in his hospital garb, a gown, slippers, and the black cap he never parted with. His unshaven face twitched in a grimace, and he glanced fearfully and insanely at the candle flames as the moonlight boiled around him. Margarita recognized him at once. She moaned, clasped her hands, and ran towards him. She kissed him on the forehead and on the lips, pressing against his stubbly cheek, and the tears she had restrained for so long now poured down her face. She said only one word, meaninglessly repeating it over and over. "You, you, you." The Master pushed her away and said in a hollow voice, "Don't cry, Margot. Don't torment me. I am seriously ill." He grasped the window-sill, as if intending to leap over it and run away. Baring his teeth, he peered at those sitting in the room and cried out, "I am scared, Margot. I am hallucinating again." Stifled with sobs and choking on her words, Margarita whispered, "No, no, no, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'm here." Korofiov deftly and inconspicuously pushed a chair towards the Master, who sank onto it. Margarita fell to her knees, pressed against the sick man's side, and froze in that position. In her excitement, she did not notice that she was no longer naked, but wearing a black silk cloak. The patient lowered his head and stared at the floor with his sick, gloomy eyes. "Yes," Voland said after a brief silence. "They really worked a number on him. Give the man something to drink, Knight," he ordered Korofiov. "Drink, drink," Margarita begged the Master in a trembling voice. "Are you afraid?" "No, no, trust me. They will help you." The sick man took the glass and drank its contents. But then
His hand twitched, and the empty glass shattered on the floor by his feet.
"It's for good luck. It's for good luck,"
Grofioff whispered to Margarita.
"Look, he's coming to already."
Indeed, the sick man's gaze became less savage and disturbed. "But is it really you, Margot?" asked the moonlit guest. "Have no doubt it's me," Margarita replied. "More," Volant ordered. After the master had emptied the second glass, his eyes became lively and conscious. "Now, that's better," Volant said, narrowing his eyes. "Let us talk. Who are you?" "I am no one any more," said the master, his mouth twisted in a crooked smile. "Where did you just come from?" "A madhouse. I am mentally ill," the visitor replied. This was too much for Margarita to bear, and she started to cry again. Then, wiping her tears, she exclaimed, "Horrible words! Horrible words! Know that he's a master, Messiah! Cure him! He is worth it!" "Do you know who you are talking to?" Volant asked the visitor. "Whose guest you are?" "I do," said the master. "That boy, Ivan Homeless, was my neighbour in the mental hospital. He told me about you." "But of course, Volant replied. "I had the pleasure of meeting this young man at Patriarch's Ponds. He nearly drove me mad trying to prove I did not exist. But you believe that it is really I, don't you?" "I don't seem to have any choice," said the visitor. "Though, of course, it would be far more comforting to consider you the fruit of my hallucinations. Forgive me," the master added, catching himself. "Well, if it comforts you, then do so," Volant said politely. "No, no," Margarita said fearfully, and shook the master by his shoulder. "Come to your senses. It really is him before you." The cat put in his word here as well.
"Actually, I do happen to resemble a hallucination. Kindly note my silhouette in the moonlight." The cat climbed into the shaft of moonlight and wanted to keep talking, but was asked to be quiet. "Very well, I shall be silent," he replied. "I shall be a silent hallucination."
"Tell me, why does Margarita call you a master?" Volant asked. The man smirked and said, "A forgivable weakness. She thinks too highly of the novel I wrote." "What about?" "It is a novel about Pontius Pilate." Again, the flames swayed and danced in the candles, and dishes clattered on the table as Volant let out a thunderous laugh, but without frightening or surprising anyone. Behemoth applauded for some reason. "About what? About what? About who?" Volant spoke, laughing. "In these times? That's tremendous. You could not find another topic? Let me see it." Volant stretched out his hand, palm upwards. "I cannot do that, unfortunately," the master replied, "because I burned it in the furnace." "Forgive me, I don't believe that," said Volant. "It simply cannot be. Manuscripts do not burn." He turned to Behemoth and said, "Hey, Behemoth, hand me that novel, will you?" The cat instantly jumped up from his seat, and everyone saw that he had been sitting on a thick pile of manuscripts. With a bow, the cat handed the top copy to Volant. Excited to the point of tears, Margarita trembled and shouted, "There's the manuscript! There it is!" She dashed to Volant and added in awe, "Omnipotent! Omnipotent!" Volant took the copy of the manuscript that had been handed to him, turned it, and put it aside. Then, silently, unsmilingly, he stared at the master. But for some reason, the latter suddenly became anxious and disturbed. Wringing his hands, he got up from the chair, turned towards the faraway moon, shuddered, and began muttering. "Even at night, by moonlight, I have no peace. Why did you disturb me?
O gods, ye gods of mine. Margarita grasped the hospital gown and pressed against the master, herself muttering in anguished tears. Oh God, why does the medicine not help you?
Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry,
whispered Korofiov, weaving around the master.
Don't worry, don't worry. One more little glass. I'll have one too.
And the little glass winked and glimmered in the moonlight, and it helped. The master was returned to his seat, and the sick man's face took on a calmer expression.
Well, it's all clear now,
Volant said, tapping his long finger on the manuscript.
Exceedingly clear,
the cat confirmed, forgetting his promise to become a silent hallucination.
The gist of this opus is quite obvious to me now. What do you say, Azazello?
He inquired of the silent Azazello.
I say, the latter said nasally, that we ought to drown you.
Be merciful, Azazello,
the cat replied,
and don't put such thoughts in my master's head. Believe me, I would haunt you every night in a shroud of moonlight, just like the poor master, and nod to you and beckon you to follow me. How would you like that, oh Azazello?
Well, Margarita,
Volant resumed the conversation.
Speak. What is it you two need?
Margarita's eyes flashed, and she pleaded to Volant. Will you let me consult him?
Volant nodded,
and Margarita began whispering in the master's ear. They heard him answer. No, it's too late. I want nothing more from life except to see you. But I advise you again, leave me. You'll be ruined with me. I won't leave you, Margarita replied, and turned to Volant. I ask you to return us to the basement apartment in the alley of the Arbat. Let the lamp burn, and let everything be as it once was. The master laughed, grasped Margarita's dishevelled curls, and said,
Do not listen to the poor woman, Messiah. Another man already lives in that basement. Besides, nothing can ever be as it was.
He pressed his cheek against his companion's head, hugged Margarita, and muttered, Poor dear, poor dear.
It cannot, you say? Volant asked. That is true, but we will try none the less.
And he said,
Azazello.
A confused and nearly delirious man fell from the ceiling. He was dressed in his underwear, but carried a suitcase and had a hat on for some reason. The man was shaking and cowering in fear.
Margarich?
Azazello asked of the man who had fallen from the sky.
Aloysius Margarich,
the man replied, trembling.
Upon reading Latunsky's article about this man's novel, did you or did you not write a report claiming that he was keeping illegal literature?
The visitor turned blue, and tears of repentance burst from his eyes.
You wanted to move into his rooms?
Azazello twanged in his most intimate voice. A furious, cat-like hissing came from the dark, and Margarita sank her nails into Aloysius Mogarich's face, wailing, "Know what a witch can do!" A commotion ensued. "What are you doing?" the master cried desperately. "Margot, do not disgrace yourself!"
"I beg pardon, there's nothing disgraceful about it,"
bellowed the cat. Korovyov dragged Margarita away.
I put in a bath,
cried the bloodied Mogarich, his teeth chattering, and then started babbling utter nonsense. The whitewash alone, the acid treatment.
You put in a bath. Excellent,
Azazello approved.
He'll need to take baths.
And then he shouted,
Out!
Mogarich turned upside down in mid-air and flew out of Volant's bedroom through the open window. The master's eyes bulged, and he whispered, I dare say this beats anything Ivan described. Completely shocked, he looked around and finally said to the cat, Forgive me, but was it you, mister? Sir?
He stumbled, unsure of how to address the cat. "Sir, are you the same cat who tried to board the tram?"
"I am," the flattered cat confirmed, and added, "It's nice to hear someone address a cat so politely. Cats are usually addressed quite familiarly, even though no cat has ever fraternised with anyone."
"For some reason, I get the impression that you aren't exactly a cat," the master replied hesitantly. "They'll look for me in the hospital," he added timidly to Volant.
"But what will they look for?"
Korofiov soothed, and various papers and folders appeared in his hand.
"Your case file?"
"Yes." Korofiov tossed the case file in the fireplace.
"No papers, no man," he said with satisfaction. "And is this your landlord's tenant register?"
"Yes."
"Who is registered here?" "Aloysius Margarita."
Korofiov blew on the page of the register.
"There. Not only is he gone, mind you, but he was never there. If your landlord is surprised, just tell him he dreamed up this Aloysius Margarita. Margarita who? There never were any Margaritas."
The ring notebook evaporated from Korofiov's hands.
"And there it goes, already back in the landlord's desk."
"You put it well," said the master, amazed by Korofiov's efficiency. "No papers, no man. And that's exactly what I don't have. I don't have any papers."
"Forgive me," Korofiov exclaimed. "This must be one of your hallucinations, for they are right here."
And Korofiov handed the master his papers. Then he rolled his eyes and whispered sweetly to Margarita.
"And here are your belongings, Margarita Nikolaevna."
He handed Margarita the singed notebook, the dried rose, the photograph, and, with particular care, the bank book.
10,000, just as you deposited, Margarita Nikolaevna. We have no need for others' property." "May my paws wither off before I touch the property of another,"
exclaimed the cat, puffing up and dancing on a suitcase to pack in all the copies of the ill-fated manuscript.
"And your papers as well,"
Korofiov continued, handing Margarita her papers. Then, turning to Volant, he reported respectfully,
"That is all, Messiah."
"No, not all," Volant replied, turning away from his globe. "What would you have me do with your entourage, dearest Donna? I have no need for it personally." Then Natasha ran through the open door, naked as before. She wrung her hands and shouted to Margarita, "Be happy, Margarita Nikolaevna!" She nodded to the master and spoke again to Margarita. "I knew where you used to go, you know."
"Housekeepers know everything,"
noted the cat, raising his paw meaningfully.
"It is a mistake to think they are blind."
"What do you want, Natasha?" Margarita asked. "You should go back to the mansion." "Margarita Nikolaevna, darling," Natasha pleaded, falling to her knees. "Ask them." She glanced at Volant. "If I could stay a witch. I don't want to go back to the mansion. I don't want to marry some engineer or technician. Monsieur Jacques proposed to me last night at the ball." Natasha opened her fist, revealing some gold coins. Margarita directed a questioning look at Volant. He nodded. Natasha threw herself at Margarita's neck, gave her a resounding kiss, and flew out of the window with a victorious shout. Nikolai Ivanovich now stood in place of Natasha. He had regained his human appearance, but looked quite grim and even irritated. "Now, here's someone I'll be glad to let go," said Volant, looking at Nikolai Ivanovich in disgust. "Exceptionally glad. So out of place he is here." I request to be issued a document," Nikolai Ivanovich said with great insistence, gazing round savagely, "detailing my whereabouts last night."
"For what purpose?"
the cat asked sternly. "For the purpose of presenting it to my spouse and to the police," Nikolai Ivanovich said firmly.
We don't normally hand out documents, said the cat, frowning. But very well, in your case we'll make an exception. And before Nikolai Ivanovich could come to his senses, the naked Hella was already sitting at a typewriter while the cat dictated. This is to certify that the bearer, Nikolai Ivanovich, has spent the aforementioned night at Satan's ball, having been summoned there as a means of conveyance. Put a bracket there, Hella. In the bracket, write Hog. Signed, Behemoth.
And the date? Nikolai Ivanovich squeaked.
No date. The date would invalidate the document,
the cat replied, scribbling his signature on the paper. He obtained a seal from somewhere, blew on it formally, stamped the word paid on the paper, and handed it to Nikolai Ivanovich. Then Nikolai Ivanovich vanished without a trace, and a new man appeared unexpectedly in his place. "Who is this, now?" Boland asked distastefully, shielding his eyes from the candlelight. Varyonika hung his head, sighed, and said quietly,
"Oh, let me go. I'm not cut out to be a vampire. I nearly did in Rimsky that evening with Hella, and I'm just not that bloodthirsty. Let me go."
"What's this nonsense?" Voland asked, frowning. "Who's Rimsky? What's this rubbish?"
Don't concern yourself with this, Messiah,
Azazello replied, and turned to Varyonika.
Don't be rude on the phone. Don't lie on the phone. Is that clear? Are you going to stop?
Varyonika went giddy with joy. His face lit up, and he started to babble without realizing what he was saying.
"My sincerest, that is, I would like to say, Your Majesty, right after dinner."
Varyonika pressed his hands to his heart and gazed at Azazello pleadingly.
"Very well, go home,"
the latter said, and Varyonika melted into the air. "Now, leave me alone with these two," Voland commanded, pointing at the Master and Margarita. Voland's order was carried out instantaneously. After a brief silence, Voland turned to the Master. "So, it'll be the Arbat basement, then. And what of your writing? What of the dreams, the inspirations?" "I have no more dreams or inspirations either," the Master replied. "Nothing interests me save for her." Again he placed his hand on Margarita's head. "I am broken. I am fed up, and I want to be in the basement." "And what of your novel, of Pilot?" "I hated this novel," the Master replied. "I have endured too much on its account." "I beg you," Margarita lamented, "don't talk like that. Why do you torture me so? You know I've put my whole life into your work." Turning to Voland, Margarita added, "Don't listen to him, Messiah. He's exhausted." "But surely you must keep writing about something," Voland continued. "If you've exhausted the Procurator's character, why not start portraying this Aloysius fellow, for instance?" The Master smiled. "Lapshenikova would never print that, and moreover, it's not very interesting." "So how will you live? You'll be destitute." "And gladly so," the Master replied, pulling Margarita towards him and hugging her shoulders, and added, "She'll come to her senses and leave me." "I somehow doubt that," Voland said through his teeth, and continued, "And so, the man who wrote the story of Pontius Pilate retreats to a basement, intending to sit there by a lamp in poverty." Margarita broke away from the Master and spoke with great passion. "I did all I could. I whispered the most enticing things to him, but he refused." "I know what you whispered to him," Voland objected, "but it was not the most enticing. As for you," he turned to the Master, smiling, "let me tell you,
that your novel still has a few surprises in store for you."
"That is very sad," replied the master.
"No, no, it is not sad,"
Voland said.
"Nothing terrible will happen. Well, Margarita Nikolaevna, it's all done. Have you any further claims against me?"
"Of course not, Messiah."
"Then take this as a souvenir,"
Voland said. He reached under his pillow and produced a small golden horseshoe studded with diamonds. No, I couldn't possibly."
"Are you going to argue with me?"
Voland asked, smiling. Since Margarita's cloak had no pockets, she tied the horseshoe in a napkin. Then something amazed her. She looked at the moonlit window and said, "Here's something I don't understand. How can it still be midnight when it should have been morning long ago?"
"Sometimes it's nice to extend a festive midnight such as this,"
Voland replied.
"I wish you all the best."
Margarita stretched both her hands towards Voland as if in prayer, but did not dare approach him. "Farewell, farewell," she exclaimed quietly.
"Until we meet again," said Voland.
Margarita in her black cloak and the master in his hospital gown went out into the hall of the jeweller's wife's apartment, where Voland's entourage was waiting for them by the light of a candle. They set out, with Hella carrying the suitcase containing the novel, and Margarita Nikolaevna's modest belongings, and the cat helping her. As they passed through the front door, Korovyov bowed and vanished, while the rest followed downstairs. The staircase was empty. As they passed the third-floor landing, they heard a soft knock, but paid it no mind. When they reached the sixth staircase entrance, Azazello blew into the air. As they went out into the courtyard, where the moon did not reach, they saw a man in boots and a cap dead asleep on the porch. A large black car with extinguished headlights stood outside. The hazy silhouette of a rook showed through the windshield. They were about to get in the car when Margarita cried out softly and desperately, "Oh, God, I've lost the horseshoe."
"Get in the car," said Azazello, "and wait for me. I'll be back shortly, just as soon as I sort out what's going on here."
And he went back inside. What happened was this. Shortly before Margarita and the master left with their escorts, a dried-up little woman came out of apartment number 48, carrying her handbag and a can. It was the very same Annushka who had spilled the sunflower oil at the turnstile on Wednesday, to Berlioz's great misfortune. No one knew, or likely ever will, what that woman was doing in Moscow or how she made her living. The only thing known about her was that she could be seen daily carrying either a can or a handbag or both in the paraffin shop or at the marketplace or at the gates of the building or on the staircase, or most often in the kitchen of apartment number 48, where she resided. There was another crucial detail. Wherever she appeared or stayed, a scandal would immediately break out. And finally, that her nickname was the Plague. For some reason, Annushka the Plague would always get up extremely early, and today some unknown force roused her at an ungodly hour just after midnight. The key turned in the door, Annushka's nose appeared in the doorway, and then the rest of her followed. She shut the door and was about to head off somewhere when a door slammed on the landing above and someone tumbled down the stairs. Crashing into Annushka, the falling body pushed her aside with such force that she bumped her head on the wall. "What the devil are you doing here in your long johns?" Annushka screamed, clutching the back of her head. Wearing only his underwear and a cap, but carrying a suitcase, the man answered Annushka in a frantic yet sleepy voice with his eyes closed. The water pump, the acid treatment, the cost of the whitewash alone. He started to cry, then barked, "Out!" and was off, only not down the stairs, but back up to where the economist had knocked out the window pane with his foot. The man flew out into the courtyard, feet first, through that very window. Gasping, Annushka forgot all about her head and rushed to the window herself. She lay down on her stomach on the landing and stuck her head out of the window, expecting to see the man with the suitcase lying dead on the asphalt, lit by the courtyard lantern. But there was no one there. One could only guess that the strange, sleepy character had flown away like a bird, leaving absolutely no trace behind. Annushka crossed herself and thought, "Some apartment, that number 50. No wonder people are talking. What a place." She barely had time to finish that thought when the door above slammed again and a second man ran downstairs. Annushka flattened herself against the wall and saw a rather respectable bearded man, although his face looked ever so slightly porcine. The man whisked by her and left the house via the window in the same manner as the first, again showing absolutely no intention of plunging to his death on the asphalt. Annushka forgot all about her own business and remained on the staircase, muttering, gasping, and crossing herself. A third man, with a round, clean-shaven face and wearing a belted shirt, ran downstairs and fluttered out of the window a short while later. To Annushka's credit, she was very curious, and decided to wait for more miracles. The door upstairs opened, and a whole group of people started downstairs, not running, but walking at a regular pace. Annushka ran away from the window and down the stairs towards her own apartment, where she opened the door quickly and hid behind it. Glittering with frenzied curiosity, her eye appeared in the crack she left open. A strange, pale, stubbly, possibly sick man, wearing a gown and a black cap, was walking downstairs on unsteady legs. A lady, wearing what appeared in the darkness to be a black cassock, was leading him carefully under the arm. It was hard to tell whether the lady was barefoot or wearing some sort of half-shredded, transparent slippers, probably imported. Forget the shoes. The lady was naked. Why, yes, she just threw the cassock over her bare skin. Now, that's some apartment. Annushka's soul sang with joy as she anticipated gossiping with the neighbours the next day. A completely naked lady with a suitcase followed the strangely dressed woman downstairs. An enormous black cat was fussing around the suitcase. Annushka almost squeaked out loud and wiped her eyes. A limping foreigner with a crooked eye brought up the rear of the procession. He wore a white formal shirt and tie, but no jacket. As the entire group headed downstairs past Annushka, something clinked on the landing. Hearing the steps grow fainter, Annushka slithered out of her door like a snake. She put down her can and dropped on her stomach, groping around with her hands. She found a napkin with something heavy inside. Annushka's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when she unwrapped the little bundle. They lit up with wolfish fire as she held the precious trinket close to her face. A torrent arose in Annushka's brain. I haven't seen anything. I don't know anything. To the nephew? Or cut it into pieces, pick out the gemstones, and then sell one at a time. One on Petrovka, one on Smolensky, and most importantly, I haven't seen anything, and I don't know anything. Annushka hid the find in her shirt, grabbed her can, and was about to slip back into her apartment, delaying her trip to town. Suddenly, hell knows where from, the white-shirted, jacketless man appeared before her and whispered quietly, "Give back the horseshoe and the napkin." "What horseshoe and napkin?" Annushka asked, feigning innocence quite masterfully. "I don't know of any napkin. Are you drunk, mister?" Hard as the handrails of a bus and just as cold, The man's fingers closed around Anushka's throat without a word, completely blocking the passage of air to her lungs. The can fell from her hands to the floor. After depriving Anushka of air for a little while, the jacketless foreigner removed his hand from her throat. Gulping air, Anushka smiled.
"Oh, the horseshoe," she began. "Right this minute. So it's your horseshoe. I was passing by and there it was, in the napkin. I picked it up so as no one would take it, or else you'd never see it again."
Upon receiving the horseshoe and the napkin, the foreigner began bowing and clicking his heels before Anushka, shaking her hand firmly and showering her with warm thanks in a heavy foreign accent.
"I am most indebted to you, madam. That little horseshoe is a treasured heirloom. Allow me to give you 200 rubles for having restored it to me."
And he immediately produced the money from his waistcoat pocket and handed it to Anushka. Smiling frantically, Anushka could only exclaim,
"Oh, thank you so much. Merci, merci."
Heading back down, the generous foreigner traversed an entire flight of stairs in a single bound, but before disappearing completely, he shouted from below, without a trace of accent,
"And the next time you find someone's property, you old hag, take it to the police instead of stuffing it down your front."
Her head ringing with confusion from all these staircase shenanigans, Anushka went on shouting reflexively,
"Merci, merci, merci,"
long after the foreigner was gone. The car also vanished from the courtyard. After returning Voland's gift to Margarita, Azazello asked her if she was comfortably seated and bid her goodbye. Hella gave Margarita a smacking kiss. The cat pressed his nose to her hand, and they all waved to the master, who had sunk into the corner of his seat and remained lifelessly still. They signalled to the rook and dissolved into the air rather than burdening themselves with climbing the stairs. The rook turned on the headlights and rolled out of the gate past another soundly sleeping man, and the lights of the large black car blended in with the other lights on the loud, sleepless Sadovaya. An hour later, in the basement of a small house in an Arbat alley, everything was just as it had been on that horrible autumn night a year ago. In the first room, Margarita was sitting at a table covered with a velvet tablecloth, lit by a shaded lamp and decorated with a small bouquet of lilies of the valley, and weeping quietly from shock and happiness. The notebook mangled by the fire lay before her, and a pile of untouched notebooks towered nearby. The house was silent. In the small adjacent room, the master lay in a deep sleep on the couch, covered by his hospital gown. His breath was even and noiseless. Having wept her fill, Margarita reached for the intact notebooks and found the part she had been rereading before her encounter with Azazello beneath the Kremlin wall. Margarita did not want to sleep. She caressed the manuscript tenderly, as one caresses a beloved cat. She turned it in her hands and examined it from every angle, studying the title page one moment and turning all the way to the back the next. She was suddenly overcome by the horrible thought that it was all a trick, that any moment now the notebooks would disappear from her hands, and she would wake up in her bedroom in the mansion and be forced to drown herself. But it was the last such thought, the final echo of prolonged suffering. Nothing disappeared. The omnipotent Volant was truly omnipotent, and she could ruffle the pages till dawn if she wanted. She could study them and kiss them and reread the words. Darkness, descending from the Mediterranean Sea, engulfed the city so hated by the procurator. Yes, darkness. Chapter 25. How the Procurator tried to save Judas of Kiryat. Darkness descending from the Mediterranean Sea engulfed the city so hated by the Procurator. Gone were the suspended bridges connecting the temple to the fearsome Antonia Tower. Down came the void and flooded the winged gods over the Hippodrome, the Hasmonean Palace with its loopholes, the markets, the caravanserais, the alleys, the pools. Gone was Yerushalayim, the great city, gone as though it had never existed. Darkness had devoured all, striking fear into every living thing in Yerushalayim and its surroundings. The unusual storm cloud came by way of the sea at the end of the day, the 14th day of the spring month of Nisan. Its enormous belly rolled over the bald mountain, where the executioners were hastily stabbing the condemned men. It rolled over the temple in Yerushalayim. It crept down the hill in smoky streams and flooded the lower city. It poured into windows and chased people inside from the crooked streets. It was in no hurry to give up its moisture, yielding only light. Each time the fire tore through the smoky black brew, the enormous hulk of the temple, with its shining, scaly roof, emerged from the pitch blackness. But the fire would extinguish instantly, and the temple slide back into the dark abyss. Several times it leapt out thus and fell back in, and every time its fall was accompanied by catastrophic thunder. Other trembling lights summoned the palace of Herod the Great from the abyss, as it stood opposite the temple on the west hill, causing its hideous, eyeless golden statues to leap up into the black sky, stretching their arms towards it. But again, the heavenly fire would disappear, and the heavy claps of thunder would banish the golden idols back into the darkness. Suddenly, the downpour came, and the storm turned into a hurricane. By the marble bench in the garden, in the same spot where the procurator and the priest had spoken around midday, a cypress tree snapped like a twig, producing a sound worthy of a cannon shot. Torn roses, magnolia leaves, small twigs and sand swept under the columns on the balcony, along with watery spray and hailstones. The hurricane savaged the garden. Only one man remained under the columns at the time, and that man was the procurator. He no longer sat in a chair, but instead lay on a couch next to a small, low table laden with food and jugs of wine. A second couch stood empty on the other side of the table. A red, almost blood-like puddle was spreading by the procurator's feet amid the pieces of a broken jug. The servant, setting the procurator's table before the storm, wavered under Pilate's stare for some reason, afraid that he had somehow displeased his master. Growing angry, the procurator smashed the jug on the mosaic floor and said, "Why do you not look me in the face when you serve me? Or have you stolen something?" The African's black face turned grey, and a deathly fear appeared in his eyes. He trembled and almost smashed a second jug, but then the procurator's anger vanished as quickly as it had come. The African dashed to pick up the pieces and mop up the puddle, but the procurator waved him away, and the slave disappeared. And the puddle remained. Now, during the hurricane, the African was hiding near a niche containing the white statue of a nude woman with a tilted head, afraid to appear at the wrong time, but at the same time worried he might miss the procurator's call. Lying on the couch in the stormy twilight, the procurator poured the wine into the cup himself, took long sips, reached for the bread occasionally, crumbled it, and ate the small pieces. From time to time he would suck out an oyster, chew on a lemon, and then take another drink. Were it not for the roaring waters, were it not for the thunderclaps that, it seemed, were threatening to flatten the palace roof, were it not for the rapping of hailstones as they hammered the steps of the balcony. One could have heard the procurator muttering something, talking to himself. Had the flickering heavenly light turned into steady illumination, an observer could have noticed that the procurator's face, with eyes inflamed by wine and the latest bouts of insomnia, bore an expression of impatience. That in between staring at the 2 white roses floating in the red puddle, the procurator was constantly turning his head towards the garden, towards the watery mist and the sand. That he was waiting for someone, waiting impatiently. After some time, the veil of water before the procurator's eyes began to grow thinner. As fierce as the hurricane had been, it began to weaken. Tree branches stopped creaking and falling to the ground. The thunderclaps and the flashes grew rarer. The purple shroud with white trim floating over Yerushalayim was replaced by an ordinary grey cloud, the rear guard of the storm being carried off towards the Dead Sea. It was now possible to hear the separate sounds of the rain and of water cascading down the gutters and over the very steps the procurator had walked on earlier in the day, before pronouncing the sentence in the square. Last came the sound of the hitherto muffled fountain. It grew lighter outside. Blue openings appeared in the grey veil as it fled eastward. Breaking through the now weak pattering of the rain, faint sounds of trumpets and the far-off chattering of several hundred hooves reached the procurator's ears. The procurator stirred up upon hearing the noise, and his face became livelier. The Ayla was returning from Bald Mountain. Judging by the sound, it was crossing the same square where the sentence had been pronounced. At last, the procurator heard the long-awaited footsteps splashing on the staircase leading to the upper terrace of the garden, directly in front of the balcony. The procurator stretched out his neck, and his eyes glinted with happiness. The hooded head of a man appeared between the 2 marble lions, and the rest of him followed, completely drenched, his cloak clinging to his body. It was the same man who had whispered with the procurator in a darkened palace room before the sentencing, and who sat on a 3-legged stool during the execution, playing with a twig. Ignoring the puddles, the hooded man crossed the garden terrace and stepped onto the mosaic floor of the balcony. Raising his hand, he said in a pleasant, high-pitched voice, "Health and happiness to the procurator." The visitor spoke Latin. "Ye gods!" Pilate exclaimed. "There's not a dry stitch on you. Some hurricane, no? Please go inside immediately. Do me a favour and change." The visitor tossed back his hood, revealing a completely wet head, his hair plastered to his forehead. With a polite smile on his clean-shaven face, he began to protest, assuring the procurator that a little rain would not hurt him. "I won't hear of it," Pilate replied, and clapped his hands, thus summoning the hiding servants. He instructed them to take care of the visitor and then immediately serve a hot meal. It did not take the procurator's visitor long to dry his hair, change his clothing and shoes, and otherwise make himself presentable. Soon he appeared on the balcony, wearing dry sandals and a crimson military cloak, his hair neatly slicked down. Meanwhile, the sun returned to Yerushalayim. Before leaving to drown in the Mediterranean Sea, it sent parting rays towards the city so hated by the procurator, gilding the steps of the balcony. The fountain regained its liveliness and hummed along at full strength. Pigeons appeared on the ground, cooing and hopping over broken branches, pecking at something in the wet sand. The red puddle had been mopped up, the broken pieces removed, and meat was steaming on the table.
"I await the procurator's orders," said the visitor, approaching the table. "You will hear nothing until you sit and have some wine," Pilate said amiably, and gestured at the second couch. The visitor reclined, and a servant poured thick red wine into his cup. Leaning carefully over Pilate's shoulder,
Another servant filled the cup of the procurator, who then waved both servants away. While the visitor ate and drank, Pilate sipped his wine and watched his guest with narrowed eyes. His visitor was a middle-aged man with a very pleasant face, round and neat, with a fleshy nose. His hair was of an indeterminate colour. Right now it was growing lighter as it dried. His nationality would have been difficult to establish. The defining feature of his face was probably its good-natured look, contrasted, however, by his eyes, or more precisely, his manner of looking at others. The visitor normally kept his small eyes half covered by his oddly shaped, almost puffy eyelids. The slits would shine with passive slyness, leading one to suppose that the procurator's guest had a penchant for humour. But occasionally the visitor would banish all trace of glinting humour from the slits, open wide his eyes, and unleash a sudden piercing stare, as if scrutinising some inconspicuous blemish on his interlocutor's face. This would last but a moment, and then the eyelids would fall again. The eyes would narrow into slits and again glitter with good nature and sly wit. The visitor did not refuse a second cup of wine either. He swallowed a few oysters with visible satisfaction, tried the steamed vegetables, and ate a piece of meat. Satiated, he praised the wine. An excellent vintage, procurator. But it is not Falernian, is it? Secuba, aged 30 years, the procurator replied amiably. The guest pressed his hand to his heart and refused to eat any more, declaring that he was full. Pilate then refilled his cup, and the guest followed suit. Both diners poured some wine onto the platter of meat, and raising his cup, the procurator pronounced loudly, "To us, and to you, Caesar, father of all Romans, the best and most precious of men." They finished their wine, and the Africans cleared the table of food, leaving only the fruit and the jugs. The procurator again motioned the servants away, and remained alone with his guest under the colonnade. "And so," Pilate spoke quietly, "what can you tell me of the sentiment in this city?" Involuntarily, he directed his gaze down past the garden terraces where colonnades and flat roofs burned with gold colour in the last rays of the sun. "I believe that the mood in Jerusalem is now satisfactory, procurator," the guest replied. "So you can vouch that the civil unrest will not recur?" "One can vouch but for one thing in this world," replied the guest, gazing affectionately at the procurator. "The might of the great Caesar." "May the gods grant him long life," Pilate picked up instantly, "and universal peace." After a brief silence he continued, "So you believe that the troops may now be withdrawn?" "I believe that the cohort of the lightning may leave," the guest replied, and added, "It would be good if it paraded through the city on its way out." "An excellent idea," the procurator approved. "The day after tomorrow I shall let it go, and leave myself. And furthermore, as I swear by the feast of the 12 gods, swear by the Lares, I would give much to be able to do so today." "The procurator does not like Jerusalem?" the guest inquired good-naturedly. "Please," the procurator exclaimed, smiling, "there is no place more hopeless in the world. I won't even mention the climate. I'm ill every time I have to come here, but that's half the trouble. But these festivals, these magicians, sorcerers, wizards, these flocks of pilgrims, fanatics. Why, take that Messiah they suddenly began to await this year. At any moment you can expect to witness most unpleasant acts of bloodshed, shifting troops all the time, reading accusations and complaints, half of which are directed at you. You must agree, it is all quite boring. Were it not for the imperial service." "Yes, the festivals here are quite difficult," the guest agreed. "I wish with all my heart that they be over as soon as possible," Pilate added energetically. "I will finally be able to return to Caesarea. Would you believe it? But this is Herod's insane handiwork. The procurator waved at the colonnade, making it clear that he was referring to the palace. It's driving me positively mad. I cannot spend the nights here. The world has never seen stranger architecture. Yeah, but let us get back to business. First of all, is that accursed Bar Rabban giving you any trouble? Here the guest directed his peculiar stare at the procurator's cheek. But the latter was gazing off into the distance indifferently, frowning with distaste as he contemplated the part of the city lying at his feet and fading into the dusk. The guest's eyes faded as well, and his eyelids lowered. "I expect that Bar is now harmless as a lamb," the guest said, and wrinkles appeared on his round face. "It is rather inconvenient for him to riot now." "Too famous?" Pilate asked with a smirk. "The procurator has subtle insight into the matter, as always." "But, at any rate," the procurator noted with some concern, and his long, thin finger, decorated by a ring with a black stone, rose in the air, "we should—" "Oh, the procurator may be assured that as long as I am in Judea, Bar will not make a step without someone following on his heels." "Then I am at ease, as, coincidentally, I always am with you around." "The procurator is too kind." "And now I will ask you to tell me about the execution," the procurator said. "What in particular interests the procurator?" "Were there any attempts to express discontent on the part of the crowd? That's the main question, of course." "None," the guest replied. "Very well. You personally ascertain that the men were dead?" "The procurator may rest assured of it." "But tell me, were they given a drink before being hung on the posts?" "Yes, but he—" The guest closed his eyes. "He refused to drink it." "Who, exactly?" Pilate asked. "Forgive me, hegemon," the guest exclaimed. "Did I not say Hanotsri?" "Madman," Pilate said, grimacing for some reason. A vein began to twitch under his left eye. "To die under the scorching sun? Why refuse that which is allowed by law? How did he motivate his refusal?" "He said that he was grateful," the guest replied, again closing his eyes, "and that he does not blame those who take away his life." "Who?" Pilate asked in a hollow voice. "That he did not say, hegemon." "Did he attempt to preach anything in the soldiers' presence?" "No, hegemon, he spoke little on this occasion. The only thing he said was that he considered cowardice to be one of the main human vices." "What was he referring to?" The guest heard the procurator's voice crack suddenly. "It was impossible to tell. He behaved strangely. As always, however." "Strangely? In what way?" "He kept trying to look into the eyes of those around him, and kept smiling a confused sort of smile." "Nothing else?" asked the hoarse voice. "Nothing else." The procurator banged his cup as he poured himself wine. Downing it all, he spoke. "The problem is this. Although we've not been able to find any of his worshippers or followers, for the time being at least, we cannot assume that they do not exist." Tilting his head, the guest listened intently. "Thus, to avoid any surprises," continued the procurator, "I ask you to quickly and quietly remove the bodies of all 3 executed men from the face of the earth, and bury them in secrecy and in silence, so that nothing more is heard of them." "I understand, hegemon," the guest said, and rose. "In the light of the seriousness and complexity of the matter, please allow me to depart immediately." "No, be seated a moment longer," said Pilate, stopping his guest with a gesture. "There are 2 more questions. The first is this. Your outstanding service, in a most difficult position as overseer of the Secret Service for the Procurator of Judea, affords me the pleasant opportunity to mention you in Rome." The guest's face turned pink. He rose and bowed to the procurator, saying, "I only fulfill my duty in the imperial service." "But I would like to ask you," the hegemon continued, "to refuse a promotional transfer if one is offered to you and remain here. I would hate to part with you. Let them reward you in some other way."
"I am happy to serve under your command, hegemon."
"I'm very pleased. And thus the second question concerning this, what's-his-face, Judas of Kiriot." The guest directed his stare at the procurator and promptly extinguished it as before. "They say," continued the procurator, lowering his voice, "that he received money for his warm reception of that mad philosopher."
"Will receive," the overseer of the Secret Service corrected quietly.
"Is it a large sum?"
"That no one knows, hegemon."
"Not even you?" asked the hegemon, expressing a compliment with his amazement.
"Alas, not even I," the guest replied calmly. "But I do know that he will receive this money tonight. He is being summoned to Caiaphas' palace."
"Ah, that greedy old man from Kiriot," said the procurator, smiling. "He is an old man, is he not?"
"The procurator never errs, but this time he has," the guest replied amiably. "The man from Kiriot is a young man."
"You don't say. Can you describe him for me? A fanatic?"
"Not at all, procurator."
"Right. Anything else?"
"Very handsome."
"What else? Perhaps he has some passion or another?"
"It is difficult to know everyone so well in this enormous city, procurator."
No, Afranius, don't play down your merits."
"He has one passion, procurator." The guest made the tiniest of pauses. "Passion for money."
What does he do?"
Afranius raised his eyes to the ceiling, thought, and answered, "He works at a money-changer's shop owned by one of his relatives."
Right. The procurator fell silent, glanced round to make sure there was no one else on the balcony, and said quietly,
"Here's the thing. I have received information that he will be murdered tonight." At this point, not only did the guest cast his glance at the procurator, but even held it for a little while, and then replied, "You speak too kindly of me, procurator. It seems I do not deserve your favourable report. I have no such information."
"You deserve the highest reward," replied the procurator.
"But the information exists." "If I may be so bold as to ask, where does this information come from?"
"Allow me to withhold that from you for the moment, especially since it is all quite accidental, obscure, and unreliable. However, it is my duty to foresee all. It is my job, and furthermore, I am inclined to trust my instincts, as they have never misled me in the past.
The information consists of this. One of our Notsuri's secret followers, outraged at this money-changer's monstrous betrayal, is conspiring with his accomplices to kill him tonight. As for the payment received for the betrayal, it will be brought back to Caiaphas along with a note. I return the cursed money." The overseer of the Secret Service cast no more of his unexpected glances at the procurator, and continued listening with narrowed eyes as Pilate continued.
"Imagine, would the high priest enjoy receiving such a gift on the night of the festival?"
"Not only would he not enjoy it," replied the guest, smiling, "but I believe it would cause quite the scandal, procurator."
"I am of the same opinion. As a result, I ask you to attend to this matter, that is, take all the necessary measures to protect Judas of Kiriot."
"The hegemon's orders will be carried out," Afranius said. But permit me to allay the hegemon's fears. The villain's plot will be quite difficult to pull off. Just think." The guest glanced round as he spoke and continued, "To seek out a man, kill him, find out how much money he has received, and manage to return the sum to Caifa all in one night. Tonight."
"And nonetheless he will be killed tonight," Pilate repeated stubbornly. "I can feel it, I tell you. Not once have I been wrong." A spasm passed over the procurator's face, and he rubbed his hands briefly.
"Understood,"
the guest replied obediently. He rose, straightened himself, and asked sternly,
"So they will kill him, hegemon?"
"Yes," Pilate replied. "The only hope lies in your amazing abilities." The guest adjusted his heavy belt under his cloak and said,
"I salute you, and wish you good health and happiness."
"Oh, yes," Pilate exclaimed quietly. "I almost forgot. I owe you." The guest was amazed.
"Truly, Procurator, you owe me nothing."
"I certainly do. When we rode into Jerusalem, if you recall, the crowd of beggars, I wanted to throw some money at them, but had none on my person, so I borrowed from you."
"Why, it's a trifle, Procurator."
"Even trifles ought to be remembered." Pilate turned round and picked up a cloak from the seat behind him. He extracted a leather bag from underneath it and handed it to his guest. The latter bowed as he accepted it and hid it under his cloak. "I await your report on the burial," said Pilate, "as well as regarding the matter of this Judas of Kiriat. This same night, do you hear me, Ephraimius? This same night. The guards will be instructed to wake me as soon as you arrive. I'll be waiting for you."
"I salute you,"
the overseer of the Secret Service said, and turned to leave the balcony. His feet crunched on the wet sand of the terrace. Then came the tapping of his boots on the marble steps between the lions. His legs disappeared from sight, followed by his torso, and finally his head. Only then did the procurator notice that the sun was gone and the twilight had come.